Fellow wanderers of Middle-earth, tonight we begin a chronicle spanning 2,000 years. The complete story of one who walked among mortals bearing fire against the shadow. We turn our gaze to Gandalf the Grey. From his arrival on western shores through long ages of friendship and vigilance to his final departure across the sundering sea. This is the tale of how wisdom came disguised as an old man with a staff, how patience became the greatest weapon against despair, how one Mahar's love for the smallest and weakest became the hope that saved all. So settle close to the fire, let the outside world fade away, and journey with me into the chronicles of the wandering wizard who would not abandon Middle-earth to darkness. The ship came to Mithland in the 1000th year of the Third Age. Dawn broke grey over grey waters, and the vessel moved without oar or sail through the morning mist. Theoden the shipwright stood upon the quay, waiting for the last of the Astari to arrive. The figure that stepped onto weathered stones wore grey robes and leaned upon a staff of plain wood. His face bore lines that spoke of ages beyond counting, yet his eyes held light that belonged to no mortal realm. 3 years had passed since the other wizards arrived, and the shipwright had wondered if this one would come at all. Theoden knew him at once. Oloreen they called him in the uttermost west, least of the mire, yet perhaps wisest in the ways of hearts. The other Istari had gone to their tasks with purpose, clear and powers ready, Curamo to study ancient works in the south, Iwendel to wander wild places, Alatar and Palando eastward beyond all tracking. But this grey wanderer looked upon Middle-earth, as if seeing it for the first time. Mountains rose distant beyond the coastal plain, and smoke from mortal fires drifted thin against the sky. He breathed deep, tasting salt and earth and the faint corruption that crept even to these blessed shores. The shipwright spoke then of the task ahead. This one must walk among the small and forgotten, finding strength not in mighty works, but in simple hearts. The burden would be longest for him, and the road would test him in ways the others would never face. Then Theoden did what he had done for none of the other wizards. From beneath his robes he drew a ring of gold, set with a ruby that held fire in its heart. The red stone caught morning light and blazed like a small sun against the grey dawn. Narya he had kept since the elder days, the ring of fire that Celebrimba made before betrayal. Now the shipwright offered it to this grey wanderer, for great was the need to kindle hearts against coming darkness. The wizard looked at it long, understanding the weight of what was offered. Power dwelt in that ring, strength to inspire and encourage, to turn despair toward hope. Yet the wizard's hand trembled as it rose to receive the gift. He spoke quietly of unworthiness, of being least among those sent to Middle-earth's defense. Theoden's answer was simple. The ring came to him precisely because he feared its power, because he would wield it not to command but to encourage. The others sought strength in themselves, but this one would seek it in those he served. The ring slid onto the wizard's finger and blazed bright as forge fire. Then the light dimmed, hidden beneath grey robes as the wizard himself would be hidden. Power cloaked in seeming weakness, glory disguised as worn cloth and weathered staff. None would know Narya rested there, save those whose sight pierced all veils. Gandalf, for so we shall call him, the name that would endure longest, looked eastward toward lands he had never walked. Villages clustered along the coastal plain, and roads wound away, toward forests and rivers that held stories he must learn. The ring's weight rested on his finger like a promise he would carry through ages. He would walk where feet led him, he said. He would learn the names of trees and rivers, sit at mortal fires and hear their tales. The others might seek power in old stones and ancient lore, but he would seek it in hearts that burned brief and bright as candles against wind. Theoden pointed eastward along the coast road, where smoke rose from a village among green hills. There the wizard would find his beginning, among folk who would wonder at the strange old man with the western accent and the eyes that had seen too much. The shipwrights spoke his blessing. May the staff never break and the fire never dim, though all Mordor's darkness rise against him. May he find at journey's end the rest that faithful servants earned, and may those he defended remember his name with love. The wizard bowed and shouldered his pack. The staff tapped once against stone, a sound that would echo down 2,000 years of wandering. Then he turned toward the rising sun and took his first steps on Middle-earth's soil. Behind him the ship lifted anchor and turned back toward the straight road. Theoden watched until the grey figure dwindled to nothing against the green land, his hand touching the place where Nerea had rested for 3 ages. Greater was this wanderer's task than he yet knew, and longer his road than any could see. The sun climbed higher over Mithland. The last of the Istari walked eastward with fire hidden on his hand and wisdom growing in his heart. The long road stretched before him like a promise that would take 2,000 years to keep, and every step brought him deeper into the lands he had come to defend. Mortal fires burned in distant villages, and the grey wizard walked toward them with steady purpose. Not with power would he save Middle-earth, but with patience and hope and the small kindnesses that grew like seeds in faithful ground. The ring of fire rested hidden on his hand, waiting for the day when its light would be needed most. The coast road led through lands still touched by the sea's blessing. Green hills rolled eastward from Mithland, and villages nestled in valleys where streams ran clear over grey stone. Gandalf walked slowly, learning the rhythm of earth beneath his feet, feeling how differently this ground lay compared to the blessed realm he had left behind. The first village he entered watched him with the wariness that mortal men reserved for strangers. They saw an old man in grey robes, staff in hand, eyes that seemed to look through rather than at the things around him. Children whispered and pointed, and mothers drew them close, with hands both protective and uncertain. He sat at there in that first evening and tasted mortal bread for the first time. The grain had weight to it that no Valinorian food possessed, a heaviness born of earth that would return to earth. The ale was rough and honest, brewed from barley grown in fields he had passed, and he understood suddenly why Theoden had smiled at his question. These folk lived brief as mayflies against the long years he had already witnessed. Their bread tasted of mortality, of lives that flickered bright and guttered out before a single season of the blessed realm had passed. Yet they laughed at the innkeeper's jokes and sang songs that spoke of loves and losses, of small joys seized against the grinding passage of days. The wizard sat late into that first night, listening. He did not speak much, for his accent marked him as foreign and his bearing as strange. But he heard their stories of harvests and feuds, of children born and elders buried, of the small dramas that filled lives too short for grand designs. When he left at dawn, he understood what Theoden had meant. These were the hearts he must defend, the brief flames that burned against an encroaching dark they could barely comprehend. Not with power would he defend them, but by nurturing the courage that already dwelt in their simple persistence. The road wound north and east through Eriador. Gandalf walked it slowly, learning the names of rivers as he crossed them, Lune first, then Baranduin far to the south. Forests spread across the land, and he entered them with staff in hand, feeling how the trees here differed from those in realms beyond the world's edge. These woods held their own wisdom, older than the mortal settlements, but young compared to the ancient groves of Valinor, the undying lands. Oak and ash grew thick, and in their shadow moved creatures that knew nothing of mire or valor. Deer fled at his approach, and foxes watched from thickets with eyes that gleamed in twilight. He began to understand the pattern of seasons as mortals knew them. Spring brought wildflowers to meadows, and he watched farmers plant their fields with hands calloused from generations of the same labor. Summer ripened grain under sun that felt harsher here than in the undying lands, and autumn stripped leaves in a rush toward winter's sleep. Winter itself taught him most. The first snow fell on hills above a village where he had stopped to rest, and he watched mortal folk prepare for cold with an urgency that spoke of real danger. They gathered wood and salted meat, repaired roofs and chinked gaps in walls. Death walked in winter for those unprepared, and even the prepared might fall if the season proved too harsh. He spent that winter in a town whose name he would later forget, helping where grey-robed strangers could help without drawing too much attention. He carried water for an old woman whose hands had twisted with age, and split wood for a family whose father had died the previous spring. Small acts, but they taught him how mortality shaped every choice these folk made. The ring of fire rested hidden on his finger through all these wanderings. He felt its weight, but did not call upon its power, understanding that first he must learn what he would defend before he could defend it properly. Narya could kindle hearts, but he needed first to understand the hearts that required kindling. By the time spring returned, he had walked perhaps 100 leagues from Mythland, a small distance for one who could traverse vast spaces if needed, but he was learning that haste served no purpose here. The work ahead would not be measured in swift victories, but in patient cultivation of hope against despair. He met others in his wandering ranges who watched the wild places. Farmers who worked the land, merchants who travelled the old roads, trading goods between settlements. To all he appeared simply as an old man who walked much and spoke little, who accepted hospitality with quiet gratitude and left no trouble in his wake. Some few marked his eyes and wondered. The innkeeper in one village swore the old wanderer had looked at him once and seen clear to his heart's core, knowing without words the grief he carried for a son lost to fever. A merchant claimed the grey stranger had touched his shoulder in passing and somehow eased the pain of joints worn by years of wagon driving. But Gandalf made no show of what he was. He walked the roads, learning how Middle-earth breathed, how its seasons turned, how its mortal inhabitants carved meaning from their brief spans, against the long dark that waited patient beyond their comprehension. The ring of fire burned quiet on his hand, waiting for the day when its kindling would be needed. 100 years passed in this slow wandering. To mortals it would have been for generations, great-grandfathers become dust, and their descendants grown old in turn. To the wizard it felt like the barest beginning of understanding, the first word of a language that would take ages to truly speak. He learned to love their mortality even as it grieved him. Each life so brief yet so fierce in its burning, each choice weighted with the knowledge that time would not return what was spent unwisely. They could not afford the long view that elves maintained or the patient certainty that Maya knew. They must live now or not at all, and in that necessity burned a courage that immortals could never quite match. The roads of Eriador became familiar beneath his staff. He knew now where villages clustered and where wildlands held sway, which rivers could be forded and which required bridges, where old ruins spoke of kingdoms that had fallen before the Third Age began. The land opened itself to him season by season, and he walked it with growing love for its scarred beauty. The roads turned eastward in the 101st year of his wandering. Gandalf had learned the coastal lands and the western settlements, had walked among mortal men until their brief lives no longer startled him with their swift passing. Now his feet carried him toward the mountains, where other voices called, older, sadder, remembering things that mortal memory could not hold. The mountains rose dark against eastern skies. The misty mountains they were called, a great spine running north and south through Middle-earth's heart. Somewhere in their western foothills lay Rivendell, the last homely house, where Elrond Halvan kept watch over ancient lore and offered refuge to those who walked the wild. Gandalf had not yet met the Lord of Rivendell, though he knew of him from tales told in the uttermost west. Elrond had chosen mortality's gift, yet the blood of three kindreds flowed in his veins. Elf and man and Maya mingled in lineage that reached back to the First Age. Wisdom dwelt in him, and sorrow and the long weariness of one who had seen too much pass away. The path grew steeper as it climbed into the foothills. Autumn had come again, the 101st autumn since the grey wizard had stepped onto Mithran's quay. Leaves turned gold and red in the valleys below, and the air carried the bite of coming winter. He pulled his grey cloak tighter and walked on, staff tapping steady against stone. The hidden valley opened suddenly, as such places always did for those meant to find them. One moment the path wound through bare hillsides, and the next it descended into green sanctuary where waterfalls sang and gardens bloomed despite the season. The house itself sprawled across terraces, built in a style that spoke of ages when elves had raised fair works throughout Beleriand's lost kingdoms. Figures moved on the paths below. Tall they were, slim and grey-cloaked, and their movements carried the unhurried grace of those for whom time meant something different than it meant to mortal men. Their eyes turned toward him as he descended, and he felt their sight measuring what manner of stranger approached their hidden refuge. Elrond came to meet him in a courtyard where fountains played. The Lord of Rivendell wore grey and silver, and his face held the ageless quality of elven kind mingled with something more human. Grief, perhaps, or the shadow of choices that could not be unmade. His eyes were grey as storm clouds, and they saw clearly what stood before him. No words were needed for the initial recognition. Elrond knew the Istari by sight, had seen Curamo and Iwendel pass through his valley in earlier years. He bowed slightly, a gesture of welcome rather than subservience, and gestured toward the house with the courtesy that elves extended even to those they did not entirely trust. They sat that evening in a hall where scrolls lined the walls and starlight fell through open windows. Elrond spoke of the Third Age's early years, of how the kingdoms of men were growing in the west while shadows stirred in distant Mirkwood. He spoke of lore preserved from the First Age, of the wars against Morgoth and the drowning of Beleriand, of how much had been lost that could never be recovered. Gandalf listened and learned. The elves carried their history differently than men did. Mortals spoke of grandfathers' deeds as distant legend, but elves remembered the First Age as lived experience. Elrond himself had seen the War of Wrath, had stood in Lindon when the sea claimed half the world, had watched Gil-galad march to the last alliance and never return. Gandalf listened and learned. The elves carried their history differently than men did. Mortals spoke of grandfathers' deeds as distant legend, but elves remembered the First Age as lived experience. Elrond himself had seen the War of Wrath, had stood in Lindon when the sea claimed half the world, had watched Gil-galad march to the last alliance and never return. This was grief that mortal hearts could not sustain. Men forgot because they must, because memory of all losses would crush them beneath its weight. But elves forgot nothing, and so they faded, not in body but in spirit, growing ever more detached from Middle-earth's concerns as the weight of remembrance pressed upon them. The wizard stayed in Rivendell through that winter and into spring. He walked the gardens, learning the names of trees that grew nowhere else in Middle-earth, remnants of species that had flourished in Beleriand before the sea took them. He sat in the libraries reading accounts of the elder days, understanding for the first time how much had been lost before his arrival. Elrond taught him the patterns of Middle-earth's history. Kingdoms rose and fell like tides, and each fall left fewer survivors to remember what had been. The Noldor had come from Valinor in the First Age, mighty and proud and doomed. Most had perished in Morgoth's wars, and those who survived had seen their greatest works destroyed. Now their remnants dwelt in hidden valleys, keeping alive the memory of beauty that the world would not see again. The lesson struck deep. Gandalf understood now why the Valar had sent the Istari, not to preserve what was fading, but to kindle hope for what might yet grow. The elves looked backward to lost glory, but mortal men looked forward to possibilities they would never see fulfilled. In that forward vision lay the strength to resist despair, if only someone could nurture it against the grinding weight of ages. Spring came to Rivendell with a rush of green. Waters that had run low in winter swelled with snowmelt from the mountains, and the valley filled with the sound of falling water and returning birds. Gandalf walked the paths with Elrond beside him, and the elf lord spoke of the road ahead. Other places held wisdom worth learning, Elrond said. Lorien in the south, where Galadriel dwelt with Celeborn, keeping another fragment of the elder days alive beneath golden trees. The woodland realm in Mirkwood, where Thranduil's folk fought against shadow that crept through the forest. The dwarf halls under mountains, where different lore was kept in stone and metal. Gandalf listened and planned. 100 years he had spent learning mortal hearts, and now he must learn the elder kindreds. Elves who faded and dwarves who endured, each carrying their own griefs and strengths. The ring of fire rested on his finger, patient as he was learning to be patient. Time enough for its kindling when he understood what fires Middle-earth required. He left Rivendell as spring turned toward summer. Elrond walked with him to the valley's edge, and the two stood looking out over lands that stretched toward distant horizons. No farewell was spoken, for elves knew that roads often circled back to where they began. The wizard would return to this hidden refuge many times in the ages ahead, and each time would find it unchanged while all else shifted and decayed. The grey wanderer turned south then, staff in hand and pack on shoulder. Lorien lay far away, and the road between wounds through lands he had not yet walked. 100 years of learning stretched behind him, and 2,000 more lay ahead. He had begun to understand his task, but understanding was not completion. The long work had barely started, and the shadow he had come to oppose still gathered its strength in places he had not yet seen. Golden light fell through leaves that never grew in mortal lands. Gandalf stood beneath the malorn trees of Lothlorien, and for the first time since leaving Valinor, he felt the weight of exile ease slightly from his shoulders. This light was not the light of the two trees, but it carried something of that ancient radiance. Memory made manifest, beauty preserved against the world's decay. The Lady of the Wood watched him from her flet high among the branches. Galadriel's sight pierced deeper than Elrond's, seeing not just what he was, but what he carried hidden beneath grey robes. The ring of fire could not hide from one who bore Nenya, the ring of adamant, and her eyes lingered on his hand with recognition that required no words. She descended like starlight taking form. Tall she was, taller than mortal women, and fairer than any being he had yet encountered in Middle-earth. Her hair caught the golden light and transformed it, and her eyes held depths that spoke of Valinor before the trees were slain. Here was one who had walked in the blessed realm when it still deserved that name, who had seen the light before shadow touched it. Celeborn stood beside her, silver to her gold, quieter but no less ancient in his bearing. The Lord of Lorien had dwelt in Middle-earth since before the sun rose, had seen kingdoms rise and fall, had fought in wars that mortals remembered only as legend. Together they had made this refuge, this fragment of elder days preserved beneath trees that bloomed eternal, regardless of season. They walked the golden paths together, three who remembered what the world had been. Galadriel spoke of the first age, of Doriath, where she had dwelt before its fall, of Melian the Mire, who had taught her much of what she knew. The comparison lay unspoken between them. Melian had come to Middle-earth for love of an elf lord, and her power had protected a kingdom for thousands of years until treachery undid it. But Melian had departed when Thingol fell, returning to Valinor and leaving Middle-earth to manage without her strength. Galadriel had chosen differently. She had been exiled for pride in the First Age, forbidden return until she proved worthy of pardon. That ban had been lifted, yet she remained, holding this wood against the shadow by strength of will and the power of her ring. Gandalf understood then a truth about the three rings that Theoden had not spoken. They were not weapons, but preservatives, holding back decay rather than striking at enemies. Narya kindled hearts, Nenya preserved beauty, and Vilya, which Elrond bore, maintained wisdom against the grinding erosion of ages. Together they kept fragments of the elder days alive, but they could not restore what had been lost or prevent the slow fading that time demanded. The lady showed him the mirror one evening when stars wheeled overhead. A silver basin stood in a glade, filled with water that reflected more than the sky above. Galadriel poured water from a ewer, and the surface rippled and grew still. and in its depths images moved past and present, and possibilities tangled together like threads in a weaving. He saw shadows stirring in the east, darkness gathering in forests that should have been green. He saw towers rising in Mordor, though that land still lay quiet in these early centuries. He saw mortal kingdoms growing strong and then declining, elves fading and departing, the long slow diminishment of all things fair and wise. The vision showed him the pattern of the age he had entered, not a story of triumph, but of managed retreat, of holding what could be held while accepting that most would be lost. Yet mixed with sorrow came moments of unexpected light. Small kindnesses passed between strangers, courage shown in defense of things that mattered only to those defending them, laughter rising from villagers that would be dust before the age ended. The great and terrible deeds made their mark on the mirror's surface, but so too did the small and tender ones, and Gandalf began to understand that both had their place in the pattern. Galadriel spoke to him of power and its uses. She had refused the summons back to Valinor because pride still burned in her heart, the desire to rule a realm of her own making, to hold dominion over beauty she had preserved. The ring of adamant gave her strength for this preservation, but it also bound her to Middle-earth until she could let go of that desire. The wizard listened and recognized the warning meant for him. Narya could kindle hearts, but it could also manipulate them if he grew to love his own wisdom more than those he served. All the Istari faced this danger, Curamo especially, whose pride in his knowledge grew with each passing year. They had come to Middle-earth in reduced forms precisely so they would not dominate the peoples they served. Yet the temptation to dominate remained. Months passed in Lorien, and Gandalf learned what it meant to dwell in a place where time moved differently. The Malorn leaves remained golden regardless of season, and the wood seemed suspended in eternal autumn, or perhaps eternal spring. For new leaves and old hung together on the branches in defiance of natural law. Here was preservation taken to its extreme, beauty maintained but also frozen, unchanging because change meant decay. He understood why the elves who dwelt here rarely left its borders. To walk in Lorien was to taste Valinor's echo, and having tasted it, the mortal lands beyond seemed grey and diminished. Yet this very preservation carried its own danger. The wood might endure unchanged for ages, but it would never grow into something new. It held what had been rather than nurturing what might be. Celeborn walked with him to the forest's edge when he finally chose to depart. The Lord of Lorien spoke little, but his words carried weight earned through ages of watching. The wood would endure, he said, as long as its ladies will sustain it. But endurance was not victory, merely delay of the inevitable. Someday even Lorien would fade or fall, and when it did, the world would be poorer for the loss. The wizard crossed the Silverlode and looked back at the golden eaves receding behind him. He carried with him now understanding of how the elves fought their long defeat, not through war but through preservation, keeping alive memories of beauty while accepting that memory was all they could finally hold. It was noble, but it was not enough. The mortal peoples needed more than echoes of lost glory. They needed hope for futures they would help create, not just reverence for pasts they could never reclaim. Gandalf turned his face northward where the misty mountains stood dark against the sky. Other peoples dwelt there, under stone rather than trees, working metal rather than preserving memory. The dwarves had their own griefs and strengths. and he would learn them as he had learned the sorrows of elves and the brief, fierce courage of men. The long work of understanding continued, and 200 years had passed since his feet first touched Middle-earth's shores. Two centuries of wandering had taught Gandalf the shapes of grief that different peoples carried. Elves mourned what could never return, dwarves what had been stolen from them, men what they would never have time to build. But in the 14th century of the Third Age, walking through the green hills west of the Brandywine, he discovered a people who seemed to carry no grief at all. The first hobbit he encountered was picking mushrooms in a dell where oak trees spread their shade over moss-soft ground. The creature stood perhaps 3 feet tall, barefoot despite the autumn chill, and its round face showed no alarm at the grey-robed stranger who appeared suddenly on the path above. It simply looked up, blinked once, and returned to examining a particularly fine specimen of mushroom with the concentration of a scholar studying ancient texts. Gandalf stood very still. He had heard rumors of halflings who dwelt in this country, a remnant people who kept to themselves and wanted nothing to do with the big folks' troubles. But he had not expected to find one so entirely unconcerned with a stranger's presence, so completely absorbed in the simple task of gathering breakfast. The hobbit spoke without looking up, its voice carrying the comfortable assumption that all reasonable folk appreciated good mushrooms. It commented on the weather, noted that the oak mast was particularly fine this year, and mentioned in passing that strangers were welcome enough if they didn't track mud into decent holes, or ask fool questions about matters that didn't concern them. Then it gathered its basket and walked off down the path, humming tunelessly, leaving the wizard standing bemused in the golden autumn light. No fear, no suspicion, no interest in his staff or his grey robes or the power that rested hidden on his hand. Just mushrooms and weather and the firm conviction that the world's troubles were best left to those who seemed determined to make them. He followed the paths deeper into the country they called the Shire. Green hills rolled gentle beneath wide skies, and villages clustered along streams that ran clear over pebbled beds. But villages was the wrong word. These were collections of holes dug into hillsides, round doors painted in bright colors, windows looking out over gardens where vegetables grew in neat rows beside flowers planted purely for their beauty. The hobbits moved through their land with an unhurried contentment that Gandalf had not seen in any other people. They tended gardens and smoked pipes on their doorsteps, traded gossip over garden fences, and gathered at inns, where ale flowed and songs rose. Their concerns were intensely local, the quality of this year's pipeweed, whether the Tooks would host a particularly grand party, how old Farmer Maggot's dogs were getting more vicious with each passing season. He sat at an inn in a village called Hobbiton and listened to their talk. They spoke of matters that would have seemed trivial to elves counting ages or men building kingdoms. A disputed property boundary, a marriage between families of different standings, the scandal of a young hobbit who wanted to go adventuring beyond the Shire's borders. Yet they spoke with a seriousness that made clear these matters held real weight in their ordered world. What struck him most was their lack of ambition beyond comfort and good fellowship. They wanted enough to eat and a warm hole to sleep in, friends to drink with, and gardens to tend. They kept genealogies more detailed than any mortal kingdom's records, but only to ensure they knew exactly how they were related to their neighbors. They had no kings or lords, just mayors elected mostly because someone had to organize the harvest festivals and settle disputes about hedge trimming. The wizard returned to the Shire again and again over the following decades. He learned the divisions of their land, the Four Farthings, the Marish, where some strange hobbits lived in houses rather than holes, the boundary with the old forest that sensible folk avoided. He learned their families. Tooks, who were counted adventurous because they sometimes travelled as far as Bree. Bagginses, who were respectable to the point of stuffiness. Brandy bucks, who lived near the river and were consequently a bit odd. They accepted him gradually. This strange old wanderer who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, who knew tricks with fire and smoke that delighted children at parties, who always seemed to have good leaf in his pipe and better stories in his memory. They called him Gandalf, a name from their own legends that they applied without quite knowing why it seemed to fit. He discovered that hobbits were tougher than they appeared. Their comfort-loving exterior concealed a stubborn resilience that came from generations of quiet persistence. They had survived the wars and plagues that swept through Eriador by the simple expedient of keeping their heads down and their larders stocked. When troubles came, they endured them. When troubles passed, they returned to their gardens and their genealogies as if nothing had happened. This was not the fierce courage of men who sang as they charged into battle, nor the grim endurance of dwarves who held fortresses against overwhelming odds. It was something quieter and perhaps more valuable, the determination to preserve ordinary goodness against a world that often seemed determined to crush it. They would not ride to war or forge great weapons, but they would defend their gardens and their hearths with a ferocity that surprised those who mistook gentleness for weakness. Gandalf began bringing them fireworks, wonderful explosions of coloured light that delighted hobbits of all ages. He would arrive at festivals with bags of rockets and fountains, and the night sky would bloom with stars and dragons and cascading flowers. The hobbits loved spectacle that harmed nothing and ended with everyone going home to comfortable holes. And the wizard learned to love their simple joy in beauty that served no purpose beyond delight. Years passed, and he became a fixture at their celebrations. Children who had watched his fireworks as youngsters grew old and showed them to their grandchildren. And still the wizard appeared occasionally, seemingly unchanged except for perhaps a few more lines around his eyes. The hobbits found this mildly interesting, but not particularly remarkable. Big folk were strange anyway, and wizards stranger still. So why shouldn't one of them stay young while they aged? He understood by the time 2 centuries had passed in the Shire that these people held a quality no other race in Middle-earth possessed. They had no great deeds in their past, and wanted none in their future. They sought no dominion and feared no diminishment. They simply wanted to live their lives in peace, growing their gardens and raising their children and enjoying the small pleasures that each day offered. This was what he had come to defend, not the fading glory of elves, or the stern pride of dwarves, or the ambitious kingdoms of men, but this ordinary folk, wanting nothing more than to be left alone to tend their ordinary lives. The ring of fire rested on his finger, and he understood now one of the hearts it was meant to kindle. When shadow threatened to consume all light, the hobbit's small flames would matter more than all the great fires of the mighty. The roads became familiar beneath his staff in ways that went deeper than mere geography. Gandalf walked the same paths season after season, year sliding into decade, and the land began to shape itself around his wandering as much as his wandering shaped itself around the land. By the time 16 centuries had passed since his arrival, the Grey Wizard had become a feature of Eriador, as permanent as the rivers and more reliable than the weather. He learned the virtue of good leaf in those years. The hobbits grew pipeweed in the South Farthing, careful cultivation of a plant that had come originally from Númenor in ages past. They smoked it in clay pipes on their doorsteps, and the habit had a contemplative quality that appealed to the wizard's growing appreciation for stillness amid constant motion. Default text. The first time he sat on a bench outside the Green Dragon in Bywater, pipe in hand and smoke curling upward into summer twilight. Something settled in him that had been restless since leaving Valinor, the Undying Lands. The simple act of sitting and smoking and watching the sun set behind the hill required nothing, accomplished nothing, defended nothing. It simply was, and in that being lay a peace that all his wandering had been seeking without knowing it sought anything. He began carrying pipeweed with him on the roads. Different villagers grew different varieties, and he learned to distinguish Longbottom leaf from Old Toby, to appreciate the subtle variations in curing and blending. The hobbits found this deeply satisfying. Finally, the wizard showed sense about something important. They gifted him their best leaf, and he carried it to places they would never see, sharing smoke with rangers in the wild and elves in their hidden refuges. The pattern of his wandering established itself like water finding its course. Spring would see him in the Shire, arriving in time for festivals and bringing fireworks that grew more elaborate with each passing year. Summer took him north toward Rivendell, or south toward roads that led eventually to Lorien, though he seldom ventured that far anymore. Autumn found him helping harvest in villages where they had grown to expect his aid, and winter saw him wherever the need seemed greatest. He became a carrier of news between isolated communities. The hobbits heard from him about the world beyond their borders, and he told them only what they could bear. Tales of distant wonders rather than growing threats, stories that entertained rather than alarmed. The rangers heard deeper truths, warnings about shadows stirring and old evils that might return. The elves heard little they did not already know, but they appreciated that someone still watched the mortal lands with care. Stories gathered to him like iron to a lodestone. In every inn and hall, folk wanted to hear what the wizard had seen in his travels. He learned to tell tales that suited his audience, grand adventures for those who craved excitement, homely anecdotes for those who preferred comfort, ancient lore for those few who still valued wisdom over entertainment. But he learned too that he gathered stories as much as he told them. In a shepherd's hut on a lonely hillside, an old man spoke of strange lights seen in the mountains. In a village market, a merchant mentioned rumors from the south of increased orc activity near old ruins. In the Shire, a Took who had wandered to Bree and back again reported unease among the big folk in ways the hobbits themselves would never notice. The wizard wove these fragments together in his mind, building a picture of Middle-earth that no single person could hold. He saw patterns emerging, the slow recovery of mortal kingdoms, the gradual fading of elven influence, the empty spaces where once great realms had stood. He noted which roads grew safer and which grew more dangerous, where villages thrived and where they dwindled, how the web of commerce and community shifted with each passing generation. 200 years taught him patience that even his long existence in Valinor had not instilled. The work of defending Middle-earth would not be accomplished in a single heroic deed or even a single lifetime. It required the patient accumulation of small actions, a word of encouragement here, a warning there, help offered when harvest failed or winter proved harsh. The ring of fire rested on his finger, but he kindled hearts more often with simple presence than with any power the ring granted. He grew to love the roads themselves, the great east road that ran from the Grey Havens all the way to Rivendell and beyond, the greenway that led south through Bree and into lands he seldom ventured, the small tracks that connected village to village across the Shire's green hills. Each had its character and its dangers, its beauty and its hardship, and he walked them all until they lived in his memory more clearly than the streets of Tirion had lived when he dwelt in Valinor. The staff he carried had been cut from plain wood in his first year in Middle-earth. By now it was worn smooth by his hand, scarred by encounters he rarely spoke of, weighted with the miles it had travelled. He could have replaced it easily, but it had become part of him, the simple tool of a servant rather than the grand implement of a lord. When he leaned on it at the end of long days, it felt like an old friend who had shared every step of his journey. The 1800th year of the Third Age found him on a hilltop overlooking the Shire, pipe in hand and smoke rising into clear autumn air. 2 villages were visible from where he sat, their chimney smoke mixing with the general haze of a land at peace. Somewhere to the east, shadows gathered that these simple folk knew nothing about. Somewhere in the south, old evils stirred in their long sleep. But here and now, the sun set golden over green hills where hobbits tended their gardens and rangers watched the borders and the few remaining elves sang their fading songs. The wizard sat and smoked and watched the light fail, and knew that every step he had taken for 800 years had been bringing him toward an understanding he still had not fully grasped. The road continued ahead, winding through centuries he could not foresee, and he would walk it faithfully until it brought him to whatever end awaited at journey's conclusion. The South called to him in the 19th century of the Third Age. Gandalf had walked the northern lands for 800 years, learning hobbits and rangers, elves and the common folk of Eriador. But word came of kingdoms growing strong beyond the mountains, of cities rising white against the sky, of a people who remembered their heritage from drowned Numenor and built their strength anew. The road to Gondor was long. He crossed the Grey Flood and travelled south through lands that grew warmer with each passing league. The fields here were broader than in Eriador, worked by more hands, and the villages had a permanence about them that spoke of generations, dwelling in the same place without fear of being driven out. Minas Tirith rose before him like a dream-made stone. The Tower of the Sun stood on its hill above the Anduin, white walls gleaming, banners flying from 7 tiers that climbed toward the citadel at its crown. The city held perhaps 30,000 souls, craftsmen and soldiers, scholars and merchants, all living under the protection of kings who traced their line back through the centuries to Elendil himself. Gandalf entered through gates that stood open in daylight, guarded but not barred. The streets climbed steeply, each level grander than the last, until he reached the court of the fountain where the white tree grew. Nimleth's descendant it was, a sapling of the tree that had stood in Numenor before the island's drowning, and it bloomed with flowers that smelled of the sea and distant shores. The king who ruled in those days received him in a hall hung with the banners of ancient victories. The man was young still, perhaps 40 summers, but he bore himself with the certainty of one who knew his place in a long lineage. His name mattered less than what he represented, the continuity of Númenórean blood, the preservation of law and law, the strength to hold darkness at bay through vigilance and valor. They spoke of many things that afternoon. The king wanted to know what the wizard had seen in his wandering, what threats moved in the wild places, whether the northern kingdom kept its watch as faithfully as Gondor did. Gandalf answered carefully, sharing what would help without revealing how much he truly knew. What struck him most was the confidence these people carried. They did not doubt their strength or question their purpose. Gondor existed to stand against Mordor, to keep watch on the Black Land and ensure that no evil issued from it to threaten the free peoples. They had done this for nearly 2,000 years, and they would do it for 2,000 more if needed. He spent months in Minas Tirith, walking its streets and learning its rhythms. The city had a vitality that northern settlements lacked, a sense of purpose larger than individual lives. Young men trained for the army with dedication born of knowing their service mattered. Scholars studied ancient texts not from nostalgia but to extract wisdom that might aid the kingdom's defense. Craftsmen built for permanence, expecting their work to endure for their grandchildren to maintain. The libraries held treasures he had not seen since Rivendell, scrolls from Númenor before its fall, accounts of the last alliance, genealogies tracking the line of kings back through the centuries. He read late into many nights, adding to his understanding of how the Second Age had ended and the Third begun, how much had been lost and how much barely preserved. But Gondor was only half the picture. The northern kingdom called as well. And before the year ended, he travelled north again through Eriador, to where Arna's realm spread across lands that hobbits knew only as the borders of their safe country. Furness stood grey and strong in the North Downs, smaller than Minas Tirith, less grand in its architecture, but no less important in its purpose. Here the northern line of kings maintained watch over their portion of Elendor's divided realm, guarding the route south and keeping some semblance of order in the vast spaces of Eriador. The king in Furnost ruled a harder land than his southern kinsman. Gondor's climate was mild and its fields fertile, but the north knew harsh winters and thin soil. The people here were tougher for it, less grand in their bearing, but perhaps more resilient in their endurance. They expected hardship and met it with grim determination rather than courtly grace. Gandalf saw how the two kingdoms mirrored each other across the distance between them. Both descended from Elendil, both dedicated to opposing shadow, both maintaining the traditions of Númenor in hostile lands. Yet they had grown different through the centuries of separation, shaped by the lands they defended and the threats they faced. He travelled between them over the following decades, known in both realms as a wandering wizard who brought news and counsel when it was requested. The kings respected him without entirely trusting him, understanding that he served purposes larger than their kingdoms, but not knowing what those purposes were. The strength of the Dunedain in those years gave him hope he had not felt since arriving in Middle-earth. These mortal kingdoms might fade eventually. All mortal things faded, but for now they stood strong and vigilant. They held the line against darkness with courage that did not need ringcraft to sustain it, with loyalty to ideals that outlasted individual lives. He understood why the Valar had forbidden the Istari from matching power with power. If he had come as a lord rather than a wanderer, these kings might have deferred to his authority rather than developing their own strength. By remaining a counselor rather than a commander, he allowed them to grow into the leaders their people needed. Mortal men who would defend mortal lands with mortal courage, asking no aid from powers beyond the circles of the world. The 19th century passed into the 20th, and still the kingdoms held their watch. Gandalf walked between them, a grey figure on the roads, carrying news and nurturing the strength he found. The hobbits in their comfortable holes knew nothing of these distant realms, and perhaps that was well. Let them tend their gardens in peace, while others stood guard over the borders that made such peace possible. The ring of fire rested quiet on his finger through all this wandering. He had kindled no great flames, raised no armies, performed no miracles that would be sung of in later ages. He had simply walked and watched and offered what wisdom he could, trusting that small actions faithfully performed would matter more than grand gestures that drew too much attention to the one who made them. The East had been quiet for 17 centuries. Gandalf heard the first whispers of change in the year 1700, sitting in a ranger's camp north of the Weather Hills. The man spoke carefully, choosing words that would not sound like panic, but his eyes betrayed the unease that all his training could not quite conceal. Strange tracks had been found in the wild country beyond the last bridge. Not orc sign exactly, though similar enough to raise alarm. Creatures were moving through lands that should have been empty, following routes that suggested purpose rather than random wandering. The rangers had increased their patrols, but the distances were too vast and their numbers too few to cover every approach. The wizard listened and said little. He had been expecting this for centuries, though he had hoped the peace might last longer. 1700 years was a good span for mortal kingdoms to grow strong, but it was barely a breath to the darkness that stirred in places where light had never fully penetrated. He travelled east himself that autumn, leaving the settled lands behind and walking into country where few men dwelt. The forests here grew thick and tangled, untended since the great realms of the elder days had fallen. Old ruins stood among the trees, remnants of kingdoms whose very names had been forgotten, and the stones held a silence that spoke of endings no history had recorded. The tracks were real. Gandalf found them in mud beside a stream, three-toed prints, too large for wolves and shaped wrong for any natural creature. They led eastward, always eastward, as if whatever made them was returning to some distant home after long absence. He followed them for 3 days before the trail disappeared into rocky ground that held no marks. But he had learned enough. Things were waking in the wild, things that should have remained sleeping, or better yet, should have perished entirely in the wars that ended the Second Age. Something was calling them, drawing them toward gathering points he could not yet identify. The pattern repeated over the following decades. Reports came from the south of increased orc activity near the borders of Mordor, though that land remained dark and apparently empty. Merchants travelling the roads from the east spoke of villages abandoned for no clear reason, of travellers who went into the wild and never returned. The signs were subtle still. easily dismissed by those who wanted to believe the peace would last forever. But Gandalf had lived too long to dismiss subtle signs. He had seen how evil worked, not in sudden, overwhelming force, but in gradual corruption. Small steps that seemed insignificant until the pattern became clear. A few orcs here, some strange tracks there, villages abandoned for reasons no one could quite explain. Each incident meant little by itself, but together they drew a picture of something stirring in places where it should not stir. He brought his concerns to Rivendell in the year 1750. Elrond listened with the patience of one who had heard such warnings before and seen them prove true too often. The Elf Lord spoke of patterns in his own records, how evil gathered itself in cycles, how each time it returned it seemed weaker than before, but no less malevolent in its intentions. They discussed what might be done. The answer was frustratingly little. No enemy had shown itself openly, no fortress had been razed, no armies marched. Increasing vigilance made sense, but vigilance against what exactly? Shadows and rumors were hard to fight with sword and spear, and the mortal kingdoms had their own concerns without being alarmed by possibilities that might prove baseless. Gandalf resumed his wandering with the weight of knowledge that he could not yet act upon. He watched more carefully now, listened more intently to rumors that others dismissed as travelers' tales. The hobbits noticed no change in him. He still brought fireworks and told stories, still smoked his pipe on their doorsteps and shared their simple pleasures. But the rangers saw the difference, the way his eyes scanned horizons more frequently, the questions he asked about lands they had not scouted recently. The 18th century passed into the 19th, and the signs grew clearer. Whole regions in the east fell silent, no news coming from settlements that had traded regularly with Western merchants. Refugees began appearing in border villages, speaking in hushed tones of darkness in the forests, of things seen moving at twilight that vanished when approached. Gandalf travelled south to Gondor and found the kingdom still strong but beginning to notice the change. Their patrols reported increased activity from Mordor's direction. Not armies, but scouts, perhaps, testing the vigilance of the Watch. The king he had known was long dead, replaced by a grandson who had inherited the crown but not yet the wisdom that came with years of rule. The new king wanted to act, to send forces against an enemy he could not quite identify. Gandalf counselled patience, though it grated against his own instincts, without knowing where the threat gathered or what form it would take. Striking blindly accomplished nothing but wasted strength they might need later. He understood the frustration. 2,000 years these kingdoms had kept watch, and now when shadow finally stirred again, they could do nothing but continue watching. But premature action could be worse than patience. And the wizard had learned, in 900 years of wandering, that timing mattered as much as courage. The 19th century drew toward its close, and Middle-earth held its breath without knowing it held anything. In the Shire, hobbits planted their gardens and smoked their pipes, blessed with ignorance of how the world beyond their borders was shifting. In the halls of elves, ancient eyes watched and remembered how similar stirrings had preceded greater darkness in ages past. In the kingdoms of men, young soldiers trained and old veterans shared stories of the last alliance, wondering if their generation would face trials that matched the legends. And on the roads between all these places walked a grey wizard who had seen it beginning, who knew it would grow worse before it grew better. who carried fire on his hand and waited for the moment when kindling hearts would matter more than all the swords in Middle-earth. The shadow stirred, patient as stone, gathering strength the free peoples could not yet measure. The long peace was ending, and the first moves in a game that would last another 1,000 years had already been played. Mirkwood earned its name in the 20th century of the Third Age, the great forest that had once been called Greenwood. The grate began to darken from within, and the change came so gradually that few marked when it began. Gandalf noticed because he had walked those woods in earlier centuries and remembered how the light had fallen through the leaves, how the air had tasted clean even in the deepest groves. Now something fouled the southern reaches. The trees grew twisted, and their leaves hung heavy with a darkness that had nothing to do with natural shade. Creatures that should have dwelt in mountains crept through the undergrowth, and paths that had been safe for generations became places where travelers vanished without explanation. The woodland elves felt it first. Thranduil's people had dwelt in the northern forest since the First Age, and they knew every mood of the wood as a man knows the moods of his oldest friend. They sent word south that the trees were sick, that something had taken root in the forest's heart and was spreading corruption like poison through living wood. Gandalf entered Mirkwood from the west in the year 1950. The change was unmistakable even in the outer reaches. Silence hung where birds should have sung, and the few animals he saw moved furtively, as if constantly watched by unseen eyes. The undergrowth grew thick with thorns and creeping vines that seemed to clutch at his robes as he passed. He walked south and east, following the pull of darkness that grew stronger with each league. The forest closed in around him, canopy so thick that even noon felt like twilight. Things moved in the shadows just beyond clear sight, keeping pace with his passage, but never showing themselves fully. On the fourth day he came to the hill. It rose from the forest floor like a tumor, bare rock crowned with ruins that had not been there a century before. Or perhaps the ruins had always been there, but something now dwelt within them. Something that drew the eye and repelled it simultaneously. Dol Guldur, the elves, were calling it already. The Hill of Sorcery, though what sorcery worked there remained hidden behind walls that seemed to shift and blur when looked at directly. No smoke rose from it, no sound issued from its gates, yet the wizard felt power radiating from the ruins like heat from forge fires. He did not approach openly. Whatever had taken residence, their possessed strength, he could not measure from this distance. And he had not come to confront it, but to understand what it was. He circled the hill at a distance of several leagues, reading the signs that darkness left in the land around it. The trees nearest the hill were dying, not dead yet but dying, their bark blackening and their leaves falling in seasons when they should have held green. The few streams that ran near the hill carried water that smelled of metal and decay. No birds nested in the surrounding forest, and the silence was absolute except for the whisper of wind through diseased branches. Gandalf felt the touch of malice as he completed his circuit. Something within those ruins sensed his presence and turned its attention toward him. A vast cold awareness that pressed against his mind like ice against bare skin. He had felt such malice before, in tales of the First Age and in the records of the Last Alliance. This was the touch of one who had served the Dark Lord, who had learned corruption in angbands, pits, and perfected it through ages of practice. The Necromancer, the elves called the power that dwelt here. They did not know its true name, and Gandalf had his suspicions, but no certainty. It might be one of the great servants Morgoth had commanded in the elder days, a sorcerer or corrupted Maya who had survived the wars and now crept back to power. Or it might be something worse, a possibility the wizard did not want to voice even to himself. He withdrew from the forest before that attention could focus fully upon him. Fighting this enemy alone and unprepared would accomplish nothing but his own destruction. And he had not walked Middle-earth for 900 years, only to throw his life away on hasty confrontation. Better to gather knowledge, to watch and learn, to understand the enemy's strength before attempting to oppose it. The journey back through Mirkwood took longer than the journey in. The forest itself seemed to resist his passage, paths twisting in ways they had not twisted before, roots rising to trip his feet, branches hanging low enough to catch his hat. The malice he had felt at Dol Guldur followed him like a hound following scent, never quite catching him, but never quite losing the trail. He emerged from the western eaves haggard and hungry, his grey robes torn by thorns and his staff scarred by encounters he would not speak of even to close friends. The woodland elves who found him on their borders brought him north to Thranduil's halls, and there he rested while his strength returned. The Elven King wanted to know what dwelt in his forest's heart. Gandalf could only say what he suspected, that one of the ancient evils had returned, that it gathered strength in secrecy, that it would grow more dangerous with each passing year. Whether it was Sauron himself or merely one of his servants, the wizard could not yet determine. But power dwelt in Dol Guldur, and it meant ill for all the free peoples. Thranduil spoke then of increasing his patrols, of forbidding his people from travelling south, of sending word to other realms that darkness had taken root in the forest's heart. But they both knew that warnings accomplished little without clearer understanding of what threatened them. The shadow in Dol Guldur remained hidden behind walls of sorcery, and until it chose to reveal itself, or someone found courage to penetrate those walls, the free peoples could only watch and wait. Gandalf left the woodland realm carrying knowledge that weighed heavier than any burden he had borne in 9 centuries of wandering. Evil had returned to Middle-earth, not as rumour but as present reality. It grew in strength while the free peoples remained ignorant of its true nature, and he alone among the Istari seemed to recognize the danger. The road led west toward lands where hobbits smoked their pipes in ignorance and rangers kept watch over borders they thought secure. He would bring them no alarm yet, for alarm without clear purpose bred only fear. But he would watch more carefully now and listen more intently, and begin the slow work of preparing hearts for trials they did not yet know approached. A century passed before the wise would listen. Gandalf brought his warnings to Rivendell in the year after discovering Dol Guldur, and Elrond received them with the gravity they deserved. But receiving warnings and acting upon them were different matters, and the Elf Lord counselled patience until more could be known. The wizard understood the hesitation. He had seen the ruins on the hill and felt the malice dwelling there, but he could not prove what power commanded that darkness. Without certainty, the wise would not commit to action that might prove premature or misdirected. So he returned to his wandering, watching the shadow in Mirkwood, while trying to gather evidence that would convince those who had the strength to oppose it. The decades that followed taught him frustration. The Necromancer remained hidden in Dol Guldur, and the corruption spreading through Mirkwood grew so gradually that each year's change seemed insignificant. Only by comparing the forest now to how it had been generations before could the extent of the rot be measured, and few had memories long enough to make that comparison. He travelled to Lothlorien and spoke with Galadriel. The Lady of the Wood listened with eyes that saw deeper than most, and she believed him when he said that ancient evil walked again. But even her belief could not translate into immediate action. The realms of the wise were scattered. Their strength diminished from what it had been in earlier ages, and gathering them to common purpose required time and diplomacy. The mortal kingdoms noticed the change in their own ways. Gondor reported increased orc raids from the mountains, and the northern realm found that paths through the wild grew more dangerous with each passing year. But these troubles seemed separate from each other, local difficulties rather than symptoms of a coordinated malice. Gandalf saw the pattern they could not see. Each isolated incident connected to others when viewed across the span of decades, drawing a picture of shadow spreading from a central source. The Necromancer was not merely dwelling in Dol Guldur, but reaching out from it, corrupting what it could touch, gathering servants, building strength for purposes not yet revealed. In the year 2000, he sought out Curamo. The other Istari had established himself in the south, and his knowledge of the enemy's works exceeded that of any other wizard. If anyone could confirm Gandalf's suspicions about what dwelt in Dol Guldur, it would be Saruman the White, whose studies had penetrated deeper into the lore of the rings and their maker than any living being. He found Curamo changed from their last meeting a century before. The White Wizard had grown in authority and bearing, and he spoke now with the assurance of one who had mastered knowledge others could barely comprehend. His robes were whiter than snow, his staff crowned with crystal, and his manner suggested that he had little time for concerns that could not be proven with absolute certainty. Gandalf shared what he had learned of Dol Guldur, and Saruman listened with an attention that seemed courteous but concealed impatience. When the Grey Wizard finished, the White offered his assessment with the confidence of superior wisdom. The Necromancer was likely one of the 9, a Nazgul who had taken residence in the abandoned fortress. Dangerous, certainly, but not the great threat that Gandalf seemed to fear. The dismissal stung more than open disagreement would have. Saruman implied without stating directly that Gandalf was seeing threats where only lesser evils existed, that long wandering among simple folk had dulled his ability to distinguish between various grades of darkness. Better to continue watching, the White Wizard counselled, and not raise alarm that might prove embarrassing when the threat revealed itself as manageable. But Galadriel thought differently. The lady had seen too much in her long years to dismiss warnings from one who walked the wild places and felt what others only studied. She sent word through the hidden paths that connected the realms of the wise, calling for counsel among those who still had strength to oppose the shadow. They gathered in Rivendell in the year 2050, Elrond as host, Galadriel from Lothlorien, Círdan from the Havens, Gandalf bearing his warnings, and Saruman arriving last with the bearing of one who came as a favour to lesser minds. Others attended whose names mattered less than their presence. Elves who remembered the First Age, those few whose wisdom ran deep enough to grasp what stakes they debated. The arguments stretched across days. Gandalf pressed for action against Dol Guldur, for investigation at minimum and assault if investigation confirmed his fears. Saruman counseled patience, arguing that premature action might drive the enemy deeper into hiding where it could not be watched. Galadriel spoke of the need to act before the shadow grew too strong, while Elrond mediated between conflicting urgencies. In the end, they reached compromise that satisfied none completely but all could accept. They would form a council, the White Council it came to be called, that would meet regularly to share knowledge and coordinate action against the shadow. Saruman would lead it by virtue of his deep learning, though Gandalf and Galadriel both possessed authority that rivaled his. They would watch Dol Guldur carefully, and when the moment seemed right, they would act. The years that followed brought mixed results. The council met at intervals, sharing news of shadows, movements, and debating endlessly about when action would be warranted. Saruman grew more insistent that the Necromancer was a lesser threat than Gandalf feared, though he never quite explained why he was so certain. Gandalf continued his wandering, but now he carried the knowledge that he did not stand alone. The wise had acknowledged the threat, even if they could not agree on its nature or the proper response. The White Council existed, and when the time came to strike at Dol Guldur, he would have allies whose strength exceeded his own. The year 2063 approached, and the wizard felt in his bones that the moment was arriving. The shadow in Mirkwood had grown bold enough that action could no longer be delayed without abandoning the forest to complete corruption. The council would meet again, and this time Gandalf would press for more than watching. This time they would act, and in acting would learn whether the Necromancer was truly one of the Nine or something far more terrible. The White Council came to Dol Guldur in the 63rd year after its founding. 13 years they had debated and watched, and in that time the shadow in Mirkwood had grown bold enough that even Saruman could no longer counsel patience. The Necromancer's servants ranged far from the hill now, and whole regions of the forest had fallen to corruption that seemed irreversible. Gandalf walked with power beside him for the first time since arriving in Middle-earth. Galadriel came from Lothlorien with Celeborn at her side, and the light of the Eldar seemed to shine from them even in the forest's gloom. Elrond brought warriors from Rivendell, elves who remembered the last alliance and had not forgotten how to wield their blades in righteous wrath. Theoden sent his strength, though he remained at the havens, and Saruman came robed in white with staff that blazed like captured starlight. They approached from 4 directions, closing on the hill like hunters surrounding dangerous prey. The forest fought them every step, trees moving to block paths, roots rising to trip feet, thorns tearing at robes and flesh. But the power gathered in the White Council exceeded any corruption the Necromancer had worked into the wood, and they pressed forward through resistance that would have turned back lesser force. The hill rose before them as they converged, and now they saw clearly what had been hidden behind veils of sorcery. A fortress crowned the summit, built from black stone in a style that belonged to no mortal realm. Its towers clawed at the sky like fingers, and its gates stood open as if inviting entry into darkness that promised only horror. Gandalf felt the malice focused upon them now, no longer hidden but turned fully toward those who dared approach its dwelling. The weight of that attention pressed down like physical force, and he understood suddenly how terrible the Necromancer's full power must be if this was only the shadow of its regard. Saruman struck first. The white wizard raised his staff and spoke words in a tongue older than the common speech, and light blazed from the crystal crown as if a star had fallen from heaven. The darkness around Dol Guldur recoiled from that light, and for a moment the trees themselves seemed to straighten, as if remembering what they had been before corruption took them. Then Galadriel added her strength to his. The Lady of Lothlorien bore Nenya openly now, and the ring of adamant shone on her hand like captured moonlight. Where her power touched the forest, life returned, green shoots pushing through diseased bark, streams running clear again, birds daring to sing for the first time in decades. Gandalf drew on Narya's fire. The ring burned on his finger, and he channeled its strength, not to destroy, but to kindle courage in those who fought beside him. The elven warriors felt his power bolstering their hearts, driving out fear that the Necromancer sent like poison into their minds. They pressed forward with renewed determination, blades bright in hands that would not falter. The assault on the fortress itself came like thunder after long waiting. Elrond led the warriors through gates that had stood open in mocking invitation, and they found within chambers that defied mortal architecture. Stairs led both up and down from the same landing, walls met at angles that hurt the eye, and darkness pooled in corners deeper than any natural shadow. Things dwelt in that darkness. Servants of the Necromancer came forth, creatures twisted from forms that might once have been elven or human, wraiths that had no substance yet struck with cold that froze blood in veins, spirits bound to the fortress by sorcery too foul to contemplate. The elves fought them with blade and song, driving back corruption with the light that still dwelt in hearts that remembered Valinor, the undying lands. Gandalf climbed toward the fortress's crown, following the pull of malice that drew him upward through the twisting passages. He knew now with certainty what dwelt here, though he had not spoken the name even to Galadriel. The Necromancer was no servant of the enemy, but the enemy himself. Sauron returned from his long hiding, gathering strength in secrecy while the wise debated and delayed. The throne room stood empty when he reached it. Empty of life, at least, though the walls themselves seemed alive with malice, and the throne hewn from black stone still held the impression of one who had sat there in dominion. The wizard felt the presence that had dwelt here, felt how vast its power had grown during decades of secret labor, and understood with sinking certainty that they had come too late. Sauron had fled before them, not in fear but in timing, abandoning this fortress because his purposes here were accomplished, and other plans called him elsewhere. The assault on Dol Guldur had driven him out, but he had chosen to be driven, had allowed them this victory because it cost him nothing and bought him something more valuable. Confirmation that the wise would act only when their delay had already granted him what he needed. Gandalf stood in the empty throne room and felt the hollowness of their triumph. They would burn this fortress and cleanse the hill of its corruption, would drive the Necromancer's servants from Mirkwood and restore what could be restored. The White Council would declare victory and return to their realms, believing they had struck a blow against the shadow. But the wizard knew better. They had accomplished nothing except to drive the fox from one den while it ran to another they had not discovered. Sauron lived and planned and gathered strength somewhere beyond their sight. and the centuries of his dwelling in Dol Guldur had purchased him advantages they could not yet measure. The others joined him, eventually, weapons bloodied and faces grim but triumphant. They spoke of victory won and evil driven forth, of how the forest would heal now that the Shadow's heart had been cut from it. Saruman seemed particularly satisfied, as if the assault's success confirmed wisdom he had long held. Only Galadriel met Gandalf's eyes and understood what he left unspoken. The lady had looked into her mirror and seen possibilities that others could not see, and she knew, as the Grey Wizard knew, that this day marked not an ending but a beginning. The Necromancer would return, perhaps not to Dol Guldur, but to some other place where his plans could ripen without the wise watching so closely. They burned the fortress 3 days later. Saruman called down fire that consumed the black stone, and Galadriel sang songs that cleansed the hill of corruption that had soaked into its very rock. The flames burned for a week, visible from leagues away, and when they finally died, the hills stood bare and smoking beneath the sky. The White Council departed, believing their work complete. They had driven out the Necromancer and cleansed his dwelling, had saved Mirkwood from the shadow that threatened to consume it entirely. They would return to their realms and resume their long vigil, confident that evil had been checked and the free peoples granted respite. Gandalf walked away from Dol Guldur, knowing they had been deceived. Sauron had used them as surely as a craftsman uses tools, allowing them their victory because it served his purposes. The Grey Wizard did not speak this knowledge aloud. For what good would it do except to undermine the confidence their success had granted? Better to let them believe they had won, while he alone carried the burden of understanding how thoroughly they had been outmaneuvered. The forest breathed easier in the years that followed. Mirkwood remained darkened in its southern reaches, but the corruption that had spread like poison through living wood began slowly to recede. Trees that had twisted under the Necromancer's malice straightened again, and streams that had run foul cleared enough that animals returned to drink from their banks. The free peoples called it the Watchful Peace, though Gandalf thought the name ironic. Peace suggested safety, and he felt no safety in the years after Dol Guldur's burning. The Necromancer had fled, certainly, but fled to where and for what purpose remained questions that troubled the wizard's sleep. He walked the roads as he had always walked them, staff in hand and grey robes worn from travel. To those who saw him pass, he seemed unchanged, the same wandering old man who appeared and disappeared unpredictably, who brought fireworks to hobbit festivals and counsel to those who sought it. But the rangers who knew him best saw the difference in how his eyes scanned horizons, the questions he asked about lands he had not visited recently. The hobbits noticed nothing amiss. The Shire flourished in those years, villages growing prosperous, gardens yielding abundantly, and the simple pleasures of pipe, weed, and good ale continuing undisturbed. Gandalf sat on their doorsteps and smoked with them, listening to gossip about matters that would have seemed trivial to those who fought at Dol Guldur, but which mattered intensely to those whose lives revolved around such concerns. He understood now why he had been sent last among the Istari and why Theoden had given him Narya. The hobbits represented what all his wandering defended. Not grand kingdoms or ancient lore, but the simple goodness of ordinary folk living ordinary lives. When shadow threatened to consume Middle-earth, Their small flames would need kindling more than any others, for they burned without knowing they burned, and their light was all the purer for that ignorance. The mortal kingdoms grew stronger in the peace that followed the Necromancer's departure. Gondor extended its borders and built new fortresses along the Anduin, while the northern realm repaired roads and welcomed merchants who had avoided the wild country during the decades of growing shadow. Both kingdoms sent patrols through lands that had been too dangerous to enter, reclaiming what had been abandoned to darkness. Gandalf watched their confidence grow and said nothing to undermine it. Let them build and strengthen while they could, for the time would come when they would need every wall they raised and every sword they forged. The peace was real, even if its foundations were uncertain, and he would not poison it with warnings about threats he could not yet prove existed. The White Council met less frequently now. Saruman spoke with satisfaction about the Necromancer's expulsion, and most of the council seemed content that their vigilance had proven effective. Only Galadriel met Gandalf's eyes across their councils and understood the doubt he would not voice openly. The lady knew, as he knew, that Sauron had not been destroyed, but merely displaced, and that displaced enemies were often more dangerous than those who stood in plain sight. The wizard travelled more widely in those years, visiting places he had not seen in centuries. He went south beyond Gondor's borders, walking through lands where the sun burned hotter and different peoples dwelt. He went east along roads that led toward realms the western kingdoms barely acknowledged existed, learning what he could of how Shadow's reach extended into regions the White Council never discussed. What he learned troubled him. The Necromancer might have been driven from Mirkwood, but corruption spread through other channels that the assault on Dol Guldur had not touched. Evil worked in the east where no eyes watched it, and whispers reached him of dark temples and subjugated peoples, of kingdoms that had fallen to tyranny more subtle than outright conquest. He brought these concerns to the council when they met in 2080, but Saruman dismissed them as beyond their mandate. The Astari had been sent to oppose Sauron specifically, the White Wizard argued, not to remedy every ill that afflicted Middle-earth. Let the peoples of the East manage their own affairs, and the Council would focus on the threats that directly endangered the realms of the West. Gandalf held his peace, but disagreed silently. Evil did not respect the boundaries that the wise drew on their maps, and corruption ignored the distinctions between peoples deemed worthy of defense and those judged beyond concern. But he had learned, in 1,000 years of wandering, that some arguments could not be won through words, and he would spend his strength where it would accomplish something rather than waste it in debates that would change no minds. The Shire remained his refuge through all the decades of the watchful peace. He returned there often, drawn by the hobbits' uncomplicated goodness and their utter lack of interest in the great affairs that consumed other people's attention. They wanted to know if he had any new fireworks, whether he had heard any good stories in his travels, and would he please stay for supper because the roast was nearly ready and there was plenty to share. He stayed for many suppers in those years. The hobbits fed him and smoked with him and asked nothing in return except perhaps a tale or two before bed. Their generosity came without calculation, their friendship without expectation of advantage, and in their company the burden of knowledge he carried grew lighter for a time. The century drew toward its close, and the peace held. Gandalf knew it could not last forever. No peace in Middle-earth's history had lasted forever. but he hoped it would last long enough for the Free Peoples to regain strength they would need when Shadow returned. For return it would, as certainly as winter followed autumn. And when it came, the trials ahead would test every heart he had spent these long years learning to understand and preparing to defend. The grey wizard walked the quiet roads beneath stars that wheeled overhead in patterns older than any kingdom. And he waited with the patience that immortals learned but mortals could never quite master. The peace would end when it ended, and until then he would do what he had always done. Walk and watch and keep the small flames burning against the dark that would inevitably come. The second century of peace passed like a long breath held and released slowly. Gandalf walked roads so familiar now that his feet knew every stone, every ford, every inn where the ale was good and the company better. The land had settled into a rhythm that felt almost eternal, as if the troubles of earlier years had been merely a bad dream from which Middle-earth had finally awakened. The Shire became his true home in those decades, though he owned no hole and claimed no garden. He was simply there often enough that hobbits stopped remarking on his arrivals and departures, accepting him as part of the landscape like the party tree or the water. Children who had marveled at his fireworks grew old and showed them to their grandchildren. And still the wizard appeared each spring with new wonders that lit the night sky. He learned their families so thoroughly that he could trace any hobbit's lineage back 6 generations, without consulting the records they kept so meticulously. The Tooks were his favorites for their adventurous spirit, though adventure for hobbits meant traveling to Bree rather than crossing mountains. The Bagginses represented respectability taken to its logical extreme, so proper that even their scandals were polite. The Brandybucks dwelt near the river and were consequently strange, though their strangeness manifested mostly in willingness to take boats out on the water. One spring he helped a young hobbit plant a garden. The lad was perhaps 30 years old, barely of age by hobbit reckoning, and he had inherited a hole whose previous owner had let the grounds run wild. Gandalf spent 3 days beside him, turning soil and pulling weeds, offering advice about what grew well in that particular plot, and what would only bring disappointment. The work was simple and utterly purposeless by the standards that governed great councils and kingdom politics. But the wizard found more satisfaction in helping that garden grow than he had felt driving the Necromancer from Dol Guldur. The fortress assault had accomplished nothing lasting, but this garden would feed the young hobbit and his family for years to come, would teach his children how to tend growing things, would be part of the Shire's quiet continuity long after Gandalf had sailed west. He began teaching tricks to hobbit children in those years. Not great magic. He would never burden them with power they did not need, but small wonders that delighted without overwhelming. How to make smoke rings that held their shape impossibly long, how to light a candle with a gesture, how to tell when rain was coming by the way the wind smelled. The children learned eagerly, and though their adult caution eventually overtook their childhood wonder, they remembered the wizard who had shown them that the world held more mysteries than their parents acknowledged. The rangers found him often in the Shire during this century. They would appear at the borders seeking counsel or simply news of what he had learned in his wandering. And he would walk out to meet them so the hobbits need not know how vigilantly they were guarded. The rangers reported that the wildlands remained quiet, that the creatures which had multiplied during the Necromancer's residence in Mirkwood were declining to more natural numbers, Gandalf shared what little he had learned of the East and South, the rumors that troubled him but which he could not substantiate with evidence the rangers could act upon. They listened with the respect of those who had learned to trust his instincts, but they too seemed lulled by the peace that had held now for decades without significant interruption. The wizard travelled north to Rivendell one autumn and found Elrond in his gardens, walking among late-blooming flowers with the unhurried grace of one for whom seasons meant little. They spoke of the peace and what it might portend, whether the necromancer's expulsion had truly broken his power, or merely scattered it to places they could not observe. Elrond thought the peace would last longer than Gandalf feared. The Elf Lord had seen similar patterns before, evil rising, being driven back, and requiring centuries to gather strength again. This time might follow that pattern, granting the free people's respite enough to rebuild what had been weakened. The wizard wanted to believe him, but could not shake the sense that something was wrong with how easily the necromancer had abandoned Dol Guldur. He went to Lothlorien less often now. The journey was long, and the lady's mirror showed too much that he was not ready to see. Galadriel would look at him with eyes that penetrated all his careful optimism and speak truths he did not want to hear. That the peace was an illusion. That Sauron worked in secret while they congratulated themselves on victory. That the trials ahead would be worse, for the delay the watchful peace granted their enemy. So he stayed mostly in the Shire and the northern lands, walking roads that felt safe even to one who knew how little safety existed anywhere in Middle-earth. He smoked his pipe on hobbit doorsteps and told stories that made children laugh, and he tried not to think about the empty throne room in Dol Guldur and the presents that had fled before the White Council arrived. The century drew toward its close with harvests abundant and gardens flourishing. The hobbits celebrated as they always celebrated, with feasts and songs and the comfortable conviction that tomorrow would be much like today. Gandalf sat among them and smiled and applauded their songs, and he hoped with desperate intensity that they were right, that the world would let them keep their gardens and their peace for longer than his fears suggested was possible. But hope was not certainty. Uncertainty was what troubled his nights when he camped alone under stars that had seen empires rise and fall. The peace held for now, and he would defend it as long as it could be defended. Yet he knew, as surely as he knew his own name, that shadow gathered in places beyond his sight, and when it returned it would fall hardest on those who had no conception of the evil that desired their destruction. "200 years made him part of the Shire's fabric in ways no outsider had ever achieved. Gandalf was no longer the strange wizard who appeared unpredictably but simply Gandalf, expected at certain seasons and welcomed whenever he chose to arrive. Hobbit mothers told their children that if they were good, perhaps the wizard would come for their birthday with fireworks. Farmers knew that if their harvest looked poor, the old man might appear and offer advice that somehow made the difference between hunger and plenty. He learned their wisdom in those centuries, and it was wisdom of a kind the elves did not possess for all their ancient lore. Hobbits knew how to be content with what they had, how to find joy in the turning of seasons and the company of friends. They understood that a well-tended garden mattered more than a well-ordered kingdom, that good pipe, weed, and better beer were treasures worth more than gold in distant vaults. One summer he helped repair a mill whose wheel had cracked during spring flooding. The work took 3 weeks, and he spent them alongside the miller and his sons. hands learning the feel of tools and the rhythm of honest labor. The hobbits taught him how to fit wood so it would hold against the river's pressure, how to judge when the grain was ready to be ground, how to know by sound alone when the stones needed dressing. The miller's youngest son asked him once why a wizard bothered with such common work. Gandalf packed his pipe before answering, lighting it with a gesture that made the boy's eyes widen slightly. He said that magic was well enough for some purposes, but mills turned by craft and care, and there was no spell that could replace a wheelwright's knowledge earned through generations of practice. The festivals became his calendar. He marked years not by the dates the scholars recorded, but by which hobbit families celebrated what events. The Tooks threw their grand party in the fall, and he made certain to attend with fireworks that grew more spectacular each year. The Brandybucks held their feast after the hay was in, and his presence there became tradition enough that they set a place for him whether he had confirmed his attendance or not. Children grew up knowing him, then had children of their own who knew him, and still he appeared unchanged, except for perhaps a few more wrinkles around his eyes when he smiled. The hobbits found this mildly peculiar, but no more troubling than the fact that he was taller than they were, or that he could make smoke rings do impossible things. Wizards were simply different, and this particular wizard was theirs in a way that made them quietly proud. He learned the art of visiting properly in those years. Hobbits had strict ideas about how visits should be conducted, arriving at appropriate times, staying neither too long nor too short, bringing small gifts that acknowledged the relationship without being ostentatious. The wizard mastered these customs until he could enter any hole in the Shire and navigate the social intricacies as smoothly as any hobbit born. The gift-giving particularly appealed to him. He would bring toys he had carved during long nights camping under stars, puzzles that challenged young minds without frustrating them, books from places the hobbits had never heard of, but which their curious ones devoured eagerly. In return, he received pipe, weed, and preserves, knitted scarves for winter travel, and seed cakes wrapped in cloth that stayed fresh for weeks on the road. One autumn, a young hobbit lass showed him her first garden, planted and tended entirely by her own hands. She was perhaps 25, barely more than a child by their reckoning, and she walked him through each row, explaining what grew where and why she had chosen to plant things in that particular order. The wizard listened with attention he might have given to Elrond discussing ancient lore, understanding that this knowledge was no less valuable for being concerned with turnips rather than kingdoms. The garden was beautiful in its simple order. Each plant had the space it needed. The rows were straight enough to please the eye without being rigid, and the young hobbit had placed flowers among the vegetables for no reason except that they made her happy when she worked there. Gandalf blessed the garden before he left, a small working of the kind hobbits never quite noticed, but which ensured the plants would flourish beyond what weather and care alone could accomplish. He understood by the middle of this century what the Valar had known when they sent him to Middle-earth. The great powers could defend themselves, had defended themselves through ages of conflict, and needed no wizard to teach them courage they already possessed. But the hobbits needed someone who saw their worth, who recognized that their simple goodness was worth defending as much as any kingdom's glory. The rangers who guarded the Shire's borders from threats the hobbits never saw understood this too. They met with Gandalf at appointed times, and he shared with them what gold he carried so they could buy supplies without entering the Shire and alarming its peaceful inhabitants. The rangers took his coin and returned to their watching, knowing that their vigil protected folk who would never thank them because they would never know danger had been turned aside. The years passed in this rhythm of festivals and gardens, of fireworks and pipeweed, of simple pleasures repeated until they became the foundation of something stronger than all the fortresses in Gondor. Gandalf walked the Shire's lanes under stars that wheeled overhead unchanged since the world's beginning. And he knew that when darkness finally came again, these small flames would need kindling more than any others. The hobbits smoked their pipes and tended their gardens and trusted that tomorrow would be much like today. The wizard smoked with them and smiled and said nothing about the shadows he sensed gathering beyond their green borders. Let them have their peace while it lasted. For peace earned through innocence was no less valuable than peace earned through vigilance. And perhaps in the end it mattered more. The lands north of the Shire held silence that spoke of emptiness where kingdoms once had stood. Gandalf walked those hills and valleys in the 26th century of the Third Age, and he read in their contours the story of Arna's slow decline. Furnest had fallen to darkness decades before, its king slain and its people scattered. The northern realm existed now only as memory and as the scattered, rangers who kept watch over lands that remembered their former glory. He met them in the wild places where no hobbits ventured and few other folk dared travel. The rangers came and went like shadows, appearing suddenly beside his campfires and departing before dawn without trace of their presence. They were the last remnants of the Dunedain in the north, descendants of kings who now lived as homeless wanderers, defending a people who did not know they needed defending. Their captain in those years was a man named Arador, stern-faced and grey-bearded, bearing the weight of his people's decline in the set of his shoulders. He spoke little and smiled less, but his eyes missed nothing that moved in the lands he guarded. When Gandalf met him on a ridge overlooking the east road, they stood together watching the empty hills without need for many words. The rangers asked for little beyond the counsel the wizard could offer, and the gold that bought supplies they could not forage from the wild. They lived hard lives in service to a cause that would never be celebrated, protecting borders that existed more in their hearts than on any map. Their grandfathers had been lords in stone halls, but they were hunters and trackers who slept under stars and counted themselves fortunate if the night passed without alarm. Gandalf learned their ways during long months spent ranging with them through the northern wilderness. They showed him the signs that spoke of danger approaching, tracks that should not exist in these lands, evidence of creatures moving with purpose rather than random wandering, the subtle wrongness that warned of evil's presence before it revealed itself openly. In return, he taught them what he knew of the enemy's patterns, how darkness worked through corruption and patience rather than overwhelming force. He spoke of Dol Guldur and what had dwelt there, of how the Necromancer had been driven out but not destroyed, of the need for vigilance even in times when no immediate threat showed itself. The rangers understood better than most what such warnings meant. They had lived with the consequences of vigilance, abandoned, had watched their kingdom fall because not enough strength remained to hold it. They would not let the Shire fall the same way, would not allow the hobbits, innocence to be shattered by evils that could be turned aside through sacrifice that none would witness. One winter Gandalf travelled with a small company tracking creatures that had come down from the northern mountains. Snow fell heavy that season, and they followed the tracks for 3 weeks through conditions that would have killed lesser men. The rangers never complained about the cold or the short rations, simply endured what needed enduring until the hunt was done. They found the creatures denning in ruins that had once been a watchtower of Arnar. The fight was brief and brutal, the kind of violence that served no glory but prevented horror from reaching lands where children played in gardens. The rangers burned the bodies after and said prayers in a language the hobbits would not have recognized, honoring duty that demanded everything and offered nothing but the knowledge that it was necessary. Gandalf sat with them afterward around a fire built in the ruins they had just cleansed. The rangers shared what food remained and spoke little, their faces showing the exhaustion that came not from the fight but from the endless succession of fights that stretched behind and ahead of them. The wizard understood then the true cost of the peace the Shire enjoyed. Not the grand battles sung in songs, but these small, desperate struggles in forgotten places. He brought news to them from the wider world, speaking of Gondor's strength and the elven realms that endured. The rangers listened with the attention of those who had little contact with the lands they defended, and they asked questions that showed how isolated their vigil had become. They were the last of their people, and they knew it with the certainty that came from counting their dwindling numbers. Yet they did not despair. The rangers had chosen this path, knowing it led to no restoration of their kingdom, no return to the glory their ancestors had known. They served because service was what remained when glory was gone, because someone had to stand between the darkness and the innocent, even if the innocent never knew the threat existed. Spring came eventually, and Gandalf returned to the Shire. Walking across borders the rangers maintained without acknowledgement or thanks. The hobbits welcomed him as they always did, offering food and asking about his travels. He told them nothing of the creatures in the north or the men who had died defending passes the hobbits did not know existed. The years that followed brought him often to the wild lands where the rangers kept their watch. He became a fixture at their scattered camps, appearing when supplies ran low or when his counsel was needed about signs they had discovered. They came to trust him as they trusted few outsiders, understanding that he shared their purpose even if his methods differed from theirs. The Northern Watch continued, season after season, year after year, a vigil that would not end until either the darkness was finally defeated or the last ranger fell in service to a people who would never quite understand what had been done for them. Gandalf walked between the watched and the watchers, carrying news and hope and the small acts of support that made the difference between endurance and collapse. The Shire remained at peace, its gardens flourishing and its festivals continuing in blissful ignorance of how much blood was shed to maintain that peace. The wizard understood now that this was how it must be, the innocent defended by the knowing, the simple protected by the wise, the light preserved by those who stood in darkness so others need not face it. Merchants came west in the 27th century carrying more than trade goods. They brought stories that troubled those who listened carefully, tales that grew darker the farther east they originated. Gandalf heard these whispers in markets and inns, piecing together fragments that painted a picture none of the individual speakers could see. A silk trader from beyond the sea of runes spoke of cities that had closed their gates against no visible enemy. The man had travelled those routes for 30 years and knew every caravanserai between the eastern mountains. and the coasts where ships sailed to lands the West had never mapped. But villages he had visited annually now stood empty, and gates that had always opened to traders remained barred without explanation. The trader could not say what had driven the inhabitants away. No armies had marched, no plagues had swept the region, no natural disaster had struck. People had simply abandoned homes their families had occupied for generations, taking what they could carry and leaving everything else to dust and silence. When pressed about where the refugees had gone, the merchant shrugged helplessly and said only that those who fled would not speak of what they fled from. Gandalf heard similar accounts from others that season. A dwarf who had been trading in the south reported that the roads near Herod had grown dangerous in ways that could not be attributed to common bandits. Caravans disappeared without trace, and the few survivors who reached safety spoke of being hunted by something that moved, faster than natural creatures, and killed without the usual motives of robbery or territorial defense. In the markets of Bree he met a woman who had come from Far Dale, travelling west along routes that had taken her months to walk. She sought refuge in lands she had heard still held some measure of safety, and she spoke in hushed tones of darkness spreading through forests east of Mirkwood. The trees themselves were changing, she said, growing twisted and hostile as if some corruption seeped up through their roots. The wizard gathered these fragments like a scholar assembling a broken text. Each story alone meant little. Refugees fled troubled regions in every age, and bandits plagued lonely roads, regardless of whether greater evils stirred. But taken together, the accounts suggested a pattern of darkness spreading outward from some central source. Touching lands the White Council had never considered worth watching. He brought his concerns to Elrond that autumn, riding to Rivendell through valleys where leaves turned gold and the air carried the bite of coming winter. The elf lord listened with the patience of one who had heard many warnings over many centuries, some justified and others merely the products of mortal anxiety. They sat in Elrond's library, where scrolls lined walls and starlight fell through windows that never needed shuttering. The wizard spoke of the eastern troubles and what patterns he detected in the scattered reports. Elrond agreed the news was troubling, but cautioned against drawing conclusions from incomplete evidence. The East had always been turbulent, its peoples given to conflicts the Western realms rarely understood. Gandalf accepted the counsel, but could not shake his unease. The Necromancer had been driven from Dol Guldur nearly 600 years before, and in that time the White Council had heard nothing to suggest he had returned to power. Yet evil did not simply vanish when defeated. It regrouped and rebuilt, often in places where none thought to look for it. He wondered if Sauron had gone east after fleeing Mirkwood, establishing himself in regions beyond the vigilance of those who had opposed him before. The East was vast and largely unknown to the Western realms, full of peoples and kingdoms that had never acknowledged the authority of Gondor or the wisdom of Rivendell. In such lands, a power bent on secrecy could work for centuries without detection. Default text, the question was, what could be done about threats so distant and poorly understood? The White Council's strength, such as it was, focused on the west. They watched Mordor and what remained of Mirkwood's shadow, guarded the passes through the mountains and the roads that connected the free peoples. Extending their vigil east would strain resources that already seemed inadequate for the territories they currently defended. Winter that year was harsh in the northern lands. Gandalf spent it mostly in the Shire, where hobbits complained cheerfully about the snow and worried that spring planting might be delayed. Their concerns were immediate and comprehensible. Whether the seed stores would last, if the sheep would survive in the frozen fields, when the ice on the water would thaw enough for the mill to turn again. He envied them their simple worries, even as he protected them from knowledge of darker troubles. The hobbits deserved their innocence, deserved to fret about seeds and sheep rather than shadows spreading through distant lands. That was why he had come to Middle-earth, not to burden the simple with complexity, but to defend their simplicity against forces that would corrupt or destroy it. Spring brought new merchants with new stories. The pattern continued unchanged, villages abandoned, roads grown dangerous, a sense of wrongness spreading through regions that had been stable for generations. Gandalf recorded what he heard in memory more reliable than any written account, building his understanding of how shadow moved when none watched it directly. He met with rangers that summer and shared what he had learned. They listened gravely and promised to extend their ranging if possible, though they admitted their strength was spread thin already. The North demanded constant vigilance, and they could spare few men for investigating rumors from lands none of them had ever seen. The wizard understood the limitation. The free peoples had barely enough strength to defend what they held, and worrying about distant threats accomplished nothing but distraction from immediate dangers. Yet he could not abandon the sense that something significant was happening beyond their sight, that the peace they enjoyed was purchased partly through willful ignorance of troubles that would eventually demand their attention. The century drew toward its close with the eastern rumors continuing unchanged, always present, never quite concrete enough to justify action, troubling to those few who paid attention, but dismissed by most as the inevitable chaos of distant lands. Gandalf walked the roads and listened and worried, knowing that time would reveal whether his concerns were justified or merely the product of excessive caution earned through too many centuries of watching for shadows that might not exist. The whispers grew louder in the 28th century, though they remained whispers still. Gandalf felt the change, first not through reports or evidence, but through the weight that pressed upon his spirit when he walked certain roads. The air tasted wrong in ways he could not name, and the stars seemed dimmer than they had been even a decade before. He began traveling alone more often in those years, leaving the comfortable paths between Shire and Rivendell to venture into lands where few travelers went. The wild country east of the Misty Mountains drew him repeatedly, though he found nothing there he could point to as proof of his growing unease. The forests were darker perhaps, the streams running colder, but these were subtle shifts that might simply reflect the turning of seasons, rather than the approach of evil. Yet the feeling persisted. Something watched from places he could not see, something that knew he searched for it, and took pleasure in remaining just beyond his detection. The sensation was familiar from his encounter with Dol Guldur, centuries before. That sense of vast malice focused upon him, studying him as a predator studies prey before deciding whether to strike. He sought signs that would confirm his suspicions. In abandoned villages, he found marks scratched into walls that had not been there on his previous visits, symbols that belonged to no language he knew, but which carried menace in their very shapes. At crossroads in the deep forest he discovered stones arranged in patterns that suggested ritual rather than chance, though what rituals and for what purpose he could not determine. The rangers reported similar findings when he met with them that autumn. Their patrols had discovered altars in the wild, crude structures built from forest stone and stained with substances that might have been blood. The altars were old, perhaps decades old, but they were being tended by someone or something that cleared away the undergrowth and left offerings that rotted in the rain. Winter brought darker discoveries. A ranger company found a village in the hills north of the Weather Hills where all the inhabitants had vanished overnight. Food remained on tables. Fires burned low in hearths. Animals stood in their pens waiting to be fed. But not a single person remained, and no tracks led away from the houses to show where they might have gone. Gandalf travelled to the village and walked its empty streets while snow fell silent around him. The wrongness here was palpable, a thickness in the air that made breathing difficult and thought sluggish. He felt the same presence he had sensed in other places. Stronger here because whatever had happened recently, and the wound it left in the world had not yet begun to heal. He found marks inside the houses that the rangers had not noticed. Scratches on door frames at heights no mortal hand could reach. Stains on floors that formed patterns when viewed from above. Symbols carved into hearthstones that should have been too hard for any normal tool to mark. Someone had prepared this village for what had happened here, had worked corruption into its very foundations until the inhabitants were vulnerable to whatever darkness finally claimed them. The wizard spoke to no one of what he found. What would he say? That he felt evil growing but could not locate its source. That villagers vanished but left no evidence of what had taken them. That marks appeared in the wild but pointed toward no enemy that swords could strike. The White Council would listen politely and counsel patience, and the mortal kingdoms would demand proof before committing forces to threats they could not see. So he walked alone through lands growing colder with more than winter's chill. He marked the places where corruption seemed strongest, drawing maps in his memory of a darkness that spread like ink in water, visible only in how it stained what it touched. The pattern suggested a center somewhere to the east, a source from which the corruption flowed, but distances were vast and his strength was finite. Spring came late that year and brought little relief. The lands that had felt wrong in winter felt worse in spring's warmth, as if seasonal renewal only highlighted how the natural order was being twisted. Trees budded reluctantly, and animals that should have been raising young seemed listless and afraid. Even the hobbits noticed that something was off, though they attributed it to unusual weather rather than anything more sinister. Gandalf spent less time in the Shire during this period, though his absence troubled him as much as the shadows he hunted. The hobbits needed him, needed the reassurance his presence provided and the simple joy his fireworks brought. But he could not shake the conviction that greater threats were gathering, and if he did not find them before they revealed themselves fully, all the gardens in the Shire would burn before adequate defense could be mounted. He met with Elrond twice that year, riding to Rivendell with reports of what he had discovered and fears he could not quite justify. The Elf Lord listened with concern that went deeper than his previous responses, and he admitted that his own servants had brought similar accounts from regions they patrolled. Something was changing in Middle-earth. Some presence that had been absent or dormant was making itself felt again. They discussed whether the time had come to call the White Council, but decided against it. Saruman would demand evidence they could not provide, and Galadriel's mirror showed only possibilities rather than certainties. Better to continue gathering information until the pattern became clear enough that action could be directed with purpose rather than scattered in response to vague unease. The century drew toward its close with Gandalf, no closer to answers than he had been at its beginning. The whispers continued, the wrongness spread, and his worry mounted like water behind a dam that must eventually break. He walked the roads under stars that seemed to dim with each passing year, and he waited with dread patience for the moment when whispers would become shouts and the shadow would finally show its face. The years between 2600 and 2700 earned their reputation as the deepest quiet Middle-earth had known since the Second Age ended. Gandalf walked through that quiet like a man walking through fog, never quite certain whether the stillness meant true peace or merely the calm before storms too vast to imagine. The Shire flourished in those decades beyond anything he had seen in his previous visits. Gardens yielded abundantly without the effort that farming usually demanded, and the hobbits grew prosperous enough that even the poorest families ate well and had leaf to spare for their pipes. Children played in fields that stretched farther each year as new lands were cleared and planted, and the population swelled until villages became small towns. He attended more festivals than he could count in those years. Every family of any standing hosted celebrations that required fireworks, and the wizard obliged them all with displays that grew elaborate as his understanding of their preferences deepened. The Tooks wanted spectacle and grandeur, rockets that climbed high before exploding in cascades of color. The Bagginses preferred elegance and precision, carefully timed sequences that demonstrated artistic control. The Brandybucks enjoyed novelty, fireworks that did unexpected things and made everyone laugh with surprise. The work was simple and brought him joy that more serious pursuits often lacked. He would arrive at a party with his cart loaded with carefully wrapped packages, and hobbit children would gather round-eyed watching him unpack the treasures. Their excitement was pure and uncomplicated, unmarred by the sophistication that made other peoples appreciate spectacle less freely. One summer he spent 3 months teaching a young Took how to make proper smoke rings. The lad was perhaps 40 years old, curious and bright, with the adventurous spirit that ran in his family's blood. He wanted to learn the trick of making smoke hold shapes longer than natural dissipation allowed, and Gandalf showed him the breathing technique and the precise lip movements required. The teaching took patience. The young hobbit struggled with the coordination at first, producing only shapeless puffs that dissolved immediately. But he persisted with determination that reminded the wizard why he loved these people, and eventually his rings began holding their shapes for seconds, then minutes. The day he managed to blow 3 interlocking rings that drifted across the garden, still holding their formation. His shout of triumph brought half the village running to see what miracle had occurred. The mortal kingdoms prospered during this century as well. Gondor's borders expanded eastward, and new fortresses rose along the Anduin to guard against threats that seemed increasingly theoretical. The northern rangers reported fewer incursions than in any period since Furnest had fallen, and even their grim captain, Arador, admitted in a rare moment of reflection that perhaps the peace would hold longer than they had feared. Gandalf wanted to believe him. The evidence of his eyes suggested that Middle-earth had truly entered an age of tranquility that might last for generations. Crops grew, children thrived, the roads were safe for merchants and travelers, and the wild places had been tamed enough that even the cautious ventured into them without expecting disaster. Yet something in him refused to settle into that comfort. The wizard had lived too long and seen too many cycles of peace and war to trust appearances completely. The very depth of the quiet troubled him, the way it seemed too perfect, as if someone had arranged it deliberately to lull vigilance into slumber. He voiced these concerns to no one. What would he say? That peace troubled him because it was too peaceful. That prosperity worried him because it came too icily. The rangers would think him mad. The hobbits would dismiss him as a warrior who could not accept good fortune. And the White Council would counsel him to enjoy respite while it lasted rather than searching for shadows in sunlight. So he accepted the gifts the hobbits pressed upon him and smoked the excellent leaf they grew in quantities that exceeded all demand. He walked the safe roads and watched the children playing in fields that had been dangerous a century before. He attended the festivals and lit the fireworks and told the stories that made everyone laugh. And he tried to ignore the voice in his mind that whispered this peace was bought at some price he had not yet discovered. The year 2700 arrived with harvests so abundant that the hobbits ran out of storage and had to build new barns to hold the surplus. They celebrated with festivals that lasted weeks, and Gandalf provided fireworks that exhausted his supplies and left him genuinely pleased with the joy he had helped create. The hobbit children who watched those displays would remember them all their lives, would tell their own children about the night the sky itself seemed to catch fire with colors that no natural sunset could match. But when the celebrations ended and the wizard walked alone under stars that still troubled him with their dimness, he wondered what price the future would demand for this perfect present, and whether any of them were prepared to pay it. The first sign came from the south in the winter of 2701. A merchant who traded between Gondor and the northern settlements brought word that the watch on Mordor's borders had reported lights moving in the mountains where no light should be. Not fires exactly, the merchant said, but a glow that pulsed like breathing, visible only on moonless nights when the darkness was absolute. Gandalf heard the account and felt ice settle in his chest. He had been waiting for something like this, dreading it while knowing it must come eventually. The peace had been too complete, too perfect, and now the cracks were beginning to show in its foundation. He travelled south that spring, leaving the Shire earlier than usual and making for Gondor with speed that surprised the rangers who marked his passage. The roads were still safe and the land still prosperous, but he saw now what he had missed in his contentment. Signs of wrongness that had been there all along, waiting for eyes troubled enough to notice them. Birds flew in patterns that defied natural behavior, wheeling in formations that suggested purpose rather than instinct. Trees along certain stretches of road had branches that all pointed the same direction, regardless of prevailing winds. Streams ran colder than the season warranted, and their water tasted of metal even in places where no mines had ever operated. The guards at Minas Tirith's gates knew him and let him pass without question. The city had grown in the centuries since his last visit. New tiers added and old ones expanded. Population swelling as the peace brought prosperity that drew people from outlying regions. But the guard's eyes held something he had not seen before, wariness that went beyond normal vigilance, as if they watched for threats they could not name but felt approaching. The steward who ruled in those days received him in the tower of Echdelion, and they spoke of the reports from Mordor's borders. The man was old, perhaps 70 winters, and he had held his office through decades of quiet that had made him doubt whether the vigilance his fathers maintained was truly necessary. Now doubt was giving way to something harder and more fearful. The lights had been seen by multiple patrols, the steward said, always on moonless nights, always in the same region of the mountains, and always accompanied by sounds that carried impossible distances, grinding like stone on stone, or metal being worked in forges that should not exist in that abandoned land. The patrols had not ventured close enough to investigate thoroughly. The standing orders forbade entering Mordor itself without explicit command from the steward. Gandalf asked if the watch had been increased, and the steward nodded. More men had been sent to the border fortresses, and the patrols ranged more frequently than they had in generations. But Gondor's strength, while greater than it had been, was still finite. The kingdom could not maintain war footing indefinitely based on lights seen in distant mountains and sounds that might be nothing more than stone settling in old ruins. The wizard understood the limitation, but could not accept it as final. Something was stirring in Mordor after centuries of stillness, and whether Gondor could afford to respond adequately mattered less than the fact that response would be necessary. The peace was ending, perhaps had already ended, and only the willfully blind would pretend otherwise. He left Minas Tirith and travelled east toward the borders that Gondor maintained against the Black Land. The fortresses there were manned by soldiers who had never seen battle, young men who had trained for war their fathers had never fought. They kept their weapons sharp and their walls maintained. But the edge of readiness had dulled through decades when nothing happened to justify the vigilance demanded of them. Gandalf spoke with their captains and heard the same stories the steward had related. Lights in the mountains, sounds carrying on winds that should not reach so far. A sense of presence in Mordor that had been absent for longer than living memory could span. The captains were good men doing their duty, but they had been shaped by peace, and they struggled to believe that the pre-shadows their grandparents had feared were truly returning. The wizard stood one night on the walls of a fortress whose name would matter less than what it represented. The last barrier between Mordor and the lands that had grown soft in thinking they were safe. The mountains rose black against stars that seemed to shrink from illuminating what lay beyond them. No light showed that night, no sounds carried across the dead lands, but Gandalf felt what the soldiers could not feel. Malice waking from long sleep, hunger that had been patient but would not remain patient much longer. He returned north as summer turned toward autumn, and everywhere he travelled he saw the same pattern repeating. Prosperity continued, but unease grew beneath it like rot beneath fair paint. Merchants reported that roads, which had been safe for decades now, required armed guards. Rangers found tracks in the wild that belonged to no creatures they recognized. Villages that had flourished now showed signs of strain as people grew fearful without knowing quite what they feared. The hobbits alone seemed untouched by the growing dread. When Gandalf reached the Shire in late autumn, he found them preparing for harvest festivals with the same enthusiasm they had shown every year. Their gardens still yielded abundantly, their children still played without fear, and their greatest concern remained whether this year's pipeweed would match the quality of the previous vintage. He attended their festivals and provided fireworks that delighted them as always, but the joy felt hollow in ways it had not felt before. The wizard understood now that he had been given a gift during the decades of deep peace. Time to know these people thoroughly, to understand what he defended and why it mattered. That knowledge would sustain him through the trials ahead, but it also made those trials harder to contemplate, for now he could see exactly what would be lost if his defense failed. Snow fell early that year, and it fell wrong. The flakes were too large and too heavy, and they melted slower than natural snow should melt. The hobbits remarked on it as a peculiarity of weather, but Gandalf tasted the corruption in it and knew that even the Shire was not beyond the reach of what stirred in the east. The snow that fell wrong in 2701 was merely the first crack in ice that had held for too long. By 2800, the cracks had spread until no one with eyes could deny that something fundamental had changed in Middle-earth. The peace was not ending, it had already ended, and only the momentum of habit kept people pretending otherwise. Gandalf felt the shift most keenly in the wild places. He spent months ranging through forests and hills where the rangers patrolled, and everywhere he went, the land itself seemed to cringe from some pressure building beyond the eastern horizons. Animals behaved erratically, migrating in wrong seasons and abandoning territories their kinds had occupied for generations. Rivers ran low even after heavy rains, as if something was drinking from them before the water reached the settled lands. The rangers no longer questioned his warnings. Their patrols brought back accounts that needed no interpretation. Orc sign increasing near the mountains. Strange figures glimpsed at distances too great for clear identification. Entire regions that had been mapped thoroughly now showing features that did not match the charts. The captain who led them in those years was Arador's son, a man named Arathorn, who possessed his father's grimness without yet having earned the wisdom that made grimness bearable. Arathorn met with Gandalf that autumn in a valley where the leaves should have turned gold, but instead hung brown and withered on branches that looked diseased. The ranger spoke of needing more men to cover the territories that demanded watching, but more men were not available. The Dunedain numbered fewer with each generation, and those who remained were already stretched beyond sustainable limits. The wizard had no comfort to offer beyond his presence and the counsel that came from longer memory. He told Arathorn what he had seen in the south, how Gondor watched Mordor with growing alarm, how lights had been reported in mountains that should have remained dark. The ranger listened and nodded and said nothing, for what was there to say? The shadow returned whether they were ready or not, and readiness seemed increasingly like a luxury no amount of vigilance could purchase. Gandalf travelled to Rivendell that winter and found Elrond less certain than he had been in their previous meetings. The Elf Lord had received his own reports from scouts who ranged far beyond the valley's borders, and the accounts matched what the wizard had witnessed elsewhere. Something was coordinating the scattered evils that plagued the wildlands, giving them purpose where before they had shown only random malice. They discussed whether to call the White Council, and this time Elrond agreed the moment had come. Letters went out through paths known only to the wise, carried by messengers who could be trusted with tidings that would alarm those who heard them. Galadriel would come from Lorien Círdan, would send word from the Havens, and Saruman would arrive from his fortress in the south, where he had been studying matters he rarely discussed with the other councillors. The council gathered in Rivendell in the spring of 2841, and this time their debates carried an urgency that previous meetings had lacked. Gandalf presented what he had learned in his wandering, and others added their own observations until a picture emerged that none could dismiss as coincidence or overreaction. Evil had returned to organized strength, and the question was no longer whether to act, but where to direct action. Saruman argued that the threat came from Dol Guldur, that the Necromancer had returned to his old fortress after centuries of hiding. The White Wizard spoke with certainty that surprised Gandalf, for Saruman had been the most reluctant to acknowledge the danger in their previous counsels. Now he pressed for immediate assault on Mirkwood, claiming that delay would only allow the enemy to strengthen defenses that might already be formidable. But Gandalf doubted that the threat was only in Dol Guldur. The pattern he had observed suggested coordination across distances too vast for a single fortress to manage, and the lights in Mordor implied that the enemy's true seat of power lay elsewhere. Attacking Dol Guldur might accomplish something, but it would not address the deeper corruption spreading through lands the Council rarely monitored. The debate stretched across days without resolution. Galadriel listened more than she spoke, and when her voice did join the discussion, it carried weight that even Saruman could not dismiss. She agreed with Gandalf that the threat extended beyond what they could see, but she also acknowledged Saruman's point that visible threats demanded visible response. The Free Peoples needed to see that the wise could act decisively, or confidence in leadership would erode at the moment it was most needed. In the end, they agreed to watch and prepare, to increase their vigilance while gathering strength for action they would take when the enemy revealed himself more clearly. It was compromise that satisfied none of them, but Gandalf understood that councils rarely produced the clarity that individual decision could achieve. They would continue as they had been, watching and waiting and hoping that when the moment came to strike, they would recognize it before the opportunity passed. Default text: the wizard left Rivendell, knowing that the next gathering of the council would be different. Events were moving toward some crisis that would force decision rather than allow endless debate. He felt it in the way the wind blew from the east, and in how the stars seemed dimmer each night when he made his camp in the wild. He was walking the road north toward the Shire when he met the dwarf. The encounter seemed chance at first, two travelers crossing paths on a road that saw little traffic in those troubled times. But Gandalf had learned long ago that chance meetings often carried significance that only became clear in hindsight, and the dwarf's bearing suggested this was someone whose story would prove important. The dwarf's name was Thorin, and he walked like one who carried the weight of kingdoms lost and obligations unfulfilled. Mirkwood had earned its name in the previous century, but by 2841 even that dark title seemed insufficient for what the forest had become. Gandalf entered from the western eaves in late summer and felt the wrongness immediately, more oppressive than it had been even during the Necromancer's first residence. The trees did not merely twist now, they seemed to writhe as if in pain, and their leaves hung black with corruption that dripped like poisoned sap onto the forest floor. He had avoided this journey for years, hoping that his fears were exaggerated, that the stirrings he sensed in Middle-earth came from lesser sources than the one he most dreaded. But the meeting with Thorin had crystallized his certainty that events were accelerating toward crisis, and he could no longer delay confirming what he already knew in his bones. The paths through Mirkwood had vanished entirely, where once there had been trails maintained by the woodland elves, or at least kept passable by game animals. Now there was only undergrowth so thick it seemed woven deliberately to impede passage, Gandalf forced his way through with staff and determination, but each league gained felt like a battle won against resistance that grew stronger the deeper he penetrated. The silence was absolute. No birds sang in these depths, no insects hummed, no wind stirred the leaves that hung motionless despite the season. The wizard's breathing seemed obscenely loud in that stillness, and his footsteps crackled through dead vegetation with sounds that carried too far in air that felt thick as water. He travelled for 5 days before he saw the first concrete evidence of what dwelt here. A spider the size of a horse crossed his path, its many eyes reflecting his staff's light with a malevolence that went beyond animal hunger. The creature did not attack, but watched him pass with intelligence that should not have existed in any natural thing. And he understood that he had been marked, that his presence was known and his movements tracked. More spiders appeared as he continued south and east. They kept their distance, but never left him entirely alone. Great shapes moving through the canopy above and the undergrowth beside, maintaining surveillance that felt coordinated rather than random. These were not the scattered monsters that had always haunted deep forests, but organized servants of something that commanded them with purpose. Dol Guldur rose before him on the 7th day. The hill looked different than it had when the White Council had burned the fortress 8 centuries before. New structures crowned the summit, built from stone so black it seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The towers were taller than before, and they were occupied. Smoke rose from some, and lights showed in windows that suggested habitation by things that required neither warmth nor illumination for comfort. Gandalf did not approach openly as he had on his first investigation. The power radiating from those ruins exceeded what the Necromancer had commanded previously, and he understood with sinking certainty that this was no returning servant but the Master himself. Sauron had returned to Dol Guldur, had rebuilt his fortress in the years since the Council's assault, and now commanded strength that might rival what he had possessed before the last alliance broke his body. The wizard circled the hill at a distance of several leagues, reading the signs that surrounded the fortress like a diseased aura. The trees within sight of Dol Guldur were dead completely, their trunks bleached white and their branches reaching skyward like skeletal fingers. The ground itself looked poisoned, bare earth showing through dead vegetation, and streams that passed near the hill ran thick with substances that might have been oil or blood or something fouler than either. He felt the attention turned toward him on the 3rd day of his circling. The presence he had sensed earlier focused fully upon him now, vast and cold and utterly malevolent. It knew him as he knew it, recognized the Maya who had come disguised as an old man with a staff, and it found his disguise amusing in the way a cat finds a mouse's struggles amusing before the kill. The pressure of that attention was physical. Gandalf felt his breath coming harder, his vision narrowing, his limbs growing heavy as if he waded through deep water. The ring of fire burned on his finger, but its heat was nothing compared to the cold that emanated from Dol Guldur, and he understood that confronting this power alone would accomplish only his destruction. He withdrew from Mirkwood faster than he had entered it, pursued by awareness that did not need to chase him physically to make clear that it could crush him if it chose. The spiders kept pace with his flight, always visible in peripheral vision, and their coordination was perfect because they served a mind that directed them with absolute authority. The western eaves appeared after 4 days of forced march, and Gandalf burst from the forest's shadow into sunlight that felt thin and inadequate after the darkness he had traversed. He stood, gasping, on the forest's border, while the trees behind him rustled with movement that suggested the Watchers had followed him to the very edge, but would not venture beyond it. The woodland elves found him there, collapsed against a tree with his grey robes torn and his staff scarred by encounters he would not speak of. They brought him north to Thranduil's halls, and there he rested while his strength returned and his certainty hardened into knowledge that could not be denied. Sauron had returned, not as the Necromancer hiding his identity, but as the Dark Lord openly claiming dominion over the forest he had corrupted. The assault 8 centuries ago had accomplished nothing except to drive him briefly into hiding, and now he commanded power greater than before because the free peoples had grown complacent in believing him defeated. Gandalf knew what he had to do. The White Council must be called again, must be made to understand that their enemy had not merely returned, but had returned stronger. They would need to act decisively this time, to strike with all their strength, while some strength remained to strike with. But first he needed to recover from what Mirkwood had cost him, and he needed to plan how to convince Saruman and the others that the peace they had enjoyed was purchased with delay that had empowered their greatest enemy. The summons went out in the autumn of 2849, carried by messengers whose speed suggested urgency that had been absent from previous calls. Gandalf sent word from Thranduil's halls, where he had spent the months since Mirkwood recovering his strength, and the message was simple enough that even Saruman could not ignore it. Sauron had returned to Dol Guldur, and the time for debate had ended. The White Council gathered in Rivendell that winter. Snow fell heavy in the valley, unusual for that sheltered place, and the wizard took it as confirmation that even the hidden refuges were not beyond the enemy's reach. Galadriel came from Lorien, with Celeborn beside her, and her face showed the strain of one who had looked into her mirror and seen futures that gave no comfort. Círdan sent his thoughts from the havens through messengers who spoke with his voice, and his counsel was grim. The shipwright had built vessels for those who sailed west since the First Age began, and he knew better than most how many of the wise had abandoned Middle-earth to its fate. Those who remained must act with the strength of those who had departed, or the work of preservation would fail entirely. Saruman arrived last, as he always did, and his bearing suggested impatience with a gathering he considered unnecessary. The White Wizard had grown in authority during the decades since their previous council, and he spoke now with the assurance of one who believed his wisdom exceeded that of all others combined. His robes were whiter than the snow outside, and his staff blazed with light that seemed calculated to remind everyone present of the power he commanded. Gandalf spoke first, describing what he had found in Mirkwood and what presence he had felt radiating from Dol Guldur. He did not speculate or soften his account. He stated plainly that Sauron had returned, that the Necromancer was no servant but the master himself, and that his power had grown during the centuries the council had spent watching and waiting. Saruman listened with expression that suggested tolerance for views he considered mistaken. When Gandalf finished, the White Wizard spoke with the calm certainty of superior knowledge. The Necromancer was indeed powerful, he said, and the threat was real. But identifying every dark power as Sauron himself showed lack of discrimination that weakened their ability to respond appropriately. The argument that followed was not loud, but it cut deep. Saruman insisted that Sauron lacked the ring and therefore lacked the strength to truly threaten the free peoples. Without the One Ring, the Dark Lord was merely a shadow of what he had been, dangerous but not insurmountable. Attacking Dol Guldur now would drive him into deeper hiding where he could not be watched, repeating the mistake they had made 8 centuries before. Gandalf felt rage building behind his ribs, hot and immediate in ways he rarely allowed himself to feel. He had walked through Mirkwood and felt the malice dwelling there, had sensed power that made mockery of Saruman's careful distinctions between threats that warranted action and those that demanded only observation. The White Wizard spoke from books and theories, while the Grey Wizard spoke from experience that had nearly cost him his life. But Galadriel's voice cut through their debate before it could devolve into open conflict. The lady spoke of what she had seen in her mirror, futures that branched in ways that suggested the next actions taken would determine whether light survived in Middle-earth at all. She did not claim certainty about what dwelt in Dol Guldur, but she confirmed that power gathered there which must be opposed or it would grow beyond any strength the free peoples could muster. Elrond mediated as he always did, his voice carrying the weight of one who had seen councils like this before and knew how icily they could fracture. He proposed what he always proposed, caution balanced with readiness, watching balanced with preparation for action. But this time his mediation felt inadequate, a compromise that served process rather than necessity. The debate stretched across 3 days. Saruman argued for continued observation, claiming that premature action would waste strength needed for greater battles ahead. Gandalf pressed for immediate assault, insisting that delay had already empowered their enemy beyond what he had been, and further delay would only make the inevitable confrontation more costly. Galadriel supported the Grey Wizard, but with reservations that weakened her advocacy. She feared that attacking Dol Guldur might indeed drive Sauron into hiding, and a hidden enemy was harder to oppose than one whose location was known. Yet she also acknowledged that allowing him to grow stronger in his fortress guaranteed that when he finally revealed himself fully, none would have the strength to resist him. Círdan's messengers spoke for action, and their words carried the authority of one who had fought in wars the others only read about. The shipwright remembered the First Age, and how delay had allowed Morgoth to grow from a threat that might have been contained into a power that nearly destroyed the world. Waiting for certainty before acting was how the wise allowed evil to flourish while they debated in safety. But Saruman would not be moved. The White Wizard insisted that he understood the enemy's nature better than the others, that his studies had revealed patterns they could not see. Attacking now would accomplish nothing but announcing their intentions and allowing Sauron to prepare defenses that would make eventual confrontation even more difficult. Better to watch and learn, to gather strength while gathering knowledge, to strike when the moment was truly right, rather than when fear demanded hasty action. Gandalf looked at Saruman and understood with sudden clarity that the White Wizard had reasons for his counsel that went beyond the arguments he offered. Something in Saruman's bearing, some certainty that seemed rooted in more than scholarship, suggested he knew things he was not sharing with the council. The realization troubled the Grey Wizard more than the debate itself, for if Saruman was keeping secrets from those he supposedly led, what else might he be hiding? The council ended without consensus. They would increase their vigilance and prepare for action, but action itself would wait for clearer provocation than Gandalf's report provided. The wizard left Rivendell knowing that he had failed to convince those who most needed convincing, and that failure would be measured in lives when Sauron finally moved openly against the Free Peoples. He walked away from that gathering understanding that he stood more alone than he had believed possible. The White Council existed, but it would not act, and when action finally became unavoidable, it would come too late to prevent horrors that swift decision might have forced. The attack came swifter than Gandalf had expected. 10 months after the Council's inconclusive debate, Saruman sent word that the moment had arrived to strike at Dol Guldur. The White Wizard's sudden decisiveness surprised those who had heard him counsel patience so adamantly. But none questioned the reversal when it meant action would finally replace waiting. They gathered in secret at the forest's edge in the spring of 2850. Fewer came this time than had assaulted the fortress 8 centuries before, for the elven realms had diminished and could spare fewer warriors for ventures that might fail. Galadriel brought her strength, and Celeborn led fighters from Lorien who remembered how to wield blades in righteous cause. Elrond sent his household guard, grim-faced elves who had trained for war they hoped would never come. Saruman commanded the assault with authority that brooked no question. He had planned every detail during the months of preparation, had calculated the angles of approach and the timing of strikes, had determined which powers would be deployed at which moments to maximize their effect. The White Wizard's confidence was absolute, and it infected even those who had doubted his earlier counsel. Gandalf followed Saruman's lead because the alternative was to attack alone or not attack at all. But doubt gnawed at him as they entered Mirkwood and began the march toward the hill. Something felt wrong about how icily this had been organized, how swiftly Saruman had moved from opposing action to commanding it. The white-robed wizard seemed almost eager, as if the assault served purposes he had not shared with the others. The forest fought them as it had fought Gandalf months before. Spiders descended from the canopy in numbers that suggested coordination, and things that were not quite spiders moved through the undergrowth with malice that felt personal. The elven warriors cut through them with efficiency born of ancient skill, and Galadriel's power drove back the corruption that pressed upon them from all sides. Dol Guldur rose before them on the 4th day. The towers stood dark against grey sky, and no movement showed on the walls or in the windows that gaped like empty eyes. The fortress looked abandoned, though Gandalf knew better than to trust appearances. He had felt the presence dwelling here months before, and that presence could not have departed without him sensing its passage. Saruman struck first, as he had done in their previous assault. Light blazed from his staff with intensity that made the sun seem dim, and the darkness around the fortress recoiled as if burned. The White Wizard spoke words in languages that predated the common speech, calling on powers that he alone among the Istari had mastered through his deep studies. The assault that followed was briefer than expected. The warriors fought through gates that stood open, climbed stairs that led to chambers where no defenders waited, searched rooms that held evidence of recent occupation but no occupants. The fortress was empty of life, though full of malice, as if the stones themselves had been soaked in evil that lingered after its source departed. Gandalf climbed toward the throne room with certainty growing in his chest. He knew what he would find before he reached it. An empty chamber where Sauron had sat in dominion until mere days before, planning and scheming while the White Council debated whether he existed at all. The throne, hewn from black stone, still held warmth, as if someone had risen from it recently, and marks on the floor showed where great weights had been moved in haste. The realization came with the bitter taste of ash. They had been deceived again, and this time the deception ran deeper than before. Sauron had not been driven from Dol Guldur by their assault. He had abandoned it because his purposes here were accomplished, and staying would serve no advantage. The Dark Lord had used the fortress as distraction while working his real plans elsewhere, and the White Council had obliged him by focusing all attention on Mirkwood while ignoring what stirred in other places. Saruman entered the throne room and surveyed it with expression that Gandalf could not read. The White Wizard spoke of victory, of how they had driven the enemy from his stronghold and cleansed the forest of his presence. But something in his voice rang false, as if he spoke words he knew were not quite true, but which served purposes he would not name. The Grey Wizard challenged him openly for the first time. He asked how Saruman had known this was the moment to strike. What intelligence had prompted the sudden reversal from counseling patience to demanding immediate action? The White Wizard's answer was smooth and reasonable. His studies had revealed patterns that suggested Sauron's power was at a vulnerable point, and waiting longer would have allowed that vulnerability to pass. But Gandalf did not believe him. Something in how Saruman spoke suggested knowledge that went beyond scholarly deduction, as if the White Wizard knew things about their enemies' movements that he should not have been able to know. The suspicion that had formed during their council meeting crystallized into certainty now. Saruman was keeping secrets, and those secrets related directly to Sauron and his plans. They burned the fortress as they had burned it before. Saruman called fire from the sky, and Galadriel sang cleansing songs that drove corruption from stone that had been steeped in it. The flames rose high enough to be seen from leagues away, and when they died 3 days later, the hill stood bare and smoking beneath clouds that hung low and heavy. The White Council departed, believing they had struck a blow against darkness. Only Gandalf, and perhaps Galadriel, understood that they had been outmaneuvered again, that Sauron had used their assault to confirm their patterns and their limitations. The Dark Lord knew now exactly how the wise would respond to his provocations, knew how long they would debate before acting, knew that Saruman could be relied upon to delay until delay served the enemy's purposes. The Grey Wizard walked away from Dol Guldur, carrying knowledge that weighed heavier than any burden he had borne in 2,000 years. The enemy lived and planned in places they had not discovered, and the wizard who led the White Council might be serving purposes that aligned more closely with darkness than with light. The Free People celebrated their triumph over the Necromancer. Word spread through Gondor and the northern settlements that the White Council had driven evil from Mirkwood, that the fortress on the hill had been burned to ashes, that the shadow which had darkened the forest for centuries had been banished. Songs were composed about the assault, and in taverns from Minas Tirith to Bree, men drank toasts to the wisdom of the elves and the power of the wizards who had defended them. Gandalf heard these celebrations and said nothing. What could he say? That they rejoiced over a victory that had accomplished nothing except to reveal how thoroughly they could be manipulated, that the enemy they thought defeated had merely relocated to prepare greater evils in places they were not watching. The truth would sound like the ravings of one who could not accept success, and speaking, it would only undermine confidence that the Free Peoples would need in harder times ahead. He returned to his wandering in the months after the assault, but the roads felt different now beneath his feet. The lands were safer than they had been. The creatures that had multiplied in Mirkwood's shadow were declining, and merchants reported that paths which had been dangerous for years could be travelled again without armed escort. But this safety was illusion purchased with ignorance, and Gandalf walked through it like a man walking through a dream that would shatter the moment he woke. The hobbits welcomed him that autumn with their usual enthusiasm. They had heard vague rumours of troubles in distant forests, and were glad such troubles had been resolved by others who concerned themselves with that sort of thing. Their gardens had yielded well despite the strange weather earlier in the year, and the harvest festivals promised to be particularly grand. Would Gandalf be staying for the celebrations? They had saved their best leaf for his pipe. He stayed, and he smoked with them on their doorsteps, and he lit fireworks that made the children shriek with delight. The simple goodness of their lives felt more precious now that he understood how fragile the peace protecting them truly was. These folk deserved better than wizards who allowed themselves to be deceived, and counsels that congratulated themselves on victories that were defeats in disguise. Winter that year brought him north to lands where the rangers kept their watch. They had noticed the same changes he had observed: fewer incursions from the wild, safer roads. A sense that pressure, which had been building for decades, had suddenly eased, but they were too experienced to mistake temporary relief for permanent victory. And when Gandalf spoke quietly of his doubts, they listened with the respect of those who had learned to trust his instincts. Arathorn commanded them now, young still, but already bearing the weight his father had carried. The ranger spoke of needing to use the respite wisely, to rebuild strength and extend patrols into regions that had been too dangerous to scout. But he also acknowledged the limits of what his dwindling people could accomplish, and Gandalf heard in his voice the recognition that they fought a delaying action rather than working toward any final victory. The wizard travelled south in the spring and found Gondor preparing to extend its borders eastward. The steward who ruled spoke confidently of reclaiming lands that had been abandoned to shadow, of building new fortresses to guard against threats that now seemed diminished. Gandalf counselled caution without revealing his deeper fears, suggesting that strength spent on expansion might be better spent on preparing existing defences for trials that could come sooner than anyone expected. But his counsel was not heeded. The momentum of victory, even hollow victory, carried its own force, and the mortal kingdoms moved forward with plans that assumed the peace would last long enough to complete them. The wizard watched them build and fortify and claim new territories, and he hoped desperately that when the illusion shattered they would have gained enough strength to survive what followed. The years passed in this uncomfortable pattern. The free peoples prospered while Gandalf walked among them, knowing that prosperity was borrowed time that would have to be repaid with interest. He attended councils when called and offered advice when asked, but he felt increasingly isolated in his understanding of how precarious their situation truly was. His suspicions about Saruman deepened during these years, though he kept them largely to himself. The White Wizard visited Rivendell occasionally, and each time Gandalf noted new details that troubled him. Saruman spoke too confidently about matters he should have been uncertain about, displayed knowledge of the enemy's movements that seemed to exceed what observation could provide, and showed interest in the one ring that went beyond scholarly curiosity into something that looked more like obsession. Galadriel saw it too. The lady met Gandalf's eyes across counsels, and her expression confirmed that she shared his concerns. But confronting Saruman without proof would accomplish nothing except to fracture the White Council at a time when unity mattered more than ever. So they watched and waited, adding the White Wizard to the list of threats that required vigilance. By 2900, the victory over Dol Guldur felt distant enough that many had forgotten there had been any shadow to defeat. A new generation had been born and raised in the peace that followed the assault, and to them the stories of the Necromancer were legends from their grandparents' time rather than living memory. The hobbits planted their gardens and smoked their pipes. The rangers kept their watch with diminishing numbers, and Gondor built fortresses that would stand empty when the real war finally came. Gandalf stood on a hilltop overlooking the Shire one evening as summer faded toward autumn. Below him the lights of hobbit holes gleamed warm in the gathering dusk, and smoke from their chimneys rose straight in still air. The peace was real for them, bought with sacrifices they would never know about, and defended by vigilance they would never appreciate. The wizard understood that this was how it must be, the innocent protected by the knowing, the light preserved by those willing to stand in darkness. But he also understood that the darkness was gathering strength beyond what any of them could prevent, and when it finally fell upon the lands he loved, all the fireworks and pipeweed in the Shire would not be enough to hold it back. The first whisper came from an unexpected source. Gandalf was visiting Rivendell in the spring of 2901 when Aragorn arrived with a prisoner, a wretched creature that barely seemed alive, all bone and sinew wrapped in skin grey as old leather. The thing hissed and spat at the elves who guarded it, and its eyes showed a madness that went deeper than mere captivity could explain. The rangers had found it in the dead marshes, Aragorn explained, hunting for fish in pools that held nothing but bones and corruption. The creature called itself Smeagol sometimes, and Gollum others, speaking to itself in two voices that argued with the venom of mortal enemies. It had lived in the mountains for centuries by its own account, dwelling in darkness and eating things that required no light to find. But it was what the creature had lost that interested Gandalf most. Gollum spoke obsessively of something stolen from him, something precious that had been his by right of finding, though it had belonged to another before. The creature's grief over this loss was absolute, a wound that had not healed in the decades since the theft occurred. It had been searching for the thief ever since, following rumors and hunches across Middle-earth with determination that suggested more than simple desire for recovered property. The wizard questioned Gollum carefully over the following weeks. The creature was difficult, slipping between lucidity and madness without warning, but fragments emerged that painted a troubling picture. Gollum had found something in a river long ago, a golden thing that granted abilities beyond natural capacity. It had allowed him to become invisible when he wore it, had extended his life far beyond what his kind normally enjoyed, and it had corrupted him so thoroughly that he murdered his companion to possess it exclusively. The details came slowly, extracted through patience and offers of fish that Gollum devoured raw while answering questions between mouthfuls. The creature had dwelt in the mountains under the misty mountains for centuries, and the ring, for it was a ring he had found, had sustained him through years that should have seen him age and die. But something had happened in the darkness beneath the mountains. Some encounter that had cost Gollum his precious and sent him into the world searching for the thief who had taken it. Gandalf felt ice forming in his chest as the story emerged. A ring of power that granted invisibility and extended life. Found in a river and held for centuries by a creature whose corruption ran bone deep. The coincidences were too precise to be coincidental, and the wizard began to fear he knew exactly what Gollum had possessed and lost. He rode to the Shire that summer with questions he needed answered. The hobbits welcomed him as they always did, and he attended their festivals and lit their fireworks while watching for opportunity to pursue investigations that would alarm them if they understood his purpose. His chance came at a party hosted by a Baggins, a wealthy and respectable hobbit who lived in the finest hole on the hill. Bilbo Baggins was unremarkable at first glance, middle-aged by hobbit standards, well-fed and prosperous, known for keeping to himself more than was quite proper. But Gandalf noticed details that others missed. Bilbo looked younger than his years suggested, his skin unwrinkled and his movements sprightly in ways that age should have diminished. The hobbit also had a peculiar habit of touching his waistcoat pocket when he thought no one was watching, as if reassuring himself that something valuable remained safely hidden. The wizard approached the matter obliquely over weeks of casual visits. He smoked with Bilbo on the doorstep of Bag End and listened to stories of the hobbit's younger days. When he had ventured beyond the Shire's borders on an adventure with Bilbo spoke eagerly of dragons and treasure, of mountains and battles. But he grew evasive when certain topics arose, and he never quite explained how he had escaped from goblins in the mountains where his companions had lost him. Gandalf pressed gently, asking questions that seemed idle but which aimed toward specific answers. Had Bilbo encountered anything unusual in those goblin tunnels? Had he found anything that helped him escape? The hobbit's answers were vague and shifting. Stories that changed details between tellings in ways that suggested deliberate obfuscation. The certainty grew through that autumn like frost spreading across glass. Bilbo had found the ring, had taken it from Gollum in those mountain depths, and had carried it back to the Shire where he kept it hidden and lied about how he acquired it. The hobbit showed signs of the corruption Gollum displayed. The extended youth, the possessiveness, the instinctive deception about the ring's existence. But if Bilbo possessed the ring that Gollum had held for centuries, and if that ring granted the powers both described, then the question became what ring this was and who had made it. Gandalf's studies had taught him of the rings of power forged in the Second Age, and he knew that some had been lost in the chaos following Sauron's defeat. If Bilbo had found one of the lesser rings, that would be troubling enough. But if he had found something greater, the wizard's thoughts stopped at a possibility too terrible to contemplate fully. The One Ring had been lost when Isildur died, cut from his hand and fallen into the Anduin, where the current had carried it beyond all finding. But rivers flowed eventually to the sea or to other rivers, and the Anduin connected to waterways that ran beneath the mountains where Gollum had dwelt. If the ring Bilbo found was not merely one of the lesser rings, but the One Ring itself. Gandalf left the Shire that winter with fear sitting heavy in his chest. He needed to know the truth before he could act, needed certainty that would justify the alarm his suspicions would cause if he proved correct. The research would take years, perhaps decades, for the records that might confirm his fears were scattered across Middle-earth, in libraries he had not visited in centuries. He began the work knowing that time mattered more than it ever had before, and knowing too that even if his worst fears proved groundless, the peace that had held since Dol Guldur's fall was built on foundations too fragile to support much longer the weight of ignorance pressing upon them. The message reached Gandalf in Rivendell during the winter of 2931. Arathorn's wife had borne a son, and the child was healthy despite being born in a harsh season when many infants did not survive. The rangers asked if the wizard would come north to see the boy, for this child carried the line of kings in his blood and would need all the protection the wise could offer. Gandalf travelled through snow that fell heavy that year. The roads were dangerous and the wild lands more so, but he made the journey because he understood what this birth meant. The Dunedain numbered fewer with each generation, and the royal line hung by threads that could break with a single misfortune. A healthy male heir was rare enough to matter, and one born to the chieftain's house mattered most of all. He found them in a ranger camp, hidden deep in the angle where the Horwell and Loudwater met. Arathorn was perhaps 30 years old, grim-faced like his father before him, and his wife Gilrain was younger still. She held the infant wrapped in furs against the cold, and her eyes showed the exhaustion that came from birthing in winter with only rough shelter for protection. The child was 2 months old, small as all infants were small, but strong in the grip of his tiny fingers when Gandalf offered his hand. The boy's eyes were grey like his father's, and they held a clarity that seemed unusual in one so young. The wizard looked at that small face and saw the weight of ancestry pressing down upon it. Elendil's line reaching back through the centuries, kings who had ruled in glory and died in defeat, a heritage that promised nothing but hardship. Arathorn spoke of the name they had chosen, Aragorn, he said, after ancestors who had borne it before in the northern kingdom's better days. The name meant kingly valor in the old tongue, and it carried hopes that seemed almost cruel given how unlikely this child was to ever wear a crown. The northern kingdom was gone, its cities ruined, its people reduced to wanderers who claimed royal descent while sleeping under stars. Gilrain said little. She watched her son with the fierce protectiveness of mothers whose children are born into danger, and Gandalf understood that she knew better than most what future awaited this boy. He would grow up hunted, would learn to fight before he learned to read, would carry burdens that should never fall on shoulders so small. If he survived to manhood, he would lead the remnants of his people in defending lands they no longer ruled against enemies who grew stronger each year. The wizard blessed the child, as was customary when the wise visited newborns of important lineage. He spoke words in the old tongue that asked for strength and wisdom, for courage in dark times and hope when hope seemed lost. The blessing was real despite being ritual, and Gandalf felt Narya warming on his finger as he spoke, the ring of fire acknowledging that here was a flame worth kindling. He stayed with them 3 days before other duties called him away. In those days he watched Arathorn with his son and understood the grief that already touched the young father's face. Rangers rarely lived to see their children grown, and Arathorn knew the odds favoured his death before Aragorn reached manhood. The boy would be raised an orphan most likely, taught his heritage by those who had failed to preserve what they taught him to value. Gandalf spoke to Arathorn on the last evening before departing. He said that the child would need more than the rangers could provide, that growing up in camps and learning nothing but warfare would break what needed to remain whole. Rivendell might offer refuge when the time came, a place where the boy could learn more than how to survive enemies who wanted him dead. Arathorn listened and nodded, but did not commit to anything. The Rangers were proud despite their poverty, and they did not easily accept that they could not raise their own chieftain's heir. But Gandalf saw in Gilrain's eyes that she understood what he offered, and that when the time came she would remember this conversation and act on the wisdom it contained. The wizard left them in the winter camp and travelled south toward lands where spring came earlier. He carried with him the image of that small face and those grey eyes, and he understood that he had just met someone whose choices would matter more than the decisions of kings. The child born in poverty and danger might accomplish what armies and councils could not, but only if he survived long enough to become the man his bloodline promised. The years that followed brought news of the boy occasionally. Aragorn thrived despite the hardships of his childhood, growing strong and quick as Rangers' children needed to be. Arathorn taught him woodcraft and weapons, and Gilrain taught him the history that explained why they lived as they did. The child learned that he came from kings while living like a beggar, and the contradiction shaped him in ways that comfortable upbringing never could. Gandalf did not visit often. His attention was divided between too many concerns, and the Shire demanded much of his time, as his suspicions about Bilbo's ring required investigation that could not be rushed. But he kept track of Aragorn's growth through reports the Rangers sent, and he began planning for the day when the boy would need to leave his people and learn what Rivendell could teach. Arathorn died when his son was 2 years old. An orc arrow took him in the eye while he hunted near the Gladden fields, and the wound festered despite all efforts to treat it. He lasted 3 days before the poison stopped his heart, and his last words were instructions about how to raise the boy he would never see grow to manhood. Gilrain brought Aragorn to Rivendell in the spring of 2933. She arrived at the hidden valley with nothing but the clothes she wore and the child in her arms, and she asked Elrond for the protection that only his house could provide. The boy carried too much royal blood to be safe in the wild, and the Rangers could not defend him adequately while also defending the lands they watched. Elrond took them in without hesitation. The elf lord had fostered others of the royal line in ages past, and he understood what was at stake. The child's true name and heritage would be hidden even from Aragorn himself until he was old enough to bear the knowledge. He would be called Estel, which meant hope in the common speech, and he would grow up knowing only that his father had died defending others and that his mother had brought him to safety. The boy thrived in Rivendell's peace. He ran through gardens where flowers bloomed regardless of season, and he learned to read in libraries where books older than any mortal kingdom lined the walls. The elves taught him their languages and their songs, and Elrond himself took interest in the child's education in ways he had not done for others who had sought refuge in the valley. Gandalf visited occasionally during those years. He watched Estel grow from child to boy to young man, and he saw how the hidden heritage shaped him even in ignorance of what he carried. The boy had a seriousness that most children lacked, as if he sensed without knowing that his life would demand more than ordinary lives required. He asked questions about the world beyond the valley, and his eyes held hunger to see places the elves only spoke of in their stories. Gilrain aged faster than she should have during those years. The grief of losing Arathorn never quite left her, and raising her son in exile while knowing he would eventually face the same. Dangers that had killed his father wore at her spirit in ways that showed in her face. She loved Estelle fiercely, but that love was shadowed by fear for what awaited him, and the shadow deepened with each year that brought him closer to manhood. The boy learned weapons from warriors who had fought in the last alliance. He trained with swords that had been forged before Numenor fell, and the instructors who taught him held standards that would have broken lesser students. But Estelle endured the training and excelled at it, showing natural talent that his teachers recognized as inheritance from ancestors who had commanded armies. Gandalf spoke with Elrond about when to reveal the truth. The boy was growing into someone who could bear the knowledge, but timing mattered. Too early and the burden might crush him before he had strength to carry it. Too late and he might resent the deception that had shaped his entire childhood. The Elf Lord judged that 20 years was the right age, when manhood began for the Dunedain, and choices made would determine the shape of lives that followed. The wizard was not present when Elrond told Estelle who he truly was. He heard the account later from the Elf Lord, how the revelation had been received with shock that gave way quickly to understanding. Aragorn, for that was his true name, and he claimed it immediately, had suspected that his heritage was not what he had been told, and learning the truth brought relief as much as burden. Elrond gave him the ring of Barahir that night, the ancient heirloom that had passed down through the line of kings since the First Age. He also gave him the shards of Narsil, Elendil's sword that had been broken when the One Ring was cut from Sauron's hand. These were the tokens of his ancestry, proof of bloodline that reached back through millennia to glory that the North no longer remembered. But there was something else that happened that year, something Elrond spoke of with caution when Gandalf visited. Aragorn had met Arwen, the Elf Lord's daughter, who had been away in Lorien for most of the boy's childhood. She had returned to Rivendell that spring, and Aragorn had seen her walking in the twilight beneath trees, and mistaken her for Leithian, herself returned from the dead. The meeting had kindled something that Elrond feared would bring only grief. Arwen was elven and would remain elven unless she chose mortality as her father had done, and that choice meant giving up immortality for a mortal's brief span. Aragorn was young and carried heritage that might never be reclaimed, and loving an elf princess seemed like courting heartbreak for both of them. Gandalf listened and offered no counsel. Love was not something the wise could direct or prevent, and some roads had to be walked regardless of where they led. If Aragorn and Arwen chose each other, that choice would shape events in ways no planning could anticipate. For now they were young and the future was uncertain, and that uncertainty was burden enough without adding the weight of prophecy. Aragorn left Rivendell that summer to begin the wandering that would define his manhood. He went first to his mother's people, to learn from the rangers the craft his father had mastered before the orc arrow ended his life. The boy who had been called Estelle was gone, replaced by a man who knew his name and his heritage and the impossible task of reclaiming a kingdom that had fallen before he was born. Meanwhile, during the years when Aragorn grew in Rivendell, learning his true name and heritage, Gandalf walked other roads and concerned himself with other exiles who nursed their own griefs. The wizard encountered Thorin Oakenshield in Bree during the autumn of 2938. and the dwarf sat in the corner of the prancing pony with the look of one who had been contemplating revenge so long it had become his only companion. Thorin had aged since their previous meetings decades before. Grey streaked through his black hair now, and lines had carved themselves deep around his mouth and eyes. But the fire that burned in him when he spoke of Erebor had not dimmed with the years. It had only grown hotter and more focused, concentrated into something that resembled madness, though it wore the mask of determination. The dwarf spoke of the dragon as he always spoke of the dragon. Smaug had held the lonely mountain for nearly 2 centuries, sleeping on treasure that belonged by right to the dwarves who had delved it from the earth. The great halls of Erebor stood empty except for the worm, and the kingdom that Thorin's grandfather had ruled was reduced to scattered refugees who worked for wages in lands that were not their own. Gandalf had heard these grievances before. Every meeting with Thorin for the past 50 years had circled back to the same bitter meditation on what had been lost and what might be reclaimed. The wizard usually offered sympathy without encouragement, understanding that the dwarf's obsession was both his strength and his weakness, the thing that kept him alive and the thing that would probably kill him. But this meeting felt different. Thorin spoke with specificity that earlier conversations had lacked, describing routes and timing, discussing what resources could be gathered and what allies might be persuaded to join. The dwarf had moved beyond merely dreaming of return to actually planning for it, and the plans showed thought that went deeper than desperate fantasy. The wizard asked practical questions. How many dwarves would join such a venture? What weapons did they possess? How would a small company accomplish what armies had failed to achieve when Smaug first descended on the mountain? Thorin answered with details that proved he had wrestled with these problems until he had shaped them into something that might actually work. The numbers would be small because small numbers moved quietly. 13 dwarves, including himself, Thorin said, all chosen for skills that would serve the quest rather than for family connections that demanded inclusion. They would enter the mountain through the secret door that Thra had built, the passage that only those who knew the signs could find and that the dragon almost certainly had never discovered. Gandalf listened and recognized the flaw that Thorin either could not see or would not acknowledge. Dwarves were miners and warriors, craftsmen who worked metal and stone. They were not thieves who moved silently through spaces where dragons slept, were not scouts who could penetrate defenses without alerting those they sought to deceive. The quest Thorin described required skills his people generally lacked. The dwarf acknowledged the problem when pressed. He needed someone small and quiet, someone overlooked and underestimated, someone who could accomplish the impossible while Smaug believed himself perfectly secure. But where such a person might be found, Thorin had no answer that satisfied the requirements he described. The wizard said nothing about hobbits then. The thought had occurred to him, had been occurring to him for years whenever Thorin raised this subject, but suggesting it felt like condemning some innocent creature to probable death for the sake of dwarven treasure. Hobbits were not adventurers, had no business facing dragons, and recruiting one for such a quest seemed like cruelty disguised as opportunity. Yet the idea would not leave him alone. Gandalf had spent decades walking the Shire, learning its people, understanding what they were capable of when circumstances demanded courage they did not know they possessed. Hobbits endured hardships without the pride that made larger folk brittle, and they moved through the world, overlooked by those who measured worth in size and strength. He parted from Thorin that night without committing to anything. The dwarf continued his wandering through Eriador, pursuing business that barely sustained him, and Gandalf returned to concerns that seemed more urgent than dwarven revenge. But the conversation had planted seeds that grew in the wizard's mind through the months that followed. The next encounter came in the spring of 2939. Thorin appeared in Rivendell, claiming business with traders who passed through the valley. But his real purpose was pursuing the wizard whose support he needed for the quest to have any chance of success. They spoke again of Aruba and the dragon, and this time Thorin's planning had advanced to include timing and routes that showed the venture would happen soon, regardless of whether Gandalf approved. The wizard began to see how this quest might serve purposes beyond what Thorin intended. Smaug was a genuine threat to the Free Peoples, and a dragon sitting on treasure in the north was a problem that would need addressing eventually. If the dwarf's obsession could be harnessed toward removing that threat, perhaps the venture would accomplish something larger than mere revenge or reclamation of lost gold. But there was another consideration that Gandalf did not share with Thorin. Bilbo Baggins possessed a ring whose nature the wizard still had not confirmed despite decades of suspicion. Observing how that ring affected its bearer under stress and danger might reveal truths that years of peaceful observation could not. If Bilbo could be convinced to join the quest, multiple purposes might be served simultaneously. The meetings continued through 2939 and into 2940. Thorin appeared wherever Gandalf travelled, as if tracking the wizard's movements with determination that suggested desperation. Each conversation followed the same pattern, the dwarf describing his plans in greater detail, the wizard raising objections that Thorin addressed with answers, showing he had anticipated every challenge. By the winter of 2940, Gandalf had made his decision. He would support the quest, would help organize it and guide it, and would ensure that a hobbit received an invitation to adventure that would change everything. The choice felt simultaneously right and terrible, necessary despite the suffering it would cause. Thorin left their final meeting before the quest with confidence that had been absent from their earlier conversations. The dwarf had secured the wizard's support, and with it, the legitimacy that association with one of the Istari would provide. He would gather his company and prepare for departure. And when spring came, they would set forth toward Erebor, and whatever fate awaited them there. Gandalf watched him go and felt the weight of decisions that would determine lives beyond those who made them. The quest would happen, and Bilbo would be part of it. And from that involvement would flow consequences that might reshape Middle-earth's future in ways none of them could anticipate. The decision about which hobbit to recruit occupied Gandalf through the winter of 2940. He travelled to the Shire in early spring and walked its lanes, observing the folk who lived there, measuring them against requirements that seemed impossible for any of them to meet. Hobbits were comfortable and sensible, dedicated to gardens and good meals, and the idea of facing a dragon would strike most of them as the kind of madness that proved the big folk were not to be trusted. The Tooks were adventurous by Shire standards. They occasionally travelled as far as Bree, and some had even ventured to the borders of the Old Forest, which other hobbits considered recklessly dangerous. But adventure to them meant seeing new villages and trying different ales, not marching hundreds of leagues to confront creatures from ancient songs. The current took patriarch was too old for such ventures, and his sons too settled in their comfortable holes. The brandybucks dwelt near the river, and were consequently strange. But their strangeness manifested in willingness to use boats and associate with outsiders, rather than in any desire for quests involving dragons. They were farmers and millers, respectable despite their oddities, and none showed signs of wanting more excitement than the Shire's festivals provided. Bilbo Baggins kept appearing in Gandalf's thoughts, despite initial reluctance to consider him. The hobbit was wealthy and respectable, living alone in the finest hole on the hill, known for being proper to the point of stuffiness. He had no reputation for adventure, and seemed perfectly content with his comfortable existence. Yet something about him suggested depths that his neighbors had not noticed. The wizard remembered conversations with Bilbo from previous visits. The hobbit asked questions about lands beyond the Shire's borders, showed interest in maps and old songs, and possessed curiosity that most of his kind had bred out of themselves through generations of careful respectability. Bilbo's mother had been a Took, and occasionally the wizard saw hints of that ancestry showing through the Baggins propriety. But there was another reason for choosing Bilbo, one that Gandalf did not fully articulate even to himself. The hobbit possessed the ring, the golden thing found in mountain darkness that granted abilities beyond natural capacity. Observing how that ring affected its bearer under the stress of genuine danger might reveal truths that decades of peaceful observation could not provide. The choice felt unfair. Bilbo had done nothing to deserve being dragged from his comfortable hole and thrown into adventures that would likely kill him. The hobbit would resist the invitation vigorously, would protest that he wanted no part of dwarves or dragons or anything involving discomfort and danger. Recruiting him meant manipulating someone who deserved better treatment. Yet necessity overrode fairness. The quest required someone with Bilbo's qualities, and the larger purposes it might serve justified methods that would otherwise seem cruel. Gandalf consoled himself with the knowledge that hobbits were tougher than they appeared. That Bilbo specifically possessed resilience his comfortable life had never tested. The wizard met with Thorin in Bree during early spring of 2941. The dwarf had gathered his company, 12 others who had committed to the quest, despite knowing how unlikely success appeared. They were craftsmen and warriors, miners who understood stone, and fighters who knew weapons. But none possessed the stealth and cunning that penetrating Erebur's defenses would require. Gandalf told Thorin about Bilbo without revealing all his reasons for the choice. He described hobbits as a people who moved quietly and thought quickly, who could accomplish tasks that larger folk would fail at through their tendency to be overlooked and underestimated. The dwarf was skeptical. What could a creature that spent its days gardening and smoking possibly contribute to a quest that would challenge hardened warriors? The wizard insisted with firmness that surprised even himself. Bilbo would be the 14th member of the company, or Gandalf would not accompany the quest at all. Thorin needed the wizard's guidance through lands he did not know and his counsel about matters dwarves rarely considered. The threat was not idle, and the dwarf recognized that attempting the journey without Gandalf would reduce already slim chances to near impossibility. They planned the approach carefully, simply appearing at Bag End with 13 dwarves and announcing that Bilbo was needed for dragon slaying would accomplish nothing but alarming the hobbit into refusal. Better to prepare the ground first, to plant the idea of adventure before the actual invitation arrived, to make Bilbo curious about possibilities he had never seriously considered. Gandalf would visit Bilbo alone first, would speak of adventures and far lands, would remind the hobbit of stories he had heard as a child when the Took blood ran stronger. Then the dwarves would arrive as if by chance, and the momentum of events would carry Bilbo forward before his respectable Baggins side could organize effective resistance. The plan was manipulative and perhaps cruel, but the wizard saw no alternative that served the purposes the quest needed to serve. Bilbo would be terrified and uncomfortable, would complain and regret his involvement, but he would also discover capabilities he did not know he possessed. The journey would change him in ways that might matter more than any of them could anticipate. Spring advanced toward the date they had chosen for beginning the venture. Thorin's company gathered their supplies and made ready for departure, and Gandalf travelled to the Shire carrying plans that would transform a comfortable hobbit's life into something neither comfortable nor entirely hobbit-like. He approached Bag End on an April morning when the sun shone bright and the gardens showed the first green of spring growth. Bilbo was outside smoking his pipe, perfectly content in his respectability, unaware that his life was about to be appended by decisions made in distant places for purposes he would not understand until much later. The wizard knocked his staff against the green door and waited for the hobbit to answer, knowing that what followed would set in motion events that might determine whether the free people survived the darkness gathering in places most of them had stopped watching. Bilbo answered the door with his pipe in hand and suspicion already forming on his face. Gandalf stood on the step, looking exactly as he always looked. Grey robes worn from travel, staff in hand, eyes that seemed to see more than a simple conversation warranted. The hobbit knew immediately that this visit carried purposes, beyond the casual socializing that usually brought the wizard to the Shire. They spoke on the doorstep about adventures and far lands. Gandalf mentioned dragons and treasure, quests and dangers, and he watched Bilbo's face shift between curiosity and alarm as the Took blood warred with Baggins' respectability. The hobbit protested that he wanted no adventures, that he was perfectly content with his comfortable hole and his well-ordered life, but his protests came too quickly and too firmly to be entirely sincere. The wizard marked Bilbo's door with a sign before departing. The hobbit did not see him do it, and Gandalf offered no explanation for why such marking might be necessary. The symbol would guide those who needed to find this particular hole among all the holes in Hobbiton, and its meaning would become clear soon enough. The dwarves arrived at dinner time the following evening. They came in groups, knocking at intervals that suggested coordination rather than chance. Bilbo answered each knock with growing alarm, and each time found more dwarves on his doorstep, expecting to be admitted. They entered without waiting for proper invitation, hung their cloaks in his hall, and made themselves comfortable in his sitting room as if they had every right to be there. The hobbit's distress mounted as his pantry emptied and his furniture filled with dwarves. They ate his seed cakes and drank his ale, called for more of both, and showed no signs of explaining their presence or their purpose. Bilbo fluttered between kitchen and sitting room, trying to meet their demands, while also trying to understand what was happening to his peaceful evening. Thorin arrived last. The dwarf entered with bearing that made clear he was not merely another member of the company, but its leader. and his appearance silenced the others into respect that bordered on reverence. He looked at Bilbo with assessment that found the hobbit wanting, measuring him against requirements that seemed impossibly high for someone 3 feet tall who had never been farther than Frogmorton. Gandalf sat through the meal, watching Bilbo's reactions. The hobbit alternated between playing the good host and wanting to throw everyone out, between curiosity about why dwarves had invaded his home and terror about what their presence might demand of him. The wizard said little, allowing events to unfold as he had planned them, trusting that momentum would carry things forward once they began moving. After the meal, Thorin produced a map. He unrolled it on Bilbo's table with ceremony that suggested this was the moment everything had been building toward. The map showed the lonely mountain far to the east, marked with symbols that indicated the secret door Thro had built. Thorin explained what the company intended: to reclaim Erebor from the dragon, to restore the kingdom that had been lost, to take back what was theirs by right. Bilbo listened with horror growing on his face. The dwarf spoke of dragons and treasure as if these were reasonable things to pursue, as if marching hundreds of leagues into danger was something people simply did when they felt like it. The hobbit's protests grew more vigorous as understanding dawned about what role he was expected to play in this madness. They wanted a burglar, someone small and quiet who could penetrate the mountain's defenses without alerting the dragon, who could scout and steal and accomplish what warriors could not achieve through force. The dwarves had been told that Bilbo Baggins was such a burglar, an expert at moving silently and taking things that were well guarded. The hobbit's denials were immediate and absolute. He was no burglar, had never stolen anything in his life, wanted nothing to do with dragons or adventures or anything that involved leaving the Shire. His respectability was being insulted by the mere suggestion that he possessed skills suited for thievery, and the whole notion of him joining this quest was preposterous beyond words. Gandalf let him protest. The wizard knew that Bilbo's resistance came from the Baggins side of his nature, the half that valued comfort and respectability above all else. But the Took blood was stirring beneath the protests, and given time it would overwhelm the caution that currently dominated the hobbits' thinking. The company stayed late into the night discussing their route and their plans. They would travel through the wild lands east of the Misty Mountains, would approach Erebor from the north, would attempt entry through the secret door before Smaug knew they were there. The risks were substantial and the chances of success slim, but the dwarves spoke with determination that made clear they would attempt this quest regardless of the odds. Bilbo retreated to bed in a state approaching panic. His comfortable life had been invaded by dwarves and dragons. His respectability had been insulted with suggestions of burglary, and the wizard he had trusted had apparently conspired to drag him into adventures he had spent 50 years successfully avoiding. The hobbit resolved that morning would bring clarity, that he would tell them all firmly that he wanted no part of their quest, and they should find their burglar elsewhere. But when morning came and Bilbo woke to find the dwarves gone, he felt something unexpected. The relief he had anticipated was there, certainly, but mixed with it was disappointment that the adventure had departed without him. The Took blood had been stirring all night, whispering of lands beyond the Shire and possibilities he had never seriously considered. And now those possibilities were walking away down the road without him. Gandalf appeared at his door just as Bilbo was sitting down to the breakfast his unexpected guests had not left him enough food to prepare properly. The wizard said nothing about the previous evening, simply handed the hobbit a contract that outlined terms for burglars who joined quests involving dragons. The document was absurdly detailed for something so preposterous, including clauses about funeral arrangements and compensation for various types of injuries. Bilbo read the contract and felt the last of his Baggins resistance crumbling. He signed it before his sensible side could reassert control, then spent the next hour in a panic gathering supplies for a journey he had not quite decided to take. The wizard watched with satisfaction that suggested everything was proceeding exactly as planned. And by the time Bilbo ran out his door with a handkerchief clutched in one hand and his pipe in the other, the hobbit's comfortable life was already receding into memory. The company travelled east through lands that grew wilder with each league. Bilbo stumbled along behind the dwarves, with his pack weighing on shoulders unused to such burdens, and his feet ached in ways that suggested blisters would soon make walking even more miserable. The hobbit's natural toughness helped, but toughness earned through generations of comfortable living was different from the hardness the road demanded. The dwarves set a pace that assumed everyone could keep up, regardless of leg length or endurance. They sang as they marched, songs about gold and mountain halls, and their voices carried confidence that seemed unjustified given where they were heading and what they intended to accomplish. Bilbo did not sing, being too busy trying to breathe and too worried about what lay ahead to waste air on music. Gandalf ranged ahead and behind the company, appearing and disappearing without explanation. The wizard spoke little about his comings and goings, and the dwarves had learned not to question him when he vanished on business he did not share. Bilbo found this mysterious behavior unsettling, but had no standing to demand explanations from someone who seemed to operate according to rules the rest of them did not understand. The first real danger came in the form of trolls. The company had made camp in a dell where a stream ran clear and trees offered shelter from wind that had blown cold all day. Bilbo was sent to investigate firelight they had spotted through the trees, a task that seemed simple until he found himself face to face with three creatures the size of small houses who were discussing what to eat for dinner. The trolls captured the dwarves one by one as they came investigating why their burglar had not returned. Bilbo watched in horror from behind a tree as his companions were stuffed into sacks and the trolls debated cooking methods. The hobbit's attempt at rescue accomplished nothing except nearly getting himself caught as well, and only Gandalf's intervention saved them all from being roasted and eaten. The wizard appeared at dawn and kept the trolls arguing until sunrise turned them to stone. Bilbo learned then that Gandalf possessed abilities beyond making fireworks and telling stories, that the old man with the grey robes could throw his voice and manipulate creatures, too stupid to realize they were being tricked. The lesson would have been more reassuring if it did not also demonstrate how icily the company could have died before the journey truly began. They found the troll's cave and recovered supplies that previous victims had carried into these hills. Swords lay among the plunder, weapons forged by elves in ages past, and still sharp enough to serve those who knew how to wield them. Thorin claimed one, and Gandalf another, and Bilbo found himself holding a blade barely long enough to be called a sword, though to a hobbit it seemed adequately dangerous. The road climbed into the foothills where the land grew rocky and the trees thinned to scrub that offered little shelter. Rain fell frequently in those hills, cold spring rain that soaked through cloaks and made camping miserable. Bilbo discovered that adventures involved far more discomfort than the songs had suggested, and he spent his evenings wringing water from his clothes while wondering why anyone thought this was preferable to sitting in a comfortable hole smoking pipeweed. Rivendell appeared when they most needed it. The hidden valley opened below them with its waterfalls and gardens, and even the dwarves seemed relieved to see elven halls offering shelter after weeks of camping in the wild. Bilbo had never seen anything like it. Buildings that seemed to grow from the landscape rather than being imposed upon it, and everywhere music that made him think of things he had no words to describe. Elrond received them with courtesy that suggested he understood more about their quest than they had told him. The Elf Lord examined the swords they had found and spoke of their history. Weapons that had been forged for wars in the First Age and carried by warriors who had fought Morgoth himself. He studied Thorin's map and revealed markings that appeared only in moonlight. Runes that showed when the secret door could be opened and what signs would mark the keyhole. They rested in Rivendell for a week while Elrond provided supplies and counsel that Thorin received with gratitude mixed with impatience. The dwarf wanted to push forward toward his goal, feared that delay would weaken his resolve or provide opportunities for things to go wrong. But even he acknowledged that crossing the misty mountains required preparation that could not be rushed. The path they chose led through heights where snow still lingered despite spring's arrival elsewhere. The path was narrow and treacherous, and Bilbo learned what it meant to climb when one slip would send you tumbling into chasms whose bottoms could not be seen. The dwarves moved with the sureness of people bred for mountains, but the hobbit had to watch every step and still nearly fell twice before they reached the far side. They found shelter in a cave as storm clouds gathered and rain began falling in sheets. The cave seemed dry and empty, exactly the refuge they needed after the day's hard climbing. The company made camp and prepared for sleep while thunder rolled across the peaks and lightning lit the darkness outside their shelter. But the cave was not empty. Bilbo woke to find the floor opening beneath them, a trapdoor that had been hidden until the goblins who controlled it decided to spring their trap. The company fell through darkness into tunnels where creatures lived who hated dwarves, and elves, and anything that came from the surface world above. The goblins took them deep into the mountain, dragging them through passages that twisted and split and rejoined in patterns that suggested these tunnels had been carved over centuries. Their captors were numerous and vicious, creatures that had lived too long in darkness and learned to hate everything that reminded them of light. They brought the company before their king in a great cavern where torches burned and the air stank of things that should not be named. Gandalf appeared again when things seemed darkest. The wizard's staff blazed bright enough to blind creatures whose eyes were accustomed to dimness, and his voice commanded with authority that made even goblins hesitate. The company fought free in the chaos that followed. Running through tunnels they did not know while their enemies pursued with numbers that seemed endless. Bilbo fell behind in the desperate flight through darkness. One moment the dwarves were ahead of him. The next he was alone in tunnels, where the only sound was his own breathing, and the distant echoes of pursuit growing fainter. The hobbit had been separated from the company, lost in the roots of the mountains where goblins bred and older things dwelt that even goblins feared to name. Bilbo crawled through darkness so complete that his eyes saw nothing, not even the shape of his own hand when he held it before his face. The tunnels under the mountain went deeper than he had imagined possible, and the pursuit had faded behind him into silence that felt worse than the noise of goblins hunting. At least noise told him where danger was. Silence meant it could be anywhere. His hand touched something cold and smooth on the tunnel floor. Metal, he thought, though what metal would be doing in goblin tunnels he could not imagine. He picked it up and put it in his pocket without examining it closely, saving the discovery for when he had light and safety to appreciate whatever small treasure fate had dropped in his path. The tunnel descended toward water sounds that grew louder with each step. Bilbo felt his way along the wall, testing each footfall before trusting his weight to stone he could not see. The air grew damper and colder, and eventually his feet found water that soaked through his shoes and made him gasp at the chill. Something lived down here. He heard it before he saw it. A wet sound like breathing mixed with the slap of something against stone. Then two pale lights appeared in the darkness, eyes that glowed with their own illumination. And a voice spoke from the blackness in tones that suggested it was speaking to itself as much as to him. The creature called itself Gollum. It lived on an island in the underground lake, and it spoke in whispers that sometimes sounded almost reasonable and sometimes dissolved into hissing that made Bilbo's skin crawl. The thing wanted to know what the hobbit was doing in its tunnels, whether he was good to eat, and what business brought surface dwellers into depths where they did not belong. Bilbo could see it now as his eyes adjusted to the faint phosphorescence the lake gave off. The creature was small and wretched, all bones and sinew wrapped in grey skin, and it moved with jerky motions that suggested something fundamentally wrong with how its body worked. Its eyes never stopped moving, never stopped watching, and the hobbit understood with sick certainty that this thing had been something else once before darkness and isolation had twisted it into what it now was. They agreed to a riddle game. Gollum proposed it with eagerness that suggested this was entertainment the creature rarely got to enjoy, and the stakes were simple enough. If Bilbo won, Gollum would show him the way out, and if Gollum won, he would eat the hobbit. The terms were not what Bilbo would have chosen, but refusing seemed likely to end with being eaten anyway. The riddles came back and forth across the dark water. Gollum was good at this game, had played it with himself for years in the isolation of his island, and his answers came quickly despite the hissing and muttering that accompanied them. Bilbo struggled through riddles about wind and time and darkness, and his answers came from memories of stories told in the Shire, when such games had seemed harmless rather than matters of life and death. The final riddle was not really a riddle at all. Bilbo's hand had gone to his pocket nervously during the game, and he had touched the cold metal ring he had found in the tunnel. The question came out without thought, without intention, just words filling silence while his mind scrambled for an actual riddle that Gollum might not already know. "What have I got in my pocket?" Gollum shrieked that this was not a proper riddle, that the rules had been broken, that the game was invalid. But Bilbo insisted with surprising firmness that Gollum must answer or admit defeat, and the creature thrashed in the water and hissed, and finally demanded chances to guess what the hobbit carried. The guesses were wrong. Gollum did not know what was in Bilbo's pocket, and by the terms they had agreed upon, the hobbit had won. The creature raged about unfairness and broken rules, but it had agreed to show the way out if it lost, and some part of it that remembered being something other than Gollum insisted that promises made must be kept. But first it needed its precious. Gollum spoke of something it had lost, something stolen from it, something that had been its birthday present and its comfort in the dark. The creature went to its island looking for the precious, searching frantically through stones and examining crevices where it might have been hidden. Bilbo felt the ring in his pocket and understood with dawning horror what Gollum was looking for. The creature's precious was the very thing the hobbit had found in the tunnel, and the coincidence seemed too precise to be chance. He said nothing about having found anything, keeping his hand closed around the metal in his pocket while Gollum's search grew more desperate. The creature's rage when it could not find the precious was terrible to witness. It shrieked and wailed, and then suddenly grew quiet in ways that suggested it had reached conclusions that did not bode well for the hobbit. Gollum came across the water moving faster than something so wretched should have been able to move, and its eyes fixed on Bilbo with hunger that went beyond mere desire to eat. The hobbit ran. He stumbled through darkness, guided only by sound and by luck that seemed too consistent to be entirely luck. Gollum pursued with speed that should have caught him, with knowledge of these tunnels that should have made escape impossible. But somehow Bilbo stayed ahead of the creature that wanted its precious back more than it wanted anything else in the world. The ring slipped onto his finger without conscious decision. One moment Bilbo was fumbling in his pocket, the next his hand emerged with the ring already on, and Gollum passed by him in the darkness without seeing him, though they were close enough to touch. The hobbit stood frozen in terror and amazement, invisible to the creature that should have been able to smell him if not see him. He followed Gollum through the tunnels. The creature was heading toward the exit, toward the way out that it had promised to show, and Bilbo crept behind it in darkness that no longer hid him because the ring made hiding unnecessary. They came eventually to a passage where daylight showed distant and faint, and goblins guarded the door that led to freedom. Gollum stopped at the boundary between dark and light. It could not go further, could not bear the day, and it raged there in the shadows about thieves and precious things stolen. Bilbo understood that the creature would wait there forever if necessary, would guard this exit against the burglar who had taken what belonged to it. But the hobbit was invisible. He walked past Gollum, close enough to hear the creature muttering to itself, past the goblin guards, who saw nothing but empty passage, and out into daylight that felt like salvation after the darkness under the mountain. The ring stayed on his finger until he had run far enough that pursuit seemed unlikely, and only then did he slip it off and feel himself become visible again to any eyes that might be watching. The company found him hours later. They had escaped the goblins and been searching for their burglar, and their relief at finding him alive was genuine despite earlier doubts about his usefulness. Bilbo told them a story about his escape that included riddles and darkness, but said nothing about invisible rings or creatures that called things precious. Some truths were too strange to share, and some prizes were better kept secret until their purpose became clear. Gandalf left the company at the edge of Mirkwood. He gave no detailed explanation for his departure, said only that business called him south that could not be delayed. Thorin accepted this with frustration barely concealed. The wizard had guided them through dangers they could not have survived alone, and now he was abandoning them before the greatest dangers had even begun. The wizard had received word from Galadriel weeks before, carried by messengers who knew the hidden paths between the realms of the wise. The Necromancer had returned to Dol Guldur with strength that exceeded what he had commanded during his previous occupation. The White Council would strike now while the company provided distraction, while Sauron's attention turned north, toward the dwarves marching toward his ancient servant's horde. Gandalf rode south through Mirkwood's darkening eaves. The forest had grown worse in the decades since the Council's first assault, corruption spreading from the hill despite their burning of the fortress. Trees twisted in ways that nature never intended, and the paths writhed like serpents trying to lead travelers astray. He felt the malice radiating from Dol Guldur leagues before the hill came into view. The White Council gathered at the forest's southern edge. Saruman came from Isengard, with power blazing from his staff, and his confidence suggested he expected this assault to succeed where observation had failed. Galadriel arrived from Lorien with Celeborn beside her, and her face showed strain of one who had looked into futures and seen nothing that offered comfort. Elrond brought warriors from Rivendell, fewer than had come to the previous assault, but hardened by years of patrol through lands that grew more dangerous. They approached the hill as they had approached it before, closing from multiple directions and meeting resistance that proved the Necromancer had not been idle during his return. The fortress on the hill was rebuilt and occupied. Creatures poured from its gates to meet them, orcs and worse things, servants that had been twisted from forms that might once have been natural. The elven warriors cut through them with blades that remembered how to kill darkness, and Galadriel's power drove back corruption that tried to overwhelm them through sheer malevolence. Gandalf felt the presence in the fortress as he had felt it decades before when he first investigated these ruins. Sauron was here, had returned to his old seat, and his power had grown during the years the Council spent debating whether he existed. The wizard understood they were assaulting not some servant of the enemy, but the enemy himself, and the knowledge sat heavy in his chest. Saruman struck first, as he had done in their previous assault. The white wizard's staff blazed with light that should have driven any darkness back, and his voice commanded with authority that made even stone tremble. The defenders recoiled from his power, and for a moment it seemed the assault would succeed as easily as Saruman's confidence suggested it should. But the Necromancer was not present to be driven out. Gandalf felt it as he climbed toward the fortress through resistance that melted away to Izali. Sauron had abandoned Dol Guldur before they arrived, had departed when scouts reported the council gathering, had chosen to flee rather than face them in direct confrontation. The throne room stood empty when they reached it, empty of life at least, though the malice soaked into its stones remained thick enough to choke on. The throne itself was gone, removed along with whatever other implements the Dark Lord had needed for his work here. Sauron had taken everything that mattered and left them only the shell of what he had built. Gandalf stood in that empty chamber and felt the familiar hollow victory. They had driven the Necromancer from Dol Guldur again, would burn the fortress again, would return to their realms, believing they had struck a blow against darkness. But the pattern was repeating. Sauron fled because fleeing served his purposes, because the Council's assault accomplished what he needed accomplished. Saruman seemed satisfied despite the enemy's absence. The White Wizard spoke of how they had cleansed the forest of corruption, had driven evil from its stronghold, had proven that the wise could act decisively when action was required. His satisfaction felt wrong to Gandalf in ways he could not articulate, as if Saruman had gotten exactly what he wanted from an assault that should have disappointed him. They burned the fortress over 3 days. Galadriel sang songs of cleansing, and Saruman called fire that consumed the black stone. And when the flames died, the hills stood bare beneath the sky. The forest would heal now, they told themselves, now that the shadow's heart had been cut from it. But Gandalf knew better. Sauron had used them again, had allowed them their victory because it cost him nothing and confirmed patterns he could exploit. The Dark Lord knew now that the White Council would strike only when provoked beyond endurance, would debate for years before acting, and could be relied upon to attack visible strongholds while ignoring what moved in secrecy beyond their sight. The wizard rode north after the assault, returning to Ward where he had left the company of dwarves who marched toward Erebor. He carried with him the knowledge that Sauron lived and planned in places they had not discovered, that the greatest threat to the free peoples worked its purposes while the wise congratulated themselves on victories that were defeats disguised. Mirkwood felt lighter as he travelled through it, the oppression that had pressed down from Dol Guldur lifting slightly now that the source had been removed. But the lifting was temporary, and Gandalf understood that corruption this deep could not be burned away with fire or driven out with songs. The forest would darken again, perhaps not from Dol Guldur, but from some other source, because evil did not end when its strongholds fell. He thought of Thorin and the dwarves marching toward their mountain, of Bilbo who carried a ring whose nature the wizard still had not confirmed. The pieces were moving across the board whether he willed it or not, and his assault on Dol Guldur had accomplished nothing except to remove one piece while leaving all the others in positions. He did not fully understand. Gandalf found the company camped in the ruins of Dale when he returned from the south. The dwarves had reached the lonely mountain without him, had discovered the secret door exactly where the map said it would be, and Bilbo had descended into the dragon's lair alone while his companions waited above in the cold. The hobbit had survived his first encounter with Smaug through a combination of the ring's invisibility and quick thinking that surprised even himself. He had seen the dragons sleeping on treasure that filled halls to their ceilings, had stolen a cup to prove he had been there, and had escaped before the worm woke to discover the theft. But Smaug had woken. The dragon knew immediately that something had penetrated his defenses, that a thief had walked through halls where nothing should walk, and his rage at the violation was absolute. He had burst from the mountain, breathing fire and searching for whoever dared steal from his hoard, and his fury had driven the company from their camp on the mountainside down into the ruins where they now sheltered. Thorin spoke with satisfaction about accomplishing what armies had failed to achieve. They had found the door, had sent their burglar into the mountain, and the dragon now knew he was not as secure as he had believed for 2 centuries. The dwarf seemed to think this constituted success, though Gandalf noted that they had merely angered Smaug without accomplishing anything that would prevent him from destroying them all. The wizard had little comfort to offer. He had left them to deal with the Necromancer and returned to find them cornered by a dragon who now hunted them actively. The situation was desperate, and their options were limited to hiding in ruins that would not protect them if Smaug decided to burn Dale as thoroughly as he had burned it the first time. Bilbo had learned things during his encounter with the dragon. The hobbit spoke of Smaug's armor, the scales that covered him like mail that no weapon could pierce, and the conversation they had conducted in riddles while the dragon tried to determine who had sent this thief into his mountain. But Bilbo had also noticed a gap in the armor, a bare patch on the dragon's left breast where scale did not quite meet scale. The information seemed useless without anyone capable of exploiting it. The dwarves had no weapons that could harm a dragon, and even if they had possessed such weapons, getting close enough to strike the vulnerable spot would require courage bordering on suicide. Gandalf filed the knowledge away without voicing his doubts about whether it would ever prove useful. The attack on Dale came without warning. Smaug descended from the mountain in full fury, breathing fire that consumed what little remained standing in the ruins. The company fled into cellars where stone might protect them from flames, and they huddled there while the dragon raged above them, seeking the thieves who had dared disturb his long sleep. But the dragon's rage carried him beyond Dale. Smaug flew toward Lake Town, where lights burned on the water, and his purpose became clear even to those cowering in the ruins. The worm would punish anyone who might have aided the thieves, would burn the town and kill its people because someone from somewhere had dared challenge his dominion over the mountain. The lake men fought back with arrows that bounced from Smaug's armor like rain from stone. Their lord rallied them to defense despite the hopelessness of their position, and they shot the dragon wheeling above them while their town burned and their neighbors died in flames. One arrow flew true. A man named Bard shot it, a descendant of Dale's last lord who knew the old stories and had heard rumors from thrushbirds about a gap in the dragon's armor. The arrow struck exactly where scale did not quite meet scale, and it drove deep into flesh that had not felt pain in 200 years. Smaug fell. The dragon crashed into the lake with impact that sent waves washing over what remained of the town, and he sank beneath dark water, still thrashing in his death throes. The fires he had lit burned on, but the dragon himself was dead, killed by a man with a bow and an arrow that had belonged to his ancestors. Gandalf heard the news from refugees who fled north toward Dale after the attack. The wizard felt no satisfaction in Smaug's death, only recognition that one problem had been solved while creating others that might prove worse. The dragon had guarded the treasure, had prevented anyone from claiming it, and his death meant that treasure was now available to anyone strong enough to take it. Thorin spoke immediately of reclaiming Erebor. The dwarf saw only that the obstacle preventing his return had been removed, that the mountain was his again by right, and that nothing now stood between him and the kingdom his grandfather had lost. He gave no thought to the lakemen whose town had burned, or to the competing claims others might make on treasure the dragon had hoarded. The wizard tried to counsel patience and caution. Armies would come seeking the treasure, drawn by news of the dragon's death, and by greed that treasure in such quantities inevitably inspired. Better to negotiate and share than to try holding what could not be held through stubbornness alone. But Thorin would not listen. The dragon sickness had infected him as it infected all who came too close to such wealth, and his thoughts turned toward defending rather than sharing, toward preparing for siege rather than welcoming allies. The dwarf, who had been reasonable if obsessed during the journey, had become someone else entirely, someone the wizard barely recognized. The armies came as Gandalf had warned they would. Elves from Mirkwood arrived first, led by Thranduil, who claimed the treasure contained items that had belonged to his people before the dragon took them. The lakemen came after, refugees led by Bard who had killed Smog and wanted compensation for the town that had burned because dwarves had angered the worm. Thorin refused all negotiation. He sealed the mountain's gates and declared that none would enter Erebor except over his dead body, that the treasure belonged to the dwarves alone, and that anyone who tried to take it would face the consequences. The sickness had fully claimed him now, and he spoke with the voice of one who saw enemies everywhere and trusted no one. More dwarves arrived from the Iron Hills. Thorin's cousin Dane brought an army to break the siege. Warriors in full armor who marched toward Erebor, ready to fight for their kinsman's claim. The situation that had been tense became desperate. 3 armies facing each other before the mountain, while Thorin refused to yield and his opponents refused to depart empty-handed. Gandalf stood between the camps, trying to broker peace that none of them wanted. The wizard argued for sharing and compromise, for recognizing that multiple claims had merit and that treasure did no good to anyone if war consumed them all. But greed had infected everyone who looked at the mountain, and his words found no purchase in hearts that had already decided violence was the only solution. The orcs came from the north. They descended from the mountains in numbers that suggested every tribe within 100 leagues had united for this assault. Drawn by news of the dragon's death and by the prospect of claiming treasure while the other armies were occupied, destroying each other, Bolg led them, Azag's son who had reasons beyond greed for wanting dwarves dead. The arrival of a common enemy accomplished what diplomacy could not. Elves and men and dwarves turned from facing each other to facing the horde that swept down on them. And Thorin led his company from the mountain to join the defense because even dragon sickness could not make him ignore orcs threatening his people. The battle that followed was chaos. 5 armies crashed together on the slopes before Erebor, and the fighting was desperate from the first moment. The orcs had numbers and the advantage of high ground, but the defenders fought with the fury of those who knew defeat meant death for everyone. Gandalf fought in the thick of it. His staff blazed with light that drove back creatures who feared fire, and his sword cut through orcs who pressed too close. The wizard was no warrior by choice, but he had learned violence in the service of defense, and he wielded both with effectiveness that surprised those who had only seen him make fireworks and tell stories. The eagles came when the battle seemed lost. Great birds descended from the sky and fell upon the orcs from above, their talons rending and their beaks striking with force that broke enemy formations. Bowen came too, the skin changer who fought in bare form and killed with strength that no natural creature possessed. The tide turned. The orcs broke and fled, pursued by warriors who had minutes before been facing each other as enemies. The victory was absolute, but it was bought with blood that stained the mountainside and filled the valley with the dead and dying. Thorin fell in the battle's final stages. He had led a charge against Bolg's position, breaking through enemy lines with recklessness that came from the dragon's sickness releasing its hold too late. The orc chieftain died under the dwarf's blade, but Thorin took wounds that no healing could mend. Gandalf stood with Bilbo beside Thorin as the dwarf lay dying. The sickness had left him at the end, and clarity returned to eyes that had been clouded with greed and suspicion. He spoke to Bilbo of regret, of how he had valued gold over friendship, of how the hobbit had been right about things that mattered more than treasure. The dwarf died with the battle won, but his obsession unfulfilled. He had reclaimed Araba and died defending it, but he never got to rule the kingdom he had spent his life trying to restore. Dain would take the crown instead, would rebuild what Smaug had destroyed, would make treaty with the Lake Men and establish peace that Thorin's pride had nearly prevented. The treasure was divided after, shares given to those who had earned them through blood or through need. Bilbo took little despite being offered much, accepting only what he could carry and wanting nothing more than to return to the Shire and his comfortable hole. The hobbit had seen enough of treasure and what it did to those who possessed it. Gandalf helped settle the aftermath, mediating disputes and ensuring the agreements would hold after he departed. Dain proved more reasonable than his cousin had been, and the king who took Araba's throne understood that isolation would destroy what war had failed to take. The wizard prepared to leave when winter approached. He had been absent from other duties too long, and the assault on Dol Guldur had left questions that needed answering. But first he would escort Bilbo home, would ensure the hobbit who had survived dragons and battles made it back to the Shire, where such things were properly appreciated as stories rather than lived experiences. The journey back to the Shire took months. Bilbo and Gandalf travelled west through lands that seemed gentler after what they had survived. Though the hobbit limped from wounds that had not fully healed, and the wizard showed weariness that went deeper than mere physical exhaustion, they spoke little during the long miles, both absorbed in thoughts about what they had seen and what it had cost. Bilbo had changed in ways that went beyond the obvious scars. The hobbit who returned to the Shire was not the same creature who had run out his door with a handkerchief clutched in one hand. He had faced a dragon and survived, had walked invisible through goblin tunnels, had stood in battles that should have killed him, that took blood, had proven stronger than anyone, including Bilbo himself, had suspected. But something else had changed too. Gandalf noticed how the hobbit's hand went frequently to his pocket, checking that the ring was still there, even though nothing could have taken it without him knowing. Bilbo had told a story about winning the ring in a riddle game, had described the encounter with Gollum in terms that seemed carefully edited to remove details the hobbit did not want to share. The wizard said nothing about his doubts. The ring's nature remained uncertain despite decades of suspicion, and accusing Bilbo of lying would accomplish nothing except to make the hobbit more defensive about something he clearly wanted kept secret. Better to watch and wait, to observe how the ring affected its bearer over time, to gather evidence that might eventually confirm or disprove the fears that had been growing since Gandalf first heard Gollum's story. They reached Bag End in the spring of 2942. The hobbit found his home occupied by relatives who had assumed he was dead and were auctioning his possessions to settle debts they claimed he owed. Bilbo's return caused chaos among those who had been dividing his property, and the legal disputes that followed would occupy him for years. Gandalf stayed long enough to see Bilbo settled before resuming his wandering. The wizard had been absent from other duties too long, and matters demanded his attention that had been delayed while he helped dwarves reclaim their mountain. But he made a point of visiting the Shire more frequently in the years that followed, watching the hobbit who possessed a ring whose significance might be greater than anyone suspected. Bilbo prospered in his restored home. He had brought back enough treasure from Erebor to live comfortably for the rest of his life, and he spent his days writing about his adventures and hosting the occasional party. The other hobbits considered him odd for having gone adventuring, but they also found his stories entertaining when told over good ale, and gradually he was accepted back into Shire society despite his strange journey. But the aging did not progress as it should have. Gandalf noticed it first in 2950, when Bilbo should have been showing signs of his 59 years, but instead looked barely past 40. The hobbit's skin remained smooth and his movements sprightly, and his eyes held the brightness of someone decades younger. The ring was preserving him as it had preserved Gollum, extending his life beyond what nature intended. The wizard's suspicions hardened into near certainty. A ring that granted invisibility and extended life, that had been found in a river and held for centuries by a creature whose corruption ran bone deep, that now rested in a hobbit's pocket and preserved him against aging. This could only be one of the rings of power. And if it was one of the great rings rather than a lesser one, the implications were terrible. But which ring? The three were accounted for, held by elves whose identities Gandalf knew. The 7 had been given to dwarf lords and either reclaimed by Sauron or consumed by dragons. The 9 had gone to men who became the Nazgul, that left only one ring unaccounted for. One ring that had been cut from Sauron's hand and lost in the Anduin when Isildur died. Gandalf did not want to believe what the evidence suggested. The one ring lost for 2,000 years, found by chance in goblin tunnels, carried by a hobbit who did not understand what he possessed. The coincidence seemed too terrible to be coincidence, too cruel to be anything but fate showing its darkest humor. He needed proof before acting on suspicions that would alarm everyone who heard them. The records that might confirm his fears were scattered across Middle-earth in libraries he had not consulted in centuries, and gathering that proof would take years of research in places far from the Shire. But the work had to be done, and it had to be done carefully without alerting anyone to what he sought. The wizard left the Shire in the autumn of 2950 with plans forming in his mind. He would research the ring's history in Minas Tirith, where the archives held records from Gondor's founding. He would consult with those few among the wise who might have knowledge about the rings of power, and he would watch Bilbo from a distance, monitoring how the ring affected him while hoping desperately that his fears would prove unfounded. But Gandalf knew in his bones that the fears were justified, that Bilbo possessed the one ring, and that its presence in the Shire changed everything about the trials ahead. The enemy would search for it eventually, would hunt it with determination that would not stop until either the ring was found or Sauron himself was destroyed. The hobbits in their comfortable holes knew nothing of the danger sleeping in Bag End's study, and the wizard would do everything in his power to keep them ignorant until ignorance could no longer protect them. Aragorn learned his true name in the year 2951, the same spring that Gandalf realized what ring Bilbo carried. The timing was coincidence, or perhaps it was the pattern of events converging toward purposes none of them could yet see. Elrond gathered the young man on his 20th birthday and spoke the words that transformed Estel into Aragorn, son of Erethdorn, last heir of Isildur's line. The revelation changed everything and nothing. Aragorn had suspected for years that his heritage was not what he had been told, had felt the weight of expectations that seemed disproportionate to being merely a ranger's orphan raised in elven halls. Learning the truth brought relief as much as burden, confirmation of instincts he had not quite trusted. Elrond gave him the Ring of Barahir that night, the ancient heirloom that had passed through the royal line since Finrod gave it to Barahir in the First Age. The gold was old beyond reckoning, and the craftsmanship belonged to ages when elves made things that could not be duplicated in later times. Aragorn wore it on his finger and felt the weight of every ancestor who had worn it before him. The shards of Narsil came next. Elrond brought them wrapped in cloth that had protected them for 1,000 years, and he laid them on the table where Aragorn could see how the blade had broken when it cut the ring from Sauron's hand. The sword that had belonged to Elendil, that had been carried by Isildur when he died, now belonged to the last of their line, who would need to decide whether to reforge it or let it remain broken. But there was something else that happened that year, something Elrond spoke of, with more concern than he showed about royal heritage or ancient swords. Aragorn had met Arwen in the Twilight Woods, had seen her walking beneath trees, and mistaken her for Luthien returned from death. The meeting had kindled something that the Elf Lord feared would bring only grief. Aragorn left Rivendell in the summer of 2951. He rode first to his mother's people, to the rangers who kept watch over lands that had belonged to his ancestors. They received him as their chieftain's heir, though he was young and untested, because the blood in his veins commanded respect, even when the man who carried it had not yet earned it through deeds. The rangers taught him their craft. He learned to track through country where signs were faint, to move silently through terrain that seemed to offer no cover, to survive on nothing when supplies ran out. They showed him where to watch and what to watch for, how to read the land for evidence of threats approaching or enemies already present. He was good at it. The skills came naturally, as if his ancestors had passed them down through blood rather than teaching. And within a year he moved through the wild with confidence that usually took decades to develop. The rangers recognized his talent and began trusting him with responsibilities they would not normally give to someone so young. But Aragorn wanted more than to range through Eriador defending hobbits who would never know he existed. The north was his heritage, certainly, but Gondor was part of that heritage too. And he needed to understand the southern kingdom if he was ever to have any claim on the crown his ancestors had abandoned. He left the Rangers in 2953 and travelled south under a name that concealed his identity. Gondor received him as just another soldier seeking service in their armies. The kingdom accepted such men regularly, warriors from various peoples who came to fight in the eternal watch against Mordor. No one looked at the tall ranger and saw anything except another recruit to fill the ranks that were always thinned by patrol and skirmish. He served in Ithilien first, in the companies that kept watch on the borders closest to the Black Land. The duty was dangerous and the patrols were constant. But Aragorn learned how Gondor fought and what they fought against. He saw orcs and worse things, fought in small, desperate battles that would never be recorded in any history, and understood what vigilance cost those who maintained it. The captains he served under noted his skill and promoted him faster than was common. Within 3 years he commanded his own patrol, and the men who followed him developed loyalty that went beyond normal bonds between soldiers. They did not know who he was, but they recognized that he was someone who could be trusted when the situation turned desperate. Aragorn spent 5 years in Gondor's service before moving north to Rohan. The Horse Lords received him differently than the southern kingdom had, with suspicion that eased only when he proved himself in their own terms. They valued horsemanship above all else, and a man who could not ride was barely a man in their reckoning. He learned to fight from horseback, to charge with lance and to wheel with the Rohirrim, when they rode down enemies who thought infantry could stand against mounted warriors. The Rohirrim were different from Gondor's soldiers in every way that mattered, but they defended the same things, and they faced the same darkness that crept from the east. By 2960 he had served in both kingdoms and learned their strengths and their weaknesses. Gondor was disciplined and organized, maintaining watch through structure and duty, but they had grown cautious over centuries of slow retreat. Rohan was fierce and direct, charging into battle with courage that sometimes exceeded wisdom, but they lacked the patience that long defense required. Aragorn returned to the north that year, knowing what he had learned was worth the decades spent in service to kingdoms that did not know they were being served by their rightful king. He was 30 years old, tested in ways that proved he could lead, and beginning to understand what reclaiming his heritage would require if such reclaiming was ever possible. Aragorn spent the next 20 years ranging through Middle-earth under names that concealed his heritage. He called himself Thorongil in Gondor and Rohan, the Eagle of the Star, and the name became known among those who fought in the wars that never quite ended but never quite became full invasion either. His reputation grew among soldiers and captains, while his true identity remained hidden even from those who trusted him most. The years brought him deeper into the confidence of both kingdoms. In Rohan he rode with the riders against orcs that descended from the mountains, and the horse lords came to value his counsel even though they found his silences troubling in ways they could not articulate. In Gondor he served under captains who saw in him qualities that reminded them of the ancient kings, though none dared voice the comparison aloud. He fought in Ithilien season after season. The patrols grew to trust him completely, following his lead into situations where other commanders would have hesitated. Aragorn understood the land in ways that studying maps could never teach, reading the terrain as if it spoke to him in languages only his blood recognized. The steward of Gondor noticed him eventually. Ectheliant ruled in those years, and he summoned the ranger called Thorongil to the White Tower to discuss matters that went beyond simple patrol reports. The steward was old but still sharp, and his questions probed for information that Aragorn carefully avoided providing while still offering useful counsel. Ecthelion wanted to know where this Thorongil came from and why a man of obvious noble bearing served as a common ranger. Aragorn deflected the questions with vague answers about the North and a desire to see the world before settling into the responsibilities that awaited him at home. The steward accepted these evasions, but his eyes suggested he suspected more than he admitted. The service brought Aragorn into contact with Denethor, Ecthelion's son, who would eventually succeed him as steward. The younger man was brilliant and proud, and he regarded Thorongil with suspicion that went beyond normal wariness of capable subordinates. Denethor seemed to sense that this ranger represented some threat to his future, though he could not identify what form that threat might take. They worked together during campaigns against corsairs who raided Gondor's coasts. Aragorn led assaults that required more courage than caution, and his success made him popular among soldiers, while making Denethor's own accomplishments seem less impressive by comparison. The tension between them grew with each victory that made the ranger's reputation brighter and the heir's position more uncomfortable. Aragorn left Gondor's service in 2980 before the situation could deteriorate into open conflict. He disappeared one night without explanation, leaving behind only a message for Ectheliant, thanking him for the opportunity to serve. The steward mourned, losing his most capable captain, and Denethor breathed easier knowing the rival who had never claimed to be rival was finally gone. But the years of service had taught Aragorn what he needed to know. He understood now how the Southern Kingdom functioned, how its politics worked, how its people thought about their history and their future. He knew which families held real power beneath the steward's authority, which captains could be trusted and which served only their own advancement. He returned to the north and resumed his ranging through Eriador. The rangers welcomed him back without asking where he had been or why he had left. They accepted that their chieftain's heir moved according to purposes they did not need to understand, and they were simply glad to have him leading patrols again through lands that grew more dangerous each year. The wilderness between the Shire and Rivendell became his particular concern. Aragorn walked those roads more frequently than any other ranger, and he knew every path and ford and hidden camp that offered shelter when weather turned harsh. The hobbits never saw him, but they benefited from protection they did not know existed. He met Gandalf occasionally during those years. The wizard appeared at ranger camps or crossed paths with Aragorn on roads where no one else traveled, and they would share news and counsel about matters that concerned them both. Gandalf asked questions about what Aragorn had learned in Gondor and what he had seen in his ranging, and the ranger answered honestly because he trusted the wizard's purposes even when he did not understand them. The years approaching 2980 brought subtle changes that Aragorn noticed in his ranging. The creatures that had been declining since Sauron's expulsion from Dol Guldur began appearing more frequently again. Orc sign increased near the mountains, and things moved through the wild that suggested coordination rather than random wandering. The peace was ending in ways that most people would not recognize for years yet. Aragorn increased his patrols and pushed his rangers to extend their coverage despite their limited numbers. They could not watch everywhere that needed watching, but they could respond quickly when threats appeared, and they could ensure that the most vulnerable settlements remained protected. The work was exhausting and never-ending, but it was what his heritage demanded and what his people needed. By the time he reached his 50th year, Aragorn had become the ranger his father would have been proud to see. He had proven himself in service to kingdoms that did not know his name, had earned loyalty from men who would never learn his true identity, and had prepared himself for trials that would eventually demand everything he had learned. The heir was ready, even if the opportunity to claim his inheritance remained distant and uncertain. Saruman summoned the White Council to Isengard in 2983. The location itself was unusual. Previous meetings had always been held in Rivendell, or occasionally Lothlorien neutral ground, where no single member held particular advantage. But the White Wizard insisted his research required materials that could not be transported, and the others agreed to meet in the valley beneath Orthanc despite their unease. Gandalf arrived to find Isengard transformed from what it had been during his last visit. The gardens were gone, replaced by pits and forges that covered the valley floor. Smoke rose from workshops where hammers rang against metal day and night, and the workers who tended the forges were not the craftsmen such work usually employed but rougher men who looked more like soldiers preparing for war. Saruman claimed the preparations were necessary. The free peoples would need weapons and armor when conflict came, and beginning production now meant being ready rather than scrambling after the enemy revealed himself. His explanation was reasonable, but the scale troubled Gandalf. This was production for armies rather than simple readiness, and the secrecy surrounding the work suggested the White Wizard had purposes he was not sharing. The council meeting itself was brief and accomplished little. Saruman dominated the discussion with reports from his studies, speaking at length about lore he had uncovered and patterns he had detected in the enemy's historical movements. His confidence had grown into something approaching arrogance, and he dismissed concerns from others with language that barely concealed his contempt for views that differed from his own. Galadriel challenged him about the preparations in the valley. She asked directly what purpose the forges served, and why such quantities of weapons were being produced in secret. Saruman's answer was smooth but evasive, speaking of contingencies and preparations that the Lady's Mirror should have revealed as necessary if she looked at the right futures. The insult was barely veiled. Saruman was suggesting that Galadriel's visions were incomplete, or that she lacked the wisdom to interpret them correctly, and his tone made clear he considered his own scholarship superior to her sight. The lady said nothing in response, but her eyes showed she had marked the offense and would not forget it. Gandalf left Isengard more troubled than he had arrived. The White Wizard was changing in ways that went beyond normal development of knowledge and authority. Pride was consuming him, the kind of pride that made men believe their wisdom exceeded that of everyone else, and justified actions they would never admit to those they supposedly led. He spoke to Galadriel about it as they traveled together toward Lothlorien after the council disbanded. The lady confirmed that she had noticed the same changes, that Saruman's manner had grown dismissive and his secrets had multiplied. She feared the White Wizard was pursuing knowledge that should not be pursued, studying things that corrupted those who studied them too deeply. They discussed what could be done. Confronting Saruman without proof would accomplish nothing except to drive him deeper into whatever secrecy he was already practicing. But ignoring the warning signs meant allowing him to continue unchallenged in work that might ultimately serve darkness rather than oppose it. The choice was between trusting someone who seemed increasingly untrustworthy and fracturing the White Council at a time when unity mattered desperately. Gandalf chose to watch and wait. He would gather evidence about what Saruman was truly doing at Isengard, would track where the weapons were going and who was receiving them, would build a case that might eventually justify challenging the White Wizard's leadership. But the work would take years and require patience that grew harder to maintain as the evidence of Saruman's corruption accumulated. The visits to Isengard became less frequent after that council meeting. Saruman discouraged them with excuses about being occupied with research that required isolation, and Gandalf did not push for access that would only alert the White Wizard to his suspicions. Better to observe from distance and gather information through other sources than to confront directly, and learn nothing except that Saruman knew he was being watched. The years between 2985 and 2990 brought more evidence of change. Rangers reported that orcs were moving through the Gap of Rohan in numbers they had not seen in generations, and the creatures seemed organized in ways that suggested someone was directing their movements. Gandalf suspected the direction came from Isengard, but could not prove it without entering. the valley and investigating the forges more thoroughly. Saruman's interest in the One Ring grew during this period as well. The White Wizard asked questions about it whenever the council met, probing for information about where it might be and how it might be found. His interest seemed scholarly at first, but it deepened into something that looked more like obsession, and Gandalf began to fear that Saruman was not merely studying the ring, but actively searching for it. The implications were terrible. If Saruman found the One Ring before Sauron did, what would the White Wizard do with it? He claimed to oppose the enemy, but his actions suggested he had begun seeing himself as the power that should rule rather than serve. A Saruman with the ring might be more dangerous than Sauron with it, for at least the Dark Lord's nature was known and his purposes were clear. Gandalf kept his knowledge about Bilbo's ring to himself. No one in the council knew that the One Ring rested in the Shire, and the wizard intended to keep that knowledge secret until he had confirmed its nature beyond all doubt. Saruman especially could not learn where the ring was, for the White Wizard would certainly try to claim it if he knew it existed and could be found. By 2990, Gandalf understood that he was walking between multiple threats that might converge at any moment. Sauron worked in secrecy, rebuilding strength. Saruman prepared for purposes that seemed increasingly dark. And the One Ring sat in Bag End, while Bilbo aged too slowly and showed signs of the corruption that such a ring inevitably brought. The pieces were positioned for catastrophe, and the wizard had no clear path that would prevent all of them from moving simultaneously toward disaster. Bilbo turned 90 in 2990 and looked 60 at most. Gandalf sat on the hobbit's doorstep, smoking pipeweed that spring, and watched his friend move through the garden with energy that should have diminished decades before. The other hobbits remarked on how well Bilbo had preserved himself, attributing his youthful appearance to good living and the fact that he had never married or raised children to wear him down. The wizard knew better. He had been watching the hobbit closely for 40 years, tracking the aging that should have happened and comparing it to what actually occurred. Bilbo's hair had grayed slightly, and a few lines had appeared around his eyes. But the changes were so gradual, they barely registered against the decades that had passed. The ring was preserving him, as it had preserved Gollum, extending his life far beyond what hobbits normally enjoyed. The research in Minas Tirith had yielded fragments, but not certainty. Gandalf had spent months in the archives, reading accounts from Isildur's time, and he had found the testimony written by the king himself before he died. Isildur described the ring in detail that matched what Bilbo possessed, spoke of how it burned the hand and how its markings appeared only when heated. But the accounts did not include images or measurements precise enough to confirm beyond doubt that the ring in Bag End was the one. The wizard needed to test the ring directly, but doing so required asking Bilbo to surrender it temporarily, and the hobbit had grown increasingly possessive about his treasure. He kept it in his pocket always, and his hand went to it frequently to confirm it was still there. When Gandalf suggested examining it more closely, Bilbo made excuses about it being a simple trinket, not worth the wizard's time to study. The possessiveness was itself evidence of the ring's nature. The three did not corrupt their bearers this way, and the lesser rings had not survived to the Third Age. Only the One Ring would create this kind of attachment, this desperate need to keep it hidden while simultaneously being unable to let it go. Bilbo was showing the same symptoms Gollum had displayed, and the progression would only worsen with time. Gandalf began visiting the Shire more frequently in the years approaching 3,000. He watched Bilbo carefully during each visit, noting how the hobbit's mood shifted depending on whether the ring was in his pocket or whether he had left it at home. With the ring present, Bilbo seemed confident and energetic, but when he had set it aside, he grew anxious and distracted until he could retrieve it. The hobbit was also lying more than he used to. Gandalf asked about the ring's origins occasionally, and Bilbo's story changed in small ways between tellings. Sometimes he had won it fairly in the riddle game, other times he implied Gollum had given it freely, and once he suggested he had found it lying on the tunnel floor with no creature claiming ownership. The inconsistencies suggested Bilbo knew the truth was not something he wanted to share. The wizard spoke to Bilbo about the ring's effects on him in 2998. He sat in Bag End's study while the hobbit smoked his pipe, and he mentioned gently that Bilbo seemed unusually youthful for his age. The hobbit deflected with jokes about good genes and comfortable living, but his hand went to his pocket and his eyes showed wariness that proved he understood what Gandalf was implying. The conversation that followed was difficult. Gandalf suggested that magical items sometimes had effects their owners did not anticipate, that prolonged contact with such things could be dangerous even when the items seemed beneficial. Bilbo grew defensive immediately, insisting the ring was his and had done him no harm, that he had earned it fairly and would not surrender it to anyone who thought they knew better how it should be used. The possessiveness was absolute. Bilbo spoke of the ring as if it were part of himself, as if asking him to give it up was asking him to cut off his own hand. The wizard backed away from direct confrontation, understanding that pushing too hard would only make the hobbit more determined to keep his treasure and more secretive about what he did with it. But the evidence had become overwhelming. A ring that granted invisibility and extended life, that had been found in the mountains where Isildur died, that created possessiveness and deception in its bearer. This could only be the one ring. Gandalf's suspicions had hardened into certainty that required no further proof, and the question now was what to do with knowledge that changed everything about the situation facing the Free Peoples. Sauron would search for the ring eventually. The enemy had been rebuilding his strength for decades, and when he felt ready he would turn his attention to finding what had been lost when Isildur cut it from his hand. The search would lead eventually to the Shire, and when it did, every hobbit in the region would be in danger from forces they could not comprehend or defend against. Gandalf needed to move the ring from the Shire before that happened, but simply taking it from Bilbo would not work. The hobbit would fight to keep his precious, and even if the wizard succeeded in claiming it, the question of where to take it and what to do with it remained unanswered. The ring could not be hidden forever, could not be wielded without corruption, and could not be destroyed by any force in Middle-earth, except the fires where it had been forged. The year 3001 approached, and Bilbo began planning a party to celebrate his 111th birthday. The hobbits spoke of it as if it would be an ordinary festival, another opportunity to display his wealth and entertain his neighbors. But Gandalf sensed that Bilbo intended something more, that the hobbit was preparing to leave the Shire, and that the party would serve as farewell rather than simple celebration. The wizard encouraged this plan when Bilbo mentioned it. Leaving the Shire made sense for a hobbit who no longer fit comfortably in the simple life his neighbors led, and departure would create opportunity to address the ring's disposition without the complications that confrontation in Bag End would bring. The party would happen, and afterward Bilbo would go on his adventure, and the ring would pass to someone else who might bear it with less corruption than its current owner had managed. The lanterns glowed warm across the party field, and smoke rose from fireworks yet unlaunched, and laughter rang through the evening air like music older than the Shire itself. Gandalf stood beneath the great oak, pipe in hand, watching the hobbits dance and feast and make merry under stars that had seen too many partings already. The grey wizard's eyes found Bilbo again and again, for something troubled the old hobbit this night, something more than age or weariness could explain. Bilbo moved through his guests with forced cheer, his smile bright but his eyes distant. The ring hung heavy in his pocket. Gandalf could sense its weight, though he could not see it, could feel its pull like a shadow that clung too close. 111 years Bilbo had lived, and he looked barely 50, and that alone told tales that few in the Shire would understand. The old hobbit touched his pocket too often, his hands straying there as if checking something precious, something that must not be lost. The evening deepened, and the gifts piled high, and still Gandalf watched. He had arranged this party with care, had brought fireworks from distant lands to honor his old friend. Yet now unease crept through his heart like frost. Something was wrong in the way Bilbo glanced toward Bag End between conversations, in the way his fingers never strayed far from that hidden pocket. The great cake emerged, borne high by 6 strong hobbits, and the crowd cheered. Bilbo climbed upon the table then, raising his hands for silence, and the party field grew still. His speech began well enough, thanks to friends and relations, jokes about 1121 being too short a time to live among such excellent hobbits. But something shifted in his voice, something sharp and strange, and Gandalf straightened from the tree. The old hobbit's hand went to his pocket again, his eyes gleaming oddly in the lantern light, his smile twisting into something that was not quite a smile at all. The words came faster, brittle with hidden meaning, something about departing and adventures and saying goodbye. Then Bilbo reached into his pocket, and the ring slipped onto his finger, and the old hobbit vanished like smoke on the wind. The crowd gasped, and then erupted into applause, thinking it some grand trick befitting such a grand party. But Gandalf had seen the truth in that moment before disappearance, had seen the way Bilbo's face changed, had seen something hungry and possessive flash across features he had known for 60 years. The wizard did not applaud. He left the party field quickly, his grey robes swirling in the evening breeze. The path to Bag End lay dark before him, lit only by stars that had watched the forging of things that should never have been made. His staff tapped steady against the pathstones, but his heart beat quick with concern that had been growing for years. The round door stood open when he arrived, light spilling yellow from within, warm and welcoming as always. Yet Gandalf paused on the threshold, for he could hear Bilbo moving inside, muttering to himself in tones the wizard had never heard before, sharp and fretful and wrong. The words were unclear, but the tone was unmistakable, edged with something between fear and fierce possessiveness. The wizard entered without knocking, for he had that right earned through decades of friendship. Bilbo stood in the hallway, surrounded by packed bags and bundles, his hand clenched tight in his pocket. The old hobbit jumped at Gandalf's entrance, his eyes wide and wild, his breathing quick and shallow. Gandalf said nothing at first, only closed the door behind him, shutting out the distant sounds of continued celebration. He let the silence grow heavy between them, let his eyes rest on that hand clenched so tight in Bilbo's pocket. The old hobbit shifted under that grey gaze, his face darkening with something that might have been shame or might have been defiance. The wizard's meaning was clear without words. The ring must be left behind. Bilbo's face twisted at the unspoken demand, his hand pressing harder against his pocket, as if protecting something threatened. He shook his head sharply, his lips moving in silent protest, his whole body tensing like a creature cornered. Gandalf stepped forward then, his staff striking the floor with a sound like distant thunder. The lamplight seemed to dim round him, and his shadow grew long across the hallway walls. His eyes held Bilbo's without mercy, demanding and patient at once, for this moment was too important for gentleness alone. The old hobbit backed against the wall, his free hand raised as if to ward off a blow that was not coming. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool evening air, and his breathing grew ragged. His lips formed words, mine, precious, why? But Gandalf's expression stopped them in his throat. The argument stretched in silence, a battle of wills where no voices rose but everything hung in balance. Bilbo paced the hallway like a creature caged, his fingers never leaving his pocket, his eyes darting between Gandalf and the door as if calculating escape. But the wizard stood unmoving, his presence filling the space like stone, patient as mountains and just as unyielding. Something broke in Bilbo at last, the wildness leaving his eyes and replaced by confusion and sudden shame. His hand emerged from his pocket, trembling, and the ring lay golden on his palm, gleaming in the lamplight with its own subtle fire. It looked so small, so harmless, a simple band of gold that might have been any hobbit's inheritance. Yet Gandalf did not move toward it, did not reach for it, his eyes fixed on Bilbo's face instead. The old hobbit stared at the ring as if seeing it truly for the first time. His expression shifted through wonder and horror and grief, and tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. He moved slowly to the mantelpiece, each step an effort like wading through deep water, his hand trembling as he drew an envelope from his pack. His fingers opened above it with visible effort, every muscle in his arm shaking with the strain. The ring fell with a soft clink against the wood, and Bilbo gasped as if surfacing from drowning. He touched his chest wonderingly, his breathing evening out, his face losing the pinched and fretful look it had carried all evening. They spoke more easily then, though Gandalf kept his words few and his manner gentle. Plans were made for Bilbo's departure to Rivendell and fair company, for rest among those who remembered the world's youth. But the wizard's eyes kept returning to that golden band lying innocent on the mantle, and his heart held no peace. Bilbo left before dawn, slipping away while the party field still held sleeping hobbits and scattered lanterns. Gandalf remained in the empty smile, standing in the hallway, staring at the envelope that held the ring. The first light touched the windows and found him still there, and the weight in his heart followed him out into the morning. Something had begun this night that would not end with simple departure. The ring had shown its nature, had displayed the hold it could take even on one as good as Bilbo Baggins. Gandalf walked the morning roads with that knowledge heavy on his shoulders, knowing that dealing with this small golden circle would cost more than any of them could yet imagine. The libraries of Minas Tirith held dust older than kingdoms, and Gandalf bent over scrolls that crumbled at his touch, seeking words written before Gondor's glory faded. The ring lay heavy in his thoughts, though it rested far away in the Shire, locked in an envelope on a mantelpiece, waiting. He traced his finger down margins filled with script so ancient the language had changed 3 times since its writing, and found nothing that eased his growing dread. The first years passed in silence and study, moving between the great archives of the West. Rivendell's library knew him as a constant presence, arriving with the autumn rains and departing with the spring thaws, his grey robes dusty and his eyes red from reading by candlelight. Elrond watched his old friend grow gaunt and troubled, but asked few questions, for the wizard's manner forbade casual inquiry. Gandalf found fragments scattered across centuries, a line here about rings of power, a verse there about binding and control. The pieces did not fit together cleanly, but rather suggested terrible shapes like shadows cast by things too awful to view directly. He copied passages into his own books with hands that sometimes trembled, and the weight on his heart grew heavier with each discovery. The 5th year brought him to the borders of Mordor, though he went in secret and told none of his purpose. The Black Land's shadow had grown stronger, and orcs moved again in numbers not seen since the last alliance. He did not enter that darkness, but he watched from the highlands, and saw smoke rising from Mount Doom like a signal of awakening. The connection between ring and land was clearer than any text could make it, written in fire and gathering shadow. Years 6 and 7 he spent searching for Gollum, that wretched creature who had owned the ring before Bilbo. The hunt took him into dark places, the edges of Mirkwood where spiders grew bold, the Gladden fields where reeds whispered secrets to the wind, the caves beneath the misty mountains where no light had shone in ages. But Gollum had fled those old haunts, driven by fear or drawn by longing, and Gandalf found only cold trails and older darkness. The libraries called him back, and he dove deeper into forbidden lore. In the archives of Gondor's stewards he found accounts of the Second Age, written by men who remembered Númenor's fall and the forging of the rings. The texts spoke of Sauron's deception, of rings made for dwarf lords and men and elves, and of one ring to rule them all. The words burned in his mind like brands, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. The 10th year passed like the 9th, and the 11th like the 10th, each season blurring into the next. Gandalf's beard grew whiter and his shoulders more bowed, for the weight of knowledge is heavier than any burden of stone. He travelled less widely now, focusing his search on specific texts, following references that led to other references, like threads in a vast and tangled web. In the 13th year, Aragorn brought news that changed everything. The rangers had found Gollum lurking in the dead marshes, had captured him after long hunting, and held him in the woodland realm of Thranduil. Gandalf hastened north with hope rekindling in his breast, for here at last was a source who had held the ring, who could speak of its nature from terrible experience. The creature that cowered in the Elven King's dungeons bore little resemblance to anything that had once been hobbit. Gollum hissed and spat and wept by turns, speaking in riddles and contradictions, calling the ring his precious and his curse in the same breath. But through the madness and malice, Gandalf gleaned truths that confirmed his darkest suspicions. The ring was indeed Sauron's weapon, forged in Mount Doom's fires, and it called to its master across all the leagues between. More years passed in careful questioning and cross-referencing what Gollum revealed against what ancient texts suggested. The creature spoke of Bilbo and of the Shire, and his eyes gleamed with hunger that turned Gandalf's blood cold. Security was strengthened around the prisoner, but the wizard's unease only grew, for he knew that evil long imprisoned does not grow less dangerous with time. The 16th year brought him again to Gondor, this time seeking access to the most restricted archives, scrolls that spoke of the ring's properties and powers. He learned that it could not be destroyed save in the fires where it was made, that it corrupted all who used it regardless of intention, that its influence grew stronger as its master's power waxed. Each fact was another stone in a cairn raised over hope. By the 17th year, certainty had replaced suspicion. Gandalf knew what lay in Bag End, knew the danger growing in the east, knew that time was running short. He sat one evening in Rivendell's library, the same texts spread before him that he had read a decade earlier, but now their meaning was plain. The ring must be dealt with, and soon, before Sauron's reach extended far enough to claim it. He thought of Bilbo dwelling in peace in the house of Elrond, freed from the ring's weight, but aged swiftly now, without its false preservation. He thought of the Shire lying quiet under its stars, unknowing of the shadow gathering in the east, and he thought of Frodo, Bilbo's heir, who carried now the burden of guardianship without understanding what he guarded. The wizard rose stiffly, his joints protesting after long hours spent over texts. 17 years of searching had brought him to this moment. The knowledge was complete, the danger was clear, and the time for study had ended. He must return to the Shire, must test the ring by fire to remove all final doubt, must set in motion events that could not be recalled once begun. Gandalf walked out into Rivendell's starlight, and the weight on his shoulders was no longer simply knowledge, but responsibility. The ring must be destroyed, and that meant a journey to Mordor itself, a quest that seemed impossible before it even began. Yet there was no other choice, for the alternative was darkness complete and victory for the enemy. The long research had ended, and the longer road ahead had just begun. Spring had come to the Shire 17 times since Bilbo's departure, and Gandalf returned on a grey evening with rain threatening from the west. The wizard's journey from Rivendell had been swift, but his heart was heavy, for the time for certainty had arrived, and certainty would bring either relief or confirmation of his deepest fears. He found Bag End unchanged, still round and comfortable, and utterly innocent of the shadow that might dwell within its walls. Frodo greeted him with joy and surprise, for the wizard's visits had grown rare over the years of research. The young hobbit looked well, his face unlined and his manner easy, and Gandalf noted with relief that the ring had not yet begun its work upon this new keeper. They spoke of small things, while the wizard's eyes kept straying to the mantelpiece where an envelope rested, dusty and undisturbed, exactly where Bilbo had left it so long ago. The pleasantries could not last forever, and Gandalf's manner grew grave as evening deepened. He asked Frodo to bring the envelope, and the hobbit obeyed with growing unease, sensing something in his old friend's tone that spoke of endings and beginnings both. The wizard took the envelope with careful fingers, feeling through the paper the shape of the small golden band within. Frodo built up the fire at Gandalf's request, piling the logs high until flames roared up the chimney. The hobbit's questions came hesitant and confused, but the wizard offered no answers yet, only watched the fire grow hot enough to make the air shimmer. When the flames burned white at their heart, Gandalf drew the ring from its envelope and held it before him in the firelight. The band gleamed innocent and beautiful, catching the flame's reflection like captured sunlight. No mark marred its surface, no sign revealed its nature, and for a moment Gandalf's heart lifted with desperate hope. Perhaps the research was wrong, perhaps the texts had spoken of other rings, perhaps this was merely what it seemed, a simple magic ring from simpler times. He dropped it into the hottest part of the fire and stepped back. The wait seemed endless, though it could not have been more than minutes before he reached into the flames with the fire tongs. The metal of the tongs blackened and the wooden handles smoked, but Gandalf drew the ring forth and placed it on the hearthstone. It glowed with heat that should have melted gold, but its shape remained perfect and unchanged. Frodo gasped and reached toward it, but Gandalf caught his wrist with iron fingers. The wizard gestured sharply for patience and silence, and the young hobbit drew back, his eyes wide with questions he dared not voice. They waited while the ring cooled, while its glow faded from white to red to gold and finally to merely golden, and still no change showed upon its surface. Then Gandalf bent close, his grey eyes narrowing in the lamplight. Letters appeared on the ring's surface as it cooled, formed of fire and shadow, written in script he had hoped never to see confirmed. The characters ran round the band in lines of terrible beauty, and the wizard's breath caught in his throat as he read words that had not been seen in the West for thousands of years. He picked up the ring then, though his fingers trembled, and held it close to examine the inscription that fire alone could reveal. The black speech of Mordor showed clear now, proclaiming the ring's true nature and purpose for any with knowledge to read. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them. Gandalf's face aged in that moment, years of worry crystallizing into certainty that offered no comfort. He had been right, and being right meant that Middle-earth stood on the edge of a darkness it might not survive. The ring in his hand was Sauron's weapon, forged in Mount Doom's fires, and it had lain in the Shire for 60 years like a viper sleeping in a child's bed. Frodo's face drained of colour as the wizard explained in quiet tones what the inscription meant, what the ring truly was, what danger now dwelt in Bag End. The young hobbit sank into his chair as understanding dawned, his hands gripping the armrests until his knuckles showed white. All the innocent years of keeping it safe without knowing what he kept collapsed into ash as surely as logs consumed by flame. The wizard spoke of Sauron's growing power, of the black riders who served him, of the certainty that the enemy knew the ring survived and would search for it with all his strength. Frodo's questions came in whispers now. Why him? Why the Shire? What could possibly be done? And Gandalf had no easy answers, only the hard truth that the ring must be kept safe and secret while larger decisions were made. Night deepened outside while they talked, rain beginning at last to patter against the round windows. The fire burned low, and the ring lay between them on the table, looking more dangerous now that its nature was revealed, though nothing about it had physically changed. It was still small, still golden, still beautiful, and that was perhaps its greatest deception. Gandalf warned Frodo never to use it, never to put it on his finger, regardless of circumstance or temptation. The young hobbit nodded with solemn understanding, though fear showed clear in his eyes. They spoke of hiding it better, of keeping it from all sight, of telling no one what truly lay in Bag End's keeping. But even as they made these plans, Gandalf's heart knew they were temporary measures against a threat that would not wait forever. The enemy was moving, his power waxing, and the hunt for the ring would not cease until it was found or destroyed. The fire test had brought certainty, and certainty meant that greater trials lay ahead for Frodo Baggins than any hobbit should have to face. The wizard departed before dawn, his manner urgent though he would not explain his haste. He promised to return with counsel and aid, but his eyes held shadows that Frodo had never seen before. The young hobbit watched from his doorstep as Gandalf strode down the hill, his grey cloak billowing in the rain, and wondered what storms approached that could trouble even the wise. In Bag End's quiet parlour, the ring rested in its envelope once more, hidden away as it had been for years. But hiding it could not change what it was, and what it was would draw darkness to the Shire like moths to flame. The fire test had ended, and the long night of waiting had begun. Gandalf rode north from the Shire with urgent need driving him toward Isengard, for Saruman the White was chief of the Istari, and his counsel was needed in this dark hour. The road stretched long through April rains and May sunshine, and the wizard's thoughts ran ahead to the great tower of Orthanc, where wisdom was stored in books that might hold answers the archives of Gondor had not yielded. He did not know that wisdom had already been corrupted, that the ally he sought had become the enemy he would face. The tower rose black against summer sky when Gandalf arrived at last, and Saruman greeted him with words of welcome that rang false even as they were spoken. The white wizard's manner was strange, his eyes shifting and cold, his questions about the ring too eager and too sharp. Gandalf felt unease growing with each hour spent in Orthanc's chambers, but he had ridden far and his news was urgent, so he spoke of what the fire test had revealed. Saruman's face changed then, dropping its mask of fellowship to show naked hunger beneath. The white wizard spoke of power and dominion, of using the ring to challenge Sauron rather than destroy it, of ruling wisely where the Dark Lord ruled through terror. His words came smooth and reasonable, but they held madness at their core, and Gandalf understood with cold certainty that his fellow Maiar had fallen into the same trap that had snared Sauron in ages past. The grey wizard refused, and refusal brought betrayal swift and complete. Saruman's staff struck like a serpent, binding Gandalf with words of power that froze him where he stood. Guards came at their master's call, hauling the helpless wizard up the winding stairs to Orthanc's pinnacle, where a chamber waited high above the world. They threw him in and barred the door, and Gandalf found himself prisoner in a place he had thought safe. The summer days passed in agonizing slowness, while far to the north events unfolded beyond his knowledge or control. Gandalf paced his prison like a caged wolf, watching through the chamber's single window as the sun traced its arc across empty sky. He could see Rohan spread green and gold below, could watch clouds gather and break and gather again, but he could not warn anyone of Saruman's treachery or of the danger closing on the Shire. In late June the riders left Mordor, though Gandalf did not know it yet. 9 cloaked figures mounted on black horses, sent forth by their master to search out the Shire and reclaim what was his. They rode swift and terrible, and their presence brought fear that crawled like frost across all lands they passed through. The wizard sensed darkness moving, but could not pinpoint its direction or purpose, and his helplessness burned worse than any physical pain. July turned to August while Gandalf remained trapped. He tried every escape he knew, words of power that Saruman had countered, strength against bars that would not bend, calls to allies who could not hear him from such height and distance. The tower mocked him with its perfection, each stone laid by craft that would not yield to mere determination. Below, in Orthank's lower chambers, Saruman consulted his Palantir and spoke with Sauron's voice, and the White Wizard's fall deepened with each passing day. September came, and the riders reached the Shire's borders, questioning rangers and frightening farmers with their cold voices and colder presence. Frodo fled Bag End on the 23rd, setting forth with Sam and Pippin and Merry on a road whose dangers they could not imagine. Gandalf knew none of this, knew only that summer was ending and his imprisonment continued, and that every day he remained trapped was another day the ring went unguarded by wise counsel. On the 18th day of September, Gwaihir the Windlord came at last. The great eagle had been searching for Gandalf at Radagast's urging, flying over many lands before spotting the grey figure pacing Orthank's pinnacle. He swept down in the dawn light, and Gandalf climbed onto his back without hesitation, caring nothing for the dizzying height or the fall that would come if he slipped. They soared away south and east, while Saruman raged impotent below. His prisoner fled beyond recall, but the escape came too late. Gwaihir bore Gandalf to Rohan, where the wizard borrowed a horse from Theoden's stables, riding north with desperate speed toward the Shire. The horse was Shadowfax, swiftest of all steeds, but even his speed could not undo the weeks of lost time. Gandalf drove him hard through day and night, stopping only when the grey horse could go no further. He reached Bree on the 29th, wild-eyed and exhausted, only to learn that Frodo had already passed through days before. The hobbits had left with Strider, heading for Rivendell through country where the riders hunted. Gandalf's heart sank like stone, for he had failed in his most basic duty to be present when the ring-bearer needed him most. The innkeeper at the Prancing Pony spoke of black horsemen asking questions, of fear in the night and travellers who disappeared. Gandalf listened with growing dread, piecing together a picture of events that had unfolded while he paced Orthank's prison. Frodo was alone, save for Aragorn's protection, hunted by enemies he did not understand, carrying a burden too great for any mortal to bear without guidance. The wizard departed Bree before dawn, riding hard for Rivendell on a road he hoped the hobbits had already travelled. Shadowfax ran like wind-made flesh, but the leagues stretched long and dangerous, and Gandalf could only pray that Aragorn's skill would prove sufficient until they reached Elrond's house. The riders were abroad and searching, and the hunt had begun in earnest while he rotted in Saruman's trap. Rivendell's halls rang with voices Gandalf had not heard together in long years, and the gathering filled him with both hope and foreboding. Frodo had arrived safely through perils that should have killed him a dozen times over, bearing the wound of a Morgul blade that had nearly claimed him at the ford. The ring-bearer lay healing in the house of Elrond, his strength slowly returning under elvish care and song. But the hunt had come to close. and the enemy now knew beyond doubt that the ring survived and dwelt among the free peoples. The wizard walked Rivendell's gardens in the days before the council, watching others arrive as if drawn by fate or design. Boromir came from Gondor, seeking the answer to his father's dream, riding alone through many dangers to reach the hidden valley. Legolas arrived from Mirkwood, bearing news of Gollum's escape from the woodland realm, and the elf's fair face was troubled by tidings he must share. Gimli, son of Gloin, came with messages from the lonely mountain, and though he knew it not yet, his presence would matter more than any message. Aragorn moved through the house like a shadow with purpose, watching over Frodo's recovery with care that spoke of friendship earned through peril. The ranger had brought the hobbits through darkness that would have broken lesser men, and Gandalf felt gratitude deep as roots for the son of Arathorn's faithful service. They spoke long together of what had passed and what must come, and the weight on both their shoulders grew heavier with each word. October's light fell golden on the 25th, when Elrond called the council to gather. They met in an open place where water fell musical over stone, and the mountains stood witness to words that would shape the age. Gandalf sat among them, feeling the press of years and purpose. For this gathering would decide not just the ring's fate, but the fate of all free peoples in Middle-earth. Elrond spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of ages he had lived and wisdom he had earned through sorrow. He told of the ring's finding and of the shadow growing in the east, of Sauron's return to power and the certainty that the enemy sought his greatest weapon. The Elf Lord's words fell like stones into still water, and the ripples of their meaning spread through all who listened. Then others spoke in turn, each adding threads to a tapestry of doom and desperate hope. Boromir told of Gondor's long defense and the dreams that had driven him north, seeking Isildur's bane. His voice held pride and worry both. For Minas Tirith stood besieged in all but name, and his father's strength was not what it had been. The man's eyes kept straying to Frodo, to the small hobbit who seemed to slight a vessel for such terrible burden. Legolas spoke of Gollum's escape and the orcs who had aided it, of Sauron's servants growing bold in Mirkwood's shadows. Gimli added the dwarves' perspective, speaking of messages from Mordor offering rings in exchange for knowledge of the Shire and its halflings. The web of the enemy's searching showed clear in these scattered tales, and Gandalf watched understanding dawn on faces around the circle. The wizard rose then and told what he had learned through long years of research, speaking of the ring's forging and its nature and the doom that followed its making. He revealed Saruman's fall and his own imprisonment, the weeks lost while the hunt closed on Frodo. His voice grew heavy, describing how the ring could not be wielded for good, how it served only its master, regardless of the bearer's intentions. The council debated long what should be done with this small golden circle that had brought them all together. Some spoke of hiding it in deep places where none would find it. Others of giving it to Tom Bombadil, who alone seemed proof against its power. Boromir's voice rose passionate, suggesting that Gondor might use the ring against Sauron, might turn the enemy's weapon to their own defense. But Gandalf and Elrond spoke with one voice against such madness, explaining again what the ring's use would mean. Destruction was the only answer, and destruction meant a journey to Mount Doom where the ring was forged. The words fell heavy as judgment, for Mount Doom lay deep in Mordor where no army could march and few could walk undetected. It was a quest that seemed impossible before it even began, a mission of such danger that success appeared more fantasy than hope. Yet someone must try, for the alternative was defeat, certain and complete. The ring could not remain in Rivendell, could not stay anywhere within the enemy's reach. It must be carried into his very stronghold and destroyed in the fires where it was made, or Middle-earth would fall into darkness from which no dawn would come. Frodo's voice came small but clear in the silence that followed. The hobbit rose from his seat and spoke words of acceptance that froze Gandalf's heart even as they filled it with terrible pride. The ring-bearer would take the ring to Mordor, would attempt what seemed impossible because no other choice remained. Sam burst out then in fierce loyalty, declaring that his master would not go alone, and the company began to form around these two small figures like a fortress built of friendship. Others volunteered quickly after, Aragorn pledging his sword and skill, Legolas offering the eyes of elves, Gimli adding dwarvish strength despite old grudges. Boromir spoke more slowly but added Gondor's might to the company, his doubts set aside in the face of Frodo's courage. Gandalf knew his own path without question, for he had guided this quest from its beginning and would see it through to whatever end awaited. Merry and Pippin pushed forward then, refusing to be left behind, and Elrond accepted their presence with reluctance that spoke of foresight. 9 companions to match 9 riders, 9 walkers against 9 servants of darkness. The Fellowship of the Ring was formed in that moment, bound by oath and friendship to see this quest through or die in the attempt. Gandalf looked at the company gathered and felt hope and despair war in his heart. They were too few against the power they must face, too weak against the armies that stood between them and Mount Doom. Yet they were also the best that could be spared, each chosen by fate or chance or courage for this impossible task. The Fellowship would depart when autumn turned to winter, would walk into darkness with only determination as shield against the storm. The council ended as the sun sank below the mountains, and the companions dispersed to prepare for journeys none might survive. Gandalf remained in the garden after others left, watching stars emerge one by one above Rivendell's Vale. The quest was set, the company was formed, and the long road to Mordor stretched ahead like a shadow cast by Mount Doom's fires. Winter had come to Rivendell when the Fellowship departed, frost glittering on the last roses and ice forming in the fountains where water still fought to flow. The company walked out on the morning after Yule, 9 figures small against the valley's grandeur, each bearing weapons and supplies for a journey whose end none could promise. Gandalf led them south and west at first, avoiding roads where the enemy's servants might watch, keeping to wild country where only eagles saw their passing. The weeks of travel hardened them for trials ahead. They crossed rivers swollen with snow melt, and climbed hills where wind cut like knives, and the hobbits learned what it meant to walk without roads or rest or comfort. Aragorn moved through the wilderness like a creature born to it, finding paths where none seemed to exist and water where the land looked dry. Gimli's strength never flagged despite his shorter legs, and Legolas walked so lightly that snow barely marked his passing. Gandalf watched them all with careful eyes, seeing how the company learned to move as one. Boromir bore the greatest share of supplies and never complained, though his eyes returned too often to Frodo and the burden the hobbit carried. Sam stayed always at his master's side, and Merry and Pippin learned to husband their strength and save their jests for evening camps. The wizards saw the fellowship taking shape, not just in name, but in deed, and drew what comfort he could from their growing unity. January brought them to the feet of the misty mountains, where the peaks rose white and terrible against winter sky. The pass of Caradhras stood before them, the red-horned gate that offered the swiftest crossing to the western lands. Gandalf studied the mountain with unease growing in his heart, for the summit stood lost in clouds that boiled like cauldrons, and the wind that descended from those heights carried more than natural cold. They began the climb in the grey light before dawn, hoping to cross the pass in a single day's hard march. The path rose, steep and treacherous, winding between rocks where ice made every step a gamble with death. Snow began falling before they reached the first ridge, soft flakes that thickened with each hour until they walked through a white curtain that hid the path ahead and the valley behind. The storm grew worse as they climbed higher. Wind struck them in gusts that nearly knocked the hobbits from their feet, and snow drove into their faces until breathing became a battle. Gandalf felt malice in that storm, sensed a will behind the weather that was more than mountain fury. Saruman's voice seemed to echo in the wind, mocking and cruel, speaking words of power that turned mere weather into weaponry. They struggled upward through drifts that reached the hobbits' waists and Gimli's chest. Boromir and Aragorn took turns breaking trail, their strength bent to clearing a path that filled again before the last of the company could follow. Legolas alone walked atop the snow, but even his grace could not help the others who floundered in the deepening drifts. Gandalf called lightning from his staff, striking at the storm with power that briefly cleared the air above them. But the respite lasted only moments before the assault redoubled, snow falling so thick that they could barely see their own hands before their faces. The wizard knew then with certainty that they would not cross this pass, that Saruman had learned of their route and bent his will to stopping them. The retreat came hard and bitter. They turned back when the path ahead became impossible to find, when the snow reached depths that would bury them if they continued. The descent was nearly as dangerous as the climb, for the storm pursued them down the mountain like a living thing, and avalanches roared in the darkness to either side. They reached the lower slopes as night fell, exhausted and frostbitten and defeated by weather that should not have been so fierce. The company huddled in what shelter they could find while Gandalf and Aragorn debated their path forward. The Gap of Rohan lay far to the south, adding weeks to a journey where time was already their enemy. The only other route led through Moria, the ancient dwarf kingdom beneath the mountains, and that road held dangers of its own. The wizard's heart was heavy at the thought of entering those dark halls, for he knew what had awakened in Moria's depths and what price the passage might demand. But Caradhras had proven impassable, and the gap would take them to near Isengard, where Saruman's power was greatest. Gimli spoke in favor of Moria with a dwarf's pride in his people's ancient works, though his voice held uncertainty about what they might find. The kingdom had been silent for long years, its doors closed and its halls abandoned. But Balin had led an expedition to reclaim it, and perhaps had succeeded where others failed. Morning found them turning east toward the walls of Moria, following a path that ran along the mountain's feet. The journey took 3 days through country that grew wilder and more desolate with each mile. They saw no living thing save crows that watched from bare trees, and the silence pressed on them like a weight that grew heavier as they walked. the walls appeared at last on a grey afternoon, rising sheer and featureless from the land. They found the western door by the lake that lay before it, dark water that reflected nothing despite the sky above. Gandalf stood before the blank stone, searching for the entrance he had passed through in younger years, when Moria still rang with dwarvish hammers and light shone from its many halls. The door revealed itself at last when moonlight touched the rock, silver lines appearing that formed words and symbols of dwarvish craft. But the entrance was sealed by a riddle that Gandalf's memory struggled to unlock, and precious time slipped away while they stood exposed beside the watching water. The wizard felt eyes upon them from that dark lake, sensed something ancient and hungry stirring in its depths. The answer came at last, and the doors swung open on darkness absolute, revealing the beginning of the path through the mountain's heart. The fellowship stood at that threshold, looking into black that seemed to devour light, and each felt fear touch their hearts. Gandalf spoke words of warning and encouragement both, then led them forward into Moria's depths, where no natural light had shone for centuries uncounted. The doors closed behind them with a sound like doom, and the dark beneath the mountains received them into passages where the fellowship's small lights seemed frail as candles in a cavern that could hold kingdoms. The passages of Moria stretched endless in the dark, and the fellowship walked through halls that had held kingdoms. Gandalf led them by the light of his staff, choosing paths from memory that had grown dim over centuries. The dwarf work showed grand even in ruin, pillars carved with skill beyond mortal craft, but dust lay thick and silence pressed heavy as stone. They found the first bodies on the second day. Dwarves lay where they had fallen, their weapons broken and their armor rent by blows that spoke of terrible strength. Gimli's face grew grim as he recognized the make of their gear, for these were Balin's folk who had come to reclaim the ancient kingdom. The fellowship moved more carefully after that, and Gandalf's unease grew with each empty hall they passed. The chamber of Mazarbul held the full tale written in blood and stone. Balin's tomb stood in the center, a simple block of white marble already cracked and stained. Books lay scattered where the last defenders had fought, their pages telling of hope turned to siege, and siege turned to slaughter. Gandalf read the final entries by stafflight, while the others stood guard, and his heart sank at words that spoke of drums in the deep and something coming from below. The drums began even as he read, booming up from depths that should have held nothing living. Orcs poured into the chamber from passages the fellowship had thought secure, their voices shrieking in languages older than malice. Boromir slammed the doors and wedged them while arrows struck the wood like hail, and the company prepared to sell their lives dear in this tomb of old friends. The battle was brief and brutal. The doors splintered under orc blows, and the enemy flooded through, but Aragorn's sword took them at the threshold where numbers meant less. Legolas sent arrows faster than thought could follow, and Gimli's axe rose and fell with terrible rhythm. The hobbits fought with desperate courage, and Gandalf's staff blazed with light that burned orc eyes unused to brightness. They broke free at last and ran through passages that had become a maze of pursuit. The orcs followed howling, and worse things followed the orcs. 4 drums still pounded in the depths, and something massive moved through darkness below. The fellowship fled toward the eastern gate, their breath ragged and their strength failing, and behind them the sound of pursuit grew louder with each turn. The great stair appeared before them, descending into black when no light reached. They ran down steps carved for dwarf feet, stumbling and sliding, while above them fires bloomed as orcs lit torches to aid their chase. The drums grew louder, shaking stone beneath their feet, and a new sound joined them now, a roar that spoke of fury beyond mortal comprehension. Gandalf stopped at the bridge that spanned a chasm too deep to measure. The stone arch was narrow and ancient, wrought when Moria was young, and beyond it lay the final passages to daylight and escape. The wizard turned to face what followed, his staff raised and his face grim, for he knew what pursued them now through the kingdom's corpse. Fire appeared in the darkness behind them, red and terrible, and with it came shadow that had weight and presence. The Balrog emerged from the deep places where it had hidden since Morgoth's fall. A demon of the ancient world wreathed in flame and darkness, both its whip cracked like thunder and its sword burned with heat that made the air shimmer, and the orcs scattered before it in terror. The fellowship ran across the bridge, while Gandalf stood at its far end. The wizard struck the stone with his staff and spoke words of power that made the pillars tremble, and light blazed from him bright enough to hurt mortal eyes. The Balrog came on regardless, its footfalls shaking the bridge, its roar drowning all other sound. Gandalf stood his ground as the demon reached the bridge's center. He raised his staff high and struck downward with all the strength remaining in him, and the words he shouted rang through Moria's halls like bells of challenge. The bridge cracked beneath the Balrog's weight, ancient stone giving way at last under the wizard's command and the demon's mass combined. The demon fell, plunging into darkness that had no bottom, but its whip lashed out in falling, the thongs wrapping around Gandalf's legs with strength that could not be resisted. The wizard's staff fell from his hand and clattered on stone, and he toppled backward over the bridge's edge. The fellowship saw him fall, saw him catch the bridge's lip with desperate fingers. His eyes met theirs for a single moment, grey and fierce and filled with command that needed no words. Then his grip failed and he dropped into the abyss, following the Balrog down into darkness that swallowed light and hope together. The company stood frozen at the bridge's far end, staring at empty air where their guide had stood moments before. Aragorn's voice broke the paralysis, harsh with grief but brooking no argument, commanding them forward toward the gate and daylight. They ran then, tears streaming down faces too shocked for proper weeping. And behind them Moria's silence returned as if nothing had disturbed it. They emerged into daylight that seemed too bright after days of dark. The Dimril Dale spread before them, empty and cold, offering no comfort for the loss they had suffered. 9 had entered Moria, and 8 had emerged, and the one who fell had been the one they could least afford to lose. Gandalf was gone, fallen into shadow, battling a demon from the world's youth. The fellowship stood in the mountain's shadow and felt the weight of his absence like a wound that would not stop bleeding. The fall continued beyond what seemed possible, and Gandalf fought the Balrog, even as they plummeted through darkness that had no end. The demon's whip wrapped tighter around his legs, and its claws raked at his robes, seeking flesh beneath. The wizard struck back with power that had no physical form, wrestling with shadow and flame while the abyss swallowed them both deeper into the mountain's roots. They struck water at last, with force that should have shattered bone. The underground lake received them into cold that bit worse than any fire, and the impact tore them apart for a moment before the Balrog's fury brought it surging after its prey. Gandalf swam through black water toward passages he sensed more than saw, and behind him the demon came burning so hot that steam rose hissing where flame met flood. The chase led through tunnels that had been old when Moria was founded, passages carved by water in ages before the dwarves delved their first halls. Gandalf ran through knee-deep streams and crawled through gaps barely wide enough for his shoulders. And always the Balrog pursued with patience born of malice that had festered since the elder days. The demon was stronger and its endurance seemed endless. But the wizard knew paths the Balrog had forgotten in its long imprisonment beneath the mountain. They fought running battles through caverns where blind fish swam and fungus glowed with pale phosphorescence. Gandalf's staff was gone, lost in the fall, but his power remained and he wielded it with desperate skill. Fire met fire in those deep places, and the rock rang with impacts that shook dust from ceilings untouched for millennia. The Balrog drove him ever upward through passages that climbed toward the mountain's heights, and Gandalf had no choice but to retreat before strength greater than his own. Days blurred together in darkness where time held no meaning. They battled through the endless stair, that secret way carved inside the mountain's bones, climbing thousands of steps while trading blows that would have killed lesser beings. Gandalf's strength failed and renewed and failed again, drawn from reserves he had forgotten he possessed. The demon weakened too, its fire burning less bright with each day of pursuit, but its hatred never dimmed. The stair ended at last on Durin's tower, the pinnacle that crowned Zirak's high above the clouds. Gandalf emerged into wind and snow and sunlight that stabbed his eyes after so long in the dark. The Balrog came roaring after him, and they met in final battle on that lonely peak where no witness watched save eagles circling far below. The fight lasted 2 days and a night, wizard and demon locked in struggle that tore the mountain top and sent avalanches thundering down slopes on every side. Gandalf fought with everything remaining in him, knowing this was the end whether he won or lost. The Balrog's whip shattered the tower's ancient stones and its sword carved furrows in the rock. But the wizard's power blazed bright as stars and his will would not break. He struck the final blow as the second dawn broke over the mountains. The Balrog fell, its fire guttering out like a candle in wind, and it tumbled from the peak trailing smoke that dissipated before the body struck the slopes below. Gandalf stood alone on the ruined tower, victorious and dying, his strength spent beyond recovery. He fell then, not into darkness, but into something deeper than dark. His body lay broken on the mountain top, while his spirit drifted through spaces that were not places and times that were not time. All that he had been unravelled like thread pulled from cloth. And Gandalf the Grey ceased to exist in any form that Middle-earth could hold. The void held him gently, that great emptiness beyond the circles of the world where the Valar dwelt and greater powers moved according to designs mortals could not comprehend. He knew peace there, release from burdens he had carried for 2,000 years, and for a timeless moment he simply rested. The quest seemed distant now, the ring a small concern against the vastness that surrounded him, and he might have stayed in that peace forever. But the task was not finished, and the world still needed what he could give. Power flowed into him from sources older than Arda itself, remaking what the Balrog had unmade. reshaping the mayor who had worn grey robes and walked Middle-earth in humble seeming. The transformation burned like fire and felt like drowning, and through it all ran purpose that would not be denied. Gandalf woke on the mountain top with eagles circling overhead. His body was whole but changed, his robes white instead of grey, his power deeper and his purpose clearer than before. The Balrog was gone and the fellowship was scattered, and he had been absent from the world for 10 days while events unfolded beyond his knowledge. Gwaihir descended at the Valar's bidding and bore him from that high place toward healing and reunion. The wizard looked down at Middle-earth, spread below, the misty mountains marching south, the plains of Rohan golden in winter sun, and far beyond them the shadow of Mordor growing like a stain across the east. He had died and returned, and the returning had purpose that must be fulfilled. The long dark had ended, and Gandalf the White had work to do. Gwaihir bore Gandalf south and west on wings that never tired, flying high above lands where winter still held sway. The wizard lay across the eagle's back too weak to sit upright, his white robes streaming in the wind like banners. Below them the misty mountains gave way to foothills, and the foothills to plains. And still they flew, while the sun traced its arc from dawn to dusk. The transformation had left Gandalf hollow, as if his body were a vessel poured out and filled again with something that did not quite fit its former shape. Power moved through him stronger than before, but controlling it took effort his exhausted mind could barely muster. He drifted between waking and something deeper than sleep, and in those depths he saw fragments of what had passed while he lay dead on the mountain. Night fell, and still Gwaihir flew, guided by stars and by purposes the Valar had set upon him. They crossed the Anduin, where it ran broad and silver in moonlight, and turned south along the river's western shore. The eagle's eyes saw what Gandalf's could not yet perceive. The golden eaves of Lothlorien, rising ahead like a haven against the dark. They descended in the grey hour before dawn, spiralling down through mist that clung to the forest canopy. The malin trees rose ancient and vast, their trunks silver in the half-light, and their leaves still clinging golden despite winter's grip elsewhere. Gwaihir landed on a white shore beside the Silverlode, where it ran clear and cold from the mountains, and there Galadriel waited, as if she had known the moment of their coming. The Lady of Light stood in simple grey robes, with her hair unbound, and her eyes held knowledge of what Gandalf had become. She spoke no greeting, but only beckoned, and elves came forward to help the wizard from the eagle's back. His legs would not hold his weight at first, and he leaned heavy on their arms as they guided him from the river's shore into the forest's heart. Lothlorien received him into healing that was more than rest and deeper than medicine. They brought him to a flet high among the mallow branches where starlight filtered through golden leaves. And there he lay, while power older than the Third Age worked to knit his spirit back into flesh that had been remade. Galadriel came often to sit beside him, bringing cordials that eased the burning in his transformed body and speaking quietly of things he needed to know. The fellowship had scattered after his fall. She told him Aragorn had led them from Moria to the Golden Wood, arriving grief-stricken and uncertain, carrying guilt for the loss of their guide. They had rested here for weeks while Galadriel tested their hearts with her mirror and gave gifts to aid their journey onward. Frodo still bore the ring, and the burden had not broken him yet. though shadows gathered in the hobbit's eyes that spoke of struggles to come. Gandalf listened to these tidings with relief and sorrow mixed. The company had survived without him, had found their way through grief to continue the quest. But they had departed Lothlorien days ago, heading south on the Anduin toward choices he could not influence from this distance. The wizard fretted at his weakness, wanting to rise and follow, but his body would not obey such demands yet. The days passed in a haze of healing while Gandalf's strength slowly returned. He learned the limits and possibilities of his transformed state, feeling how the fire that had burned in him as Gandalf the Grey now blazed white-hot beneath his control. The change went deeper than power, touching purpose itself. He had been sent back for reasons that went beyond merely continuing what he had begun, though those reasons remained unclear even to his enhanced perception. He walked at last among the malon trees, his steps growing surer with each passing day. The white robes Galadriel had given him felt strange after so many centuries in grey, but they suited what he had become. Other elves watched him pass with something like reverence, sensing the authority he now carried. And Gandalf felt the weight of their expectations like another burden added to those he already bore. Celeborn spoke with him of the war's progress, of Rohan's troubles and Gondor's failing strength, of orcs moving in greater numbers and the certainty that Sauron prepared for conquest. The Lord of Lothlorien's face was grave with knowledge of darkness spreading, and his questions about the Fellowship's chances were edged with doubt that Gandalf could not fully answer. The quest was desperate and the odds were terrible, but it was the only hope remaining and therefore must be attempted. Galadriel gave him a new staff on the morning of his departure, carved from wood that had grown in Lothlorien's heart and marked with runes of power. The lady's eyes met his with understanding that needed no words, for she too had lived through ages of shadow and knew what it cost to stand against evil that seemed insurmountable. Her blessing went with him as he prepared to leave the golden wood shelter for the wider world's dangers. Shadowfax came at Galadriel's summoning, the great horse having wandered to Lothlorien after bearing Gandalf to Rohan months before. The wizard mounted with joy at being reunited with the Lord of all horses, and Shadowfax's presence felt like a sign that his path would not be walked alone. They departed in early morning, with mist still rising from the silver load, riding north and west toward Rohan, where war gathered like storm clouds. Gandalf the White left the white shore behind. Riding toward battles he must fight, and friends he must aid. The healing was complete enough for what lay ahead, though he knew the transformation would take years to fully understand. The Fellowship journeyed south without him, carrying the ring toward Mordor, and he could not reach them now before they made their choices. But other parts remained to play in the wars unfolding. Other places where the White Rider's power would tip the balance between hope and despair. He rode hard through country where winter still gripped the land, and his thoughts ran ahead to Rohan and the king who must be awakened from Shadow's grip. Shadowfax ran like wind made flesh across the brown lands between Lothlorien and Rohan, and Gandalf rode him with urgency born of weeks lost to healing. The horse needed no guidance, sensing his rider's purpose and sharing it with joy that came from being reunited after long separation. They crossed the limelight where it formed the border between woodland realm and horselands, and the change in the country showed immediate and troubling. Rohan lay under shadow that had nothing to do with weather or season. The towns they passed seemed smaller than Gandalf remembered, their people fewer, and their fields showing neglect that spoke of fear keeping farmers from their work. Riders moved in small groups along the roads, but they had the look of men expecting ambush rather than patrolling in strength. The kingdom that had stood proud for centuries now hunched like an old man, waiting for the blow that would finally break him. Gandalf avoided the settlements and kept to wild country, watching from ridges and high places as Shadowfax carried him deeper into Rohan's heart. What he saw confirmed the reports that had reached Lothlorien and added details that made the picture darker still. Bands of orcs moved openly in the foothills near Isengard, raiding farms and driving off horses with impunity. The Rohirrim pursued these raiders with less vigor than they should have shown, as if some command or curse held them back from full response. The wizard's eyes turned often toward Isengard, where the tower of Orthanc rose black against western sky. Saruman's influence spread from that stronghold like poison seeping through groundwater, corrupting what it touched without showing obvious source. Gandalf could sense his fellow wizard's power at work in Rohan, not in grand displays of magic, but in whispered counsels and planted doubts, in the slow erosion of a king's will until he became puppet dancing to another's strings. He rode closer to Adora's as days passed, circling the golden hall that stood on its hill like a monument to glory's fading. Meduseld's thatch still gleamed in sunlight, but the town around it seemed diminished, and few guards walked the walls that should have bristled with spears. Gandalf watched from concealment and marked the comings and goings of those who entered the king's hall, noting especially the pale figure who moved between Adora's and Isengard with regularity that spoke of frequent counsel. Grimer Wormtongue was the name men gave Theoden's advisor, and the title fit the man like a second skin. The wizard observed him from distance and saw how the counselor moved, shoulders hunched and eyes darting, voice pitched always to plant uncertainty and fear. Saruman's tool was clever in its way, working not through obvious compulsion but through constant wearing at the king's confidence until Theoden doubted his own judgment and leaned ever heavier on advice that led toward paralysis. Gandalf spent days learning the patterns of Adoras and the rhythms of the court's corrupted functioning. He noted which guards seemed most loyal to the old ways, and which had been suborned by Wormtank's quiet influence. He watched Eowyn, the king's niece, moving through the hall with frustration plain on her fair face, and saw how her uncle's weakness chafed at her warrior's heart. The kingdom waited for deliverance it did not know how to achieve, trapped in spider webs spun of whispered doubts and calculated fears. The White Rider did not reveal himself yet, for the time was not quite right. Theoden must be freed from enchantment at the proper moment when witnesses would see the transformation and believe in the hope it represented. Gandalf needed allies present when he confronted the king, needed proof that Rohan's strength could still answer the call to war. The 3 hunters he knew were coming would provide that proof if they could be brought to Adora's at the right hour. He ranged wider through Rohan while waiting, riding to places where the shadow lay thickest. The Westfold suffered worst from raids. Whole villages abandoned and their people fled to fortresses that could barely hold the numbers seeking shelter. Gandalf passed through these empty settlements like a ghost, his white robes and pale horse marking him as something other than mortal even to those who glimpsed him from afar. Some called him an omen and some called him hope, but none yet knew him for what he truly was. The gap of Rohan drew his attention, for it was there that Saruman's forces gathered in greatest strength. Thousands of orcs and wild men had mustered in that strategic passage, preparing for assault that would split the West's defenses. Gandalf watched their campfires spread across the land like a plague of burning stars, and his heart grew grim with knowledge of the hammer blow preparing to fall. Theoden must be roused, and roused soon, or the first stroke of war would shatter what remained of Rohan's strength. News reached him through riders he intercepted. The Fellowship had broken at Armenhen Boromir, had fallen defending the hobbits, and Frodo had gone on toward Mordor with only Sam for company. The tidings struck Gandalf like blows, for he had hoped the company would stay together longer than this. But Aragorn lived and pursued the orcs who had taken Merry and Pippin, and that pursuit would bring him to Rohan in time for what must come. The wizard positioned himself to intercept them, choosing ground where their paths must cross. He had seen in vision where the three hunters would pass, had marked in his mind the meeting that fate demanded. Aragorn would need to see Gandalf transformed, would need the hope that resurrection could bring, and the meeting must happen before they reached Adurus, so that the White Rider arrived with allies already convinced. Gandalf waited in the country south of Fangorn, watching the roads and counting days. Shadowfax grazed nearby, content to wait as long as his rider required, and the wizard used the time to marshal his strength for confrontations ahead. Theoden must be freed, Saruman must be faced, and Rohan must be brought to war before the forces gathering in the gap could strike unopposed. The transformation from grey to white had brought power, but also responsibility that weighed heavier than any staff. Gandalf was no longer merely a guide offering counsel to those who would listen. He had been sent back with authority to act, to command, to stand openly against the shadow rather than working always from the margins. The change felt strange after 2,000 years of walking Middle-earth as a humble wanderer, but the strange new burden must be shouldered nonetheless. February's cold still gripped the land when Gandalf saw riders approaching from the east. 3 figures came running across the grasslands with the tireless pace of those driven by desperate purpose, and even at distance the wizard recognized them. Aragorn led with Legolas and Gimli following, all of them worn from days of pursuit but undaunted in their determination. The White Rider prepared to meet them, knowing the reunion would bring joy and grief mixed, knowing that what came after would test them all beyond any trials yet faced. The 3 hunters stopped when they saw the white figure waiting on the grassland's edge, their hands moving to weapons before recognition could dawn. Gandalf sat Shadowfax in stillness and let them come closer, watching understanding break across their faces like sunrise. Aragorn's eyes widened first, then Legolas spoke words of wonder in his own tongue, and Gimli stood simply staring at what should not be possible. The reunion was brief, for time pressed too hard for lengthy explanations. Gandalf told them in spare words what had passed on the mountain's peak and in the void beyond, and they listened with awe that gave way quickly to grim purpose. Merry and Pippin lived still, carried into Fangorn by orcs who had met their own doom beneath the forest's eaves. The hobbits were safe with the wood's guardian, and the 3 hunters' desperate chase had ended not in rescue but in something stranger. A meeting with a wizard returned from death wearing white instead of grey. They rode together toward Adorers, with the wizard leading and the others following on horses Eorma had given them. Gandalf spoke little of what he planned, but his manner made clear that confrontation waited in the Golden Hall, and that its outcome would determine whether Rohan stood or fell. The country they passed through showed worse than when the wizard had observed it alone, for news had come of greater raids in the west, and the king's paralysis had deepened to near catatonia. The hill of Adoras rose before them on the 9th day after the meeting, and Meduseld stood atop it with gold dimmed by neglect and sorrow. Guards challenged them at the gate, but Aragorn's authority and Gandalf's presence overawed their weak protests. They climbed the path to the hall's doors and entered without ceremony, striding into the throne room where Theoden sat, slumped like a corpse that had not yet fallen. The king was ancient beyond his years, his face lined and grey, his eyes clouded with confusion and despair. Wormtongue crouched at his side, whispering constantly, and the counsellor's face went pale as death when he saw the White Rider enter. Gandalf's staff struck the floor with sound like thunder, and the hall's shadows fled before light that blazed from him like captured sun. The confrontation was battle without blows. Wizard's will against corrupted counsel that had wound itself through years into the king's mind like rot through timber. Gandalf spoke words that burned away enchantment, his voice carrying power that admitted no resistance. Wormtongue shrieked protests and wove lies desperately, but the wizard's presence shattered every deception and left truth naked in the hall's light. Theoden stirred in his throne as if waking from nightmare. His hands gripped the armrests with strength returning, and his eyes cleared a fog that had clouded them for years. The king straightened slowly, each movement shedding decades of false age. And when he finally stood, he was himself again, Lord of the Mark, Master of Rohan, Sword Hand of the West. Wormtongue fled then, slinking from the hall like the creature his name proclaimed, and none moved to stop him. The guards stood witnessing transformation that would be told around fires for generations. How the White Rider came to Adoras and gave their king back his strength and will. Theoden looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time, and wonder and fury mixed on his face at understanding how long he had been imprisoned in his own body. The king called for his armor and his sword, and Éowyn brought them with tears streaming down her face. She had kept the war gear polished through all the years of her uncle's enchantment, maintaining hope when hope seemed foolishness. Theoden donned mail that fit him still despite the muscles that had wasted, and took up the sword that had lain too long unused. News came even as the king armed himself. Saruman's forces had struck the Westfold in strength too great to resist, and the people fled toward the ancient fortress of Helm's Deep. Theoden's face hardened at these tidings, for he knew that stronghold and knew also that it had never fallen to assault. The decision formed quickly, forged from anger at years stolen and determination to prove himself worthy of the crown he had nearly let slip. The muster was called, and riders gathered with speed that spoke of relief at being summoned to action after years of shameful paralysis. Theoden would lead his people to Helm's Deep and make stand there against whatever Saruman could send. The women and children would shelter in the caves beneath the fortress, while the warriors held the walls. And if they fell, then at least they would fall fighting instead of cowering. Gandalf spoke privately with the king before the ride began, counseling and encouraging, but also warning of the force that marched from Isengard. 10,000 strong they came, orcs and wild men together, led by captains who knew siegecraft and carried scaling ladders and battering rams. The deep had never fallen, but it had never faced assault of such magnitude. And even Theoden, as renewed strength might not suffice against numbers so overwhelming. The wizard made clear he would not ride with them to the fortress, for other tasks called him that could not be delayed. The king accepted this with understanding born of trust renewed, knowing that Gandalf's purposes ran deeper than single battles, however desperate. They parted with clasped hands and words of hope that rang hollow against the reality of odds they faced. Rohan's army rode west on the second day of March, a force smaller than it should have been, but fierce with purpose finally unleashed. Theoden led them with banner flying and horn sounding, the king who had been corpse, now living flame that burned away the shadows' chill. Behind them, Adora stood empty save for those too old or young to fight, and ahead the Westfold waited where Saruman's malice gathered for the stroke that would test whether the mark could still defend itself. Gandalf watched them depart, and then turned Shadowfax north toward Fangorn, for the Ents were stirring, and their wrath must be aimed true. The battle at Helm's Deep would be won or lost by others, but the war's larger pattern needed shaping by hands that understood the stakes entire. The White Rider had more moves to make before the game reached its conclusion. Fangorn stirred with anger that had been building for centuries, and Gandalf walked among trees that remembered the world's youth. The Ents had debated through the night while Theoden rode west, their slow voices deliberating on war and vengeance and the cost of breaking their long isolation. The wizard did not hurry them, for he knew their decision must come from their own ancient wisdom. But his presence and his words had tipped the balance toward action that could no longer be delayed. Treebeard spoke at last for all his kind, his voice like mountains grinding, and the decision was made. The Ents would march on Isengard and tear down what Saruman had built, would drown his fires and break his walls and repay treachery with the forest's wrath. Gandalf watched them begin their slow march south and knew that Orthanc would fall before the sun rose twice more, knew that Saruman's power would be broken by forces he had dismissed as slow and harmless. The wizard rode north, then while the Ents marched south, his purposes diverging from theirs for the moment. Éomer and his riders waited in the hills where they had been exiled by Wormtang's machinations, and Gandalf needed their swords for what would come at dawn. He found the young marshal with his Eord intact and fierce with desire to redeem their banishment through service. They rode together back toward the Westfold and the fortress where Rohan would make its stand. Helm's Deep stood in the valley called the Hornburg, a stronghold carved from living rock with walls that had never yielded to assault. Theoden's army arrived there on the second day of March and found refugees already crowding the courts and caves, fleeing before Saruman's advancing host. The king ordered defenses, prepared with the efficiency of a warrior remembering skills too long unused, and his people responded with desperate energy born of hope rekindled. The deeping walls stretched across the valley's mouth, 20 feet of solid stone topped with battlements where archers could stand. Behind it the Hornburg rose like a stone ship sailing on a sea of grass, its tower commanding views of all approaches. The caves beneath held water and space enough for every woman and child, and Theoden ordered them sealed, save for one entrance that could be defended by a handful if necessary. The garrison was too small for the walls they must hold. Theoden counted his forces and found barely 2,000 swords against the 10,000 marching from Isengard. The math was simple and brutal, but the king's face showed no despair as he positioned his riders along the wall and in the keep. Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli would fight at his side, and that alone seemed worth 1,000 ordinary warriors. The enemy appeared as the sun sank toward the western mountains, a black tide flowing across the valley floor. 10,000 strong they came, just as reports had warned. Orcs and Uruk, high mixed with wild men from the hills, all bearing weapons forged in Isengard's foundries and siege equipment built for this assault. Their drums boomed across the distance, and their voices rose in chants that promised slaughter without mercy. The defenders watched them come with grim determination, replacing whatever fear they felt. Theoden walked the wall, speaking words of encouragement, and his presence steadied hearts that might have quailed at the odds. The enemy made camp just beyond bowshot and lit fires that spread across the valley like a field of malicious stars. And still more forces arrived through the twilight to swell their numbers. Night fell, and the assault began without warning or parley. Ladders rose against the deeping wall, and the first wave of Uruk-hai climbed with terrible speed, their armor black and their weapons hungry for the blood of men. Arrows flew like steel rain from the battlements, and rocks tumbled down to crush climbers, but still they came in numbers that seemed endless. The wall's defenders fought with courage born of desperation, knowing that behind them huddled everyone they loved, and that retreat meant death for all. Aragorn moved along the battlements like a storm given human form, his sword rising and falling with precision that left orcs dead at every stroke. Legolas sent arrows faster than thought could follow, each shaft finding a throat or eye with accuracy that seemed impossible. Gimli's axe took enemies at the wall's foot, where they gathered thickest, and his battle cry rang through the night like a challenge to death itself. The first assault broke against the wall's strength and the defenders' fury, leaving corpses piled at the stone's base. But the enemy regrouped and came again, and this time they brought fire that turned night into hellish day. The Uruk-hai drove forward with hooks and ropes, seeking any weakness in the ancient stonework, and men died holding gaps that could not be abandoned. Hours passed in fighting that blurred into exhaustion and pain. The defenders' numbers dwindled as the enemies seemed never to decrease, and Theoden knew with cold certainty that they could not hold until dawn. The wall must eventually fall, and when it did, the slaughter would begin in earnest. Yet still he fought, and still his people held, for there was nothing else to do but stand and face what came. A horn sounded in the deep hours before dawn, its note cutting through the battle's roar. Theoden's heart lifted despite exhaustion, for he knew that call. The horn of Helm Hammerhand that hung in the Hornburg's hall and sounded only in direst need. Someone had blown it from the tower, and its echoes rolled across the valley like a promise of defiance that would not break. The battle raged on, while stars wheeled overhead, and in the hills to the east Gandalf waited with Éomer and 1,000 riders. The White Wizard watched the valley and marked the moment when hope would hang by the thinnest thread. Then and only then would he descend with the dawn, and the arriving light would bring more than just the sun's rising. The wall held through the dark hours before midnight, but the enemy had found its weakness. A culvert ran beneath the deeping wall where a stream had once flowed in wetter seasons, and the Uruk-hai brought strange fire in iron vessels to that forgotten gap. The explosion shook the valley like earthquake when Saruman's blasting fire ignited, and a section of the ancient wall blew outward in a spray of shattered stone and fire. The breach opened like a wound in the defences, and the enemy poured through with howls of triumph. Aragorn and Éomer fought at the gap, trying to stem the flood, but the numbers were impossible, and men fell back bleeding from wounds that could not all be stanched. Theoden saw the wall lost and made the only choice left to him, ordering retreat to the Hornburg itself while warriors still lived to make the withdrawal. The pullback happened in chaos and terrible order both, men fighting step by step up the causeway while their comrades died buying seconds for the retreat. The Hornburg's gates received them and slammed shut on pursuing Uruk-hai, and the last defenders stumbled into the keep's courtyard knowing they had traded one doomed position for another. The walls still held here, but they were fewer now, and the enemy controlled the ground they had spent the night defending. Theoden climbed to the tower's height and looked out over his diminished kingdom. The deeping walls swarmed with Uruk-hai, celebrating their victory, and more forces flowed through the breach to spread across the valley. The Hornburg stood alone now, a stone island in a sea of enemies, and dawn was still hours away. The king's face showed grim acceptance, for he could count as well as any man and knew the mathematics of their situation. Aragorn found Theoden in the hall where Helm Hammerhand's horn hung silent again after its earlier call. The ranger's face was grey with exhaustion, and his sword notched from impacts that would have shattered lesser blades. They spoke briefly of what might be done, and the conclusion was the same for both. They would ride out at dawn and die fighting rather than wait for the gates to fail and face slaughter in the Hornburg's courts. The sky began to lighten in the east, grey dawn creeping across a valley that had drunk deep of blood through the dark hours. Theoden ordered horses brought and his remaining riders assembled, and they prepared for one final charge that would at least let them choose the manner of their ending. The king's face held peace despite the certainty of death, for he had found himself again in these desperate hours and would die as a warrior should. The gates opened as the first sun rays touched the valley's eastern rim, and the Rohirrim thundered forth with Theoden at their head. They struck the Uruk-hai like a hammer of flesh and steel, driving deep into the enemy's ranks through sheer desperate fury. The charge should have been suicidal, but it carried through on momentum and rage, scattering orcs who had thought the battle already won. Then horns sounded from the hills above, clear and cold in the dawn air, and a new force appeared on the eastern heights. Gandalf led them, the white wizard blazing like a star, and beside him rode Éomer with 1,000 horsemen who had spent the night positioning for this moment. They came down the slope like an avalanche of spears and hooves, and the Uruk-hai broke before them like waves against cliffs. The two forces met in the valley's centre and became one. Theoden's desperate sally, joined by Éomer's fresh strength and Gandalf's terrible presence. The wizard's staff blazed with light that burned Uruk-hai eyes unused to sun, and Shadowfax trampled enemies beneath hooves that struck like thunder. The tide of battle turned in moments, victory snatched from defeat's jaws by timing that seemed more fate than chance. But the Uruk-hai were 10,000 still and would not break easily despite losses and surprise. They formed shield walls and prepared to sell their lives dear, trapping the Rohirrim in a valley that could become a killing ground for both sides. The slaughter might still go either way despite Gandalf's arrival. for numbers told in the end, and the enemy had numbers yet to spend. Then the forest came. The horns marched from Fangorn in the dawn light, trees that walked like men and hated orcs with fury older than kingdoms. They filled the valley's western end in a wall of branch and root and ancient wrath, cutting off retreat and trapping the Uruk-hai between tree and horse and wizard's fire. The enemy's howls turned from battle rage to terror as they understood what faced them from behind. The slaughter was brief and total. The Uruk-hai tried to flee and found the forest waiting, tried to fight and found themselves surrounded by forces they could not withstand. The horns gave no quarter, and the Rohirrim granted no mercy. And when the sun stood clear of the mountains, the valley held only corpses and silence, where 10,000 had stood at dawn. Theoden sat his horse in the battle's aftermath, his sword red to the hilt and his face showing wonder at survival he had not expected. Around him his people gathered, weary and wounded but alive, and the impossible victory slowly registered on faces too tired for celebration. The Hornburg stood unbroken despite the wall's breach, and Rohan had proven it could still defend itself when king and courage aligned. Gandalf spoke with Theoden while the wounded were tended and the dead were counted. The victory here was real, but it was also minor in the war's larger scope, for Gondor faced assault far greater than anything Saruman had sent to the Westfold. The wizard's eyes turned south and east toward Minas Tirith, where the true test approached, and his words made clear that this battle had been won, but the war's outcome still hung uncertain. The king listened and understood that his respite would be brief. Gondor had answered Rohan's call in ages past, and now the mark must ride to Minas Tirith's aid, or see the White City fall. Theoden's face hardened with resolve renewed, for he had been given back his strength and his kingdom, and now must use both in service of the greater alliance. The muster would be called, and Rohan would ride to war, 6,000 strong, if that many could be gathered, to stand with Gondor against whatever darkness gathered in the east. But first there was the aftermath to manage, and the wounded to save, and the victory to acknowledge. Helm's Deep had held through the longest night, and dawn had brought deliverance that seemed more miracle than strategy. The Rohirrim sang victory songs around fires built in the valley, and for one day at least they could rest and tend their hurts before the greater war called them south. Gandalf rode from Helm's Deep with Pippin before him on Shadowfax. The hobbits brought along for reasons the wizard had not fully explained. The journey south and east took 5 days of hard riding, crossing Rohan's grasslands and climbing toward Gondor's ancient realm. The great horse ran tirelessly, while behind them the mark prepared its muster. 6,000 riders who would follow when they could, but could not match Shadowfax's legendary speed. The White City appeared on the 6th day, rising in 7 circles of stone from the plain like a crown of pearl and marble. Minas Tirith stood defiant against the eastern shadow, but Gandalf's keen eyes saw how that defiance had weakened over the long years of Gondor's decline. The walls still stood strong, and the tower of Ithilien still pierced the sky, yet the houses seemed emptier than they should be, and the fields around the city showed neglect born of diminishing population. They climbed the winding road through the city's levels, past gate after gate, until they reached the highest circle, where the white tree stood dead in its courtyard. The steward's hall rose before them, and Gandalf felt the weight of what must come pressing on his shoulders. Denethor was no Theoden to be freed from enchantment, but a proud man grown bitter through years of fighting a war he knew could not be won. The wizard would find no easy alliance here. The steward received them in his hall with courtesy that barely masked suspicion and resentment. Denethor sat in his chair beneath the crown he could not wear, lord of a kingdom waiting for a king who had not come for 3,000 years. His eyes were sharp despite his age, and they measured Gandalf with understanding that saw too much and concluded too little. The wizard spoke of the gathering storm and Rohan's coming aid, but Denethor's responses were edged with doubt that Gondor needed help from horse lords or wandering wizards. Pippin offered his service to the steward in payment for Boromir's sacrifice, and Denethor accepted with surprise that shifted to something darker. The old man questioned the hobbit about his son's death, pressing for details that Pippin gave with increasing discomfort. Gandalf watched this interrogation and saw how grief had twisted Denethor's judgment, how the loss of his favored son had deepened the darkness already growing in his heart. The wizard spent the following days preparing the city for siege that approached with the certainty of sunrise. He walked the walls and noted their strength and their weaknesses, spoke with captains about supplies and defenses, and looked often toward Mordor, where smoke gathered like storm clouds that would not break. The enemy's power was visible now, even to ordinary sight, a darkness spreading from Barad-dûr that seemed to swallow the eastern horizon. Faramir arrived on the 4th day, riding from Osgiliath with his remaining men and news that the crossing was lost. The steward's younger son came wounded in body and spirit both, having held an impossible position until holding it longer meant death without purpose. Gandalf watched Denethor greet Faramir with words that cut deeper than any orc blade, blaming him for retreat and comparing him unfavorably to the brother who had died. The darkness from Mordor deepened on the 13th day of March, rolling west like fog that carried dread before it. The sun dimmed behind clouds that were not clouds, and an unnatural twilight fell over Minas Tirith, though noon had not yet passed. Men looked up at the sky with fear plain on their faces, and Gandalf knew that Sauron had begun his assault not just with armies, but with the weight of his will made manifest. Faramir was sent back to Osgiliath that same day despite his wounds, ordered by his father to hold what could not be held, and die rather than retreat again. The young captain rode out with men who knew they marched to slaughter, and Gandalf's protest fell on ears deafened by pride and grief and the madness growing in Denethor's mind. The steward had looked too long into his Palantir, had matched wills with Sauron through the Seeing Stone, and the contest had broken something in him that could not be repaired. The wizard watched from the walls as Faramir's small force rode east into gathering shadow. The steward had looked too long into his Palantir, had matched wills with Sauron through the Seeing Stone, and the contest had broken something in him that could not be repaired. The wizard watched from the walls as Faramir's small force rode east into gathering shadow. Fires bloomed in Osgiliath, where the enemy assaulted the ruins, and screams carried faint across the distance. The defenders held for hours that cost them dearly, buying time for refugees fleeing toward the White City but paying in blood that Gondor could not afford to spend. The retreat came at last, in disorder and desperation, Faramir leading survivors back toward Minas Tirith, while the enemy pursued. Nazgul swept down from the darkened sky, the ring-wraiths mounted on fell beasts that shrieked terror into the hearts of men below. The fleeing soldiers scattered in panic, and Faramir fell from his horse, struck by a black dart that carried poison beyond any healer's skill. Gandalf rode out then on Shadowfax, the white rider blazing with light that drove back the winged shadows. He gathered the survivors and brought them limping back to the city. Faramir slung unconscious across a saddle, and the last defenders of Osgiliath saved by the wizard's intervention. The gates closed behind them as the enemy's vanguard reached the Pelennor fields, and the siege of Minas Tirith began in earnest. Denethor took his wounded son and disappeared into the upper levels of the tower, and no amount of demanding could bring the steward forth. The old man had withdrawn into madness complete, convinced by what his Palanta had shown him that defeat was certain and all resistance merely delayed the inevitable. Gondor's leadership failed at the moment it was needed most, and command fell to those captains who would take it, and to the wizard who had no authority save what crisis granted. Gandalf stood on the walls, looking out over fields that swarmed with enemies mustering for assault. The siege engines approached across ground already won, towers and rams that would test the city's strength when dawn came. Rohan rode somewhere to the north with 6,000 spears, but they were days away and might arrive to find only ruins if the walls failed before help reached them. The wizard turned from the wall and descended to organize what defense could be managed without the steward's guidance. The White City would stand or fall in the days ahead, and its fate would determine whether the West survived or fell into shadow complete. Gandalf had returned from death for this moment, and he would give everything remaining to ensure that Minas Tirith did not become the tomb of all hope. The siege engines came with the false dawn, towers rolling forward on wheels that crushed stone beneath their weight. Mordor's forces had spent the night building ramps and positioning artillery, and now they came in numbers that made the walls seem small despite their ancient strength. Gandalf stood on the gate tower watching the enemy advance like a black tide across the Pelennor, and he knew this day would decide whether Gondor survived to see another. The great ram came first, borne forward by mountain trolls, and wreathed in spells of ruin. Grand, they called it, after the hammer of the ancient world's first darkness, and it struck the gate of Minas Tirith, with sound like mountains breaking. The doors held through the first blow and the second, but the third stroke cracked the ancient wood, and the fourth shattered it completely. The gate fell inward in splinters and ruin, and the enemy poured toward the breach with howls of triumph. The Lord of the Nazgul rode through the broken gate on a beast that reeked of death and carrion. The Witch King sat tall in his saddle, crowned in terror and clothed in shadow, and no living thing could stand before him without feeling despair close around their hearts. Men fled from his presence, and even the brave captains Gandalf had positioned fell back from the dread that preceded the Wraithlord like a wave. Gandalf came down from the tower to meet the enemy at the city's threshold. The White Rider blazed with light that pushed back shadow, and Shadowfax did not flinch, though the fell beast shrieked terror at him. The wizard raised his staff high and spoke words that rang through the first circle like bells of challenge, and for a moment the Witch King's advance halted before power that matched his own. Then horns sounded from the north, clear and cold in the grey morning air, and the sound of them changed everything. 6,000 riders of Rohan crested the hills beyond the Pelennor. their spears like a forest, and their banners streaming in wind that seemed to blow from clearer lands. Theoden led them with Éomer at his side, and their charge began even as the horns still echoed across the fields. The Witch King turned from Gandalf and spurred his beast toward this new threat, and the wizard let him go, for the moment's need demanded different choices. Gandalf rallied the men inside the gate and led them out to support Rohan's charge, and the battle for the Pelennor began in earnest as the two forces met with impact that shook the ground. The Rohirrim struck the enemy like an avalanche of steel and fury, their charge carrying deep into ranks that had thought themselves victorious. Theoden rode at their head with his sword blazing in the morning light, and death came to his enemies at every stroke. The king had found his glory at last, after years stolen by enchantment, and he spent it freely in service of the alliance that had sustained his people through darker ages than this. But the Witch King sought him out with malice that would not be denied. The Nazgul Lord drove through the battle on his fell beast, scattering Rohirrim before him, and he found Theoden where the king fought among his closest guards. The beast fell upon Snowmane, and the great horse screamed as it died. And Theoden was trapped beneath the falling body with nowhere to flee. The Witch King rose above the fallen king with weapon raised for the killing blow. His voice mocked the courage of men and promised death without hope of rebirth, and none of the riders nearby dared approach the terror that radiated from him like heat from forge fires. The moment stretched toward its inevitable conclusion, with the Lord of the Mark helpless and the darkness triumphant. Then a rider charged from the side, smaller than the others, but fierce with desperation and fury both. The Witch King struck at this new attacker, and the fell beast lunged with beak and claw. But the small warrior dodged beneath its guard and drove a sword into the creature's neck. The beast collapsed, shrieking, and its rider rose from the wreckage to face this enemy who had dared what others would not. The warrior's helm fell away and revealed not a man but a woman. And the Witch King laughed at seeing Éowyn standing before him. No man could kill him according to prophecy spoken long ago, and he had relied on that protection through all the ages of his undeath. But prophecy held loopholes that even the ancient wraith had not considered, and standing beside Éowyn was Mary, who was no man at all but a hobbit with a blade from old Westernet. They struck together, the halfling driving his sword into the Witch King's leg, and Éowyn thrusting her blade up beneath the crown where no armor protected. The Nazgul Lord screamed with voice that shattered minds and broke the morning's clarity, and then he fell into ruin complete. Crown and robes collapsed empty as shadow dispersed by sudden light, and the prophecy was fulfilled by those that had not anticipated. Éowyn fell beside her uncle as strength fled from her, the Witch King's evil having touched her with malice that burned worse than any physical wound. Mary collapsed as well, his sword arm blackened by contact with the Wraith Lord's essence. They lay among the dead and dying while the battle raged on around them, having paid the price that killing the unkillable demanded. Gandalf found them there after the Rohirrim's charge had scattered the enemy forces before the gate. The wizard knelt beside Éowyn and Theoden both, and his face showed grief for the king, who had found himself too late, and pride for the niece who had proven brave beyond measure. Theoden died with his last words, blessing Éomer and releasing his people from his service, and his passing marked the end of an age for the Mark. The battle continued across the Pelennor, as Éomer took command and drove the enemy before him with rage fueled by loss. But the Witch King's death had broken something in Mordor's assault, had removed the fear that preceded the enemy's advance and given the defenders hope renewed. Gondor's forces rallied, and Rohan's riders pressed their advantage, and the tide that had seemed certain to overwhelm them began at last to turn. The houses of healing held the wounded from the Pelennor, and Gandalf walked among them counting the cost of victory. Éowyn lay unconscious with the black breath upon her, and Mary beside her, suffering from contact with evil that mortal flesh was never meant to touch. Faramir lingered near death from the Nazgul's dart, and Theoden's body waited for the honours due a king who had fallen in glory. The victory was real, but the price had been terrible, and the war was far from finished. Aragorn had come with the southern fleet, bringing reinforcements that had turned the battle's final phase from desperate struggle to rout complete. The ranger moved now through the city with authority he had kept hidden for decades, and men followed his commands without question, though they did not yet know him for what he was. Gandalf saw the king emerging from the disguise at last, and knew that revelation would come soon, but must wait until the immediate crisis had passed. The council gathered on the second day after the battle, captains and lords meeting to decide what must be done next. Mordor's army had been defeated on the Pelennor, but Sauron's full strength remained unbroken in the east. The eye searched constantly for the ring, and somewhere far from Minas Tirith, two hobbits crawled toward Mount Doom, carrying the only weapon that could truly end the war. Time was their enemy now, as much as any army, for Sauron would strike again soon, and strike harder than before. Gandalf spoke of choices that were all desperate in different ways. They could defend Minas Tirith and wait for the next assault. But waiting meant giving Sauron time to gather forces that would overwhelm any defense. They could scatter to their own kingdoms and prepare for siege in every stronghold of the west, but division meant defeat in detail. Or they could march on the Black Gate with what strength remained, drawing the eye's attention away from the small figures creeping through Mordor's wasteland, toward the fire that had forged the ring. The debate ran long and hard, for the third option seemed madness, clear and simple. March 7,000 to the gates of Mordor, where hundreds of thousands waited behind walls that had never fallen. Draw Sauron's wrath deliberately when survival depended on avoiding his notice. The captains argued against such folly, pointing out that they would be destroyed within hours of arriving at the Morannon. But Gandalf pressed the point with patience that would not yield. The ring-bearer needed time and distraction, needed every eye in Mordor turned outward rather than searching inward. A challenge at the Black Gate would draw Sauron's focus like nothing else could, would force him to commit forces to crushing an army he could not ignore. It was sacrifice deliberate and necessary, buying days or hours for Frodo, at the cost of lives that might be spent anyway when the next assault came. Aragorn supported the wizard's counsel, and his voice carried weight that tipped the balance. The ranger spoke of hope as a choice made against despair's logic, of standing for what was right even when calculation said it was futile. The captains listened to him with respect they showed few others, and slowly the mad plan gained acceptance from men who understood they were voting for their own likely deaths. The decision was made on the fourth day after the battle. 7,000 would march to the Black Gate while Minas Tirith held what defenders remained. They would challenge Sauron openly and dare him to come forth, and they would hold the Moranon's attention regardless of cost. The mustering began immediately, For every hour of delay was an hour lost to the ring-bearer's desperate crawl. The army departed on the 18th of March, marching north and east through lands already touched by Mordor's shadow. Gandalf rode at their head with Aragorn beside him, and behind them came the strength of Gondor, and Rohan joined together in final alliance. They knew what they marched toward, and they went anyway, choosing courage over calculation because no other path remained that offered even desperate hope. The journey took them through desolation that grew worse with each mile. The Dagolad stretched before them, the dead marshes where bones of ancient armies lay in water that reflected nothing. Beyond that lay the slag heaps and ash fields that marked Mordor's borders. Land poisoned beyond any hope of healing, where nothing grew and nothing lived save creatures twisted by the enemy's will. The air itself grew foul, and breathing became labor that left lungs burning. They saw no enemy during the march, and that absence was more disturbing than assault would have been. Sauron watched them come through means they could not counter, marking their numbers and measuring their purpose. The Dark Lord understood what they attempted and permitted it because the outcome seemed certain. These thousands would break against his gates like waves against cliffs, and their destruction would prove to all remaining kingdoms that resistance was futile. The Morannon appeared on the 24th day of March, black gates set in walls of iron and stone that rose impossible from the barren ground. Towers flanked the entrance like sentinels that had stood since the Second Age, and from their heights came the sound of drums that boomed like heartbeats of malice given form. The gates remained closed while the army approached, and silence pressed down from the heights like weight meant to crush hope before battle even began. Gandalf halted the army just beyond bowshot and prepared for parley that was really challenge. The wizard's purpose was clear now: draw out Sauron's lieutenant, make demands that could not be met. Buy time for Frodo at whatever cost the distraction demanded. Behind the gates, hundreds of thousands waited for the signal to pour forth and destroy these few thousands who had dared approach the Black Land's threshold. The drums stopped and the gates began to open, grinding outward on hinges that shrieked like tortured souls. Darkness spilled forth from the gap like floodwater held too long behind failing dams. And with it came the evidence that Sauron had accepted their challenge and would crush them here. Before these gates to prove that defiance brought only death. The mouth of Sauron rode forth from the black gate, a figure in black robes mounted on a black horse and wearing a helm that hid whatever face remained after. Centuries of service to darkness. He was the Dark Lord's herald, and his voice carried across the distance with mockery that cut deeper than any blade. The lieutenant of Barad-dûr held up tokens taken from prisoners: a small grey cloak, an elven brooch, and a mithril shirt that could only have come from one source. Gandalf's heart froze at the sight of those items, for they meant the ring-bearer had been captured and the quest had failed. The herald spoke of torture and slow death, of the hobbits suffering in Barad-dûr's dungeons, and offered terms that were designed to break hope completely. Surrender now, and Sauron might show mercy to the defeated peoples, might allow them to serve rather than be destroyed. Refuse and watch as the ring-bearer died in agony before their eyes. But the wizard looked at those tokens and saw truth beneath the deception. The mithril coat alone was worth more than entire kingdoms, and no captor would bring it to display before enemies if he still held the prisoner. These were items stripped from one who had evaded capture, found after the fact, and the herald's confidence was performance meant to mask uncertainty. Gandalf snatched the tokens from the mouth of Sauron's hands, and his voice rang with defiance rather than despair. The herald's face twisted with rage at being robbed of his psychological victory, and he wheeled his horse back toward the gate. The parley was ended, and battle was the only language remaining. The gates of Mordor vomited forth armies that had waited for this signal, tens of thousands pouring across the plain in a tide of steel and malice. The 7,000 defenders formed ranks and prepared to die, knowing they could not stand for long but determined to stand regardless. The battle began with impact that should have shattered the Western army immediately, but they held through desperation and skill combined, forming shield walls that bent but did not break under the initial assault. Gandalf fought at the center where the pressure was greatest, his staff blazing and Shadowfax trampling enemies that pressed too close. Aragorn and Eomer led the flanks with swords that rose and fell like scythes through grain, and for a time they held what could not be held. Then the earth shook beneath them with tremors that came from deep in Mordor's heart. Mount Doom erupted with violence that lit the sky red even at this distance, and a scream tore through the air that seemed to come from no throat but from reality itself tearing. The dark tower swayed on its foundations as if struck by wind from the world's end, and every eye turned toward Barad-dûr to witness its impossible collapse. The tower fell in segments like a tree cut through at the base, each level crashing down upon the one below. The eye that had watched from its summit blazed one final time with light that burned across all the lands of Middle-earth, and then it guttered out like a candle in storm. Sauron's presence withdrew from the world completely, his power unraveling as the ring that anchored it dissolved in Mount Doom's fires. The armies of Mordor broke like waves that suddenly had nothing to crash against. Orcs fled screaming in all directions, their wills freed from the control that had driven them forward. Trolls collapsed where they stood, and the ground opened beneath towers and fortifications that had been held together by will as much as mortar. The black gate itself cracked and fell inward, its hinges shattering as the power sustaining them failed. Gandalf stood in the sudden silence, watching the destruction spread across Mordor like fire through dry grass. He knew what it meant, knew that somewhere in that burning land 2 hobbits had succeeded where all the armies of the West had failed. The ring was destroyed and Sauron was unmade, and the victory belonged not to warriors or wizards, but to the smallest and most unlikely of all the free peoples. But the victory brought new dangers, immediate and pressing. The ground continued to shake and cracks spread across the plain as Mordor's geography began collapsing inward. Mount Doom erupted again with force that sent boulders the size of houses flying through the air, and rivers of fire spread from its base across the wasteland. The Western army retreated from the falling gate, but they had nowhere to flee that the destruction would not reach. Then eagles appeared in the sky, great birds led by Gwaihir, who had borne Gandalf from death and from imprisonment both. The wizard's heart lifted at seeing the Lord of the Eagles descending with his kindred, but his joy turned to fear as he understood their purpose. Gwaihir and 2 others flew east toward Mount Doom where the destruction was worst, flying into ash and smoke and fire to seek the ring-bearers who must be somewhere on that burning mountain. The battle's survivors withdrew in disorder while Mordor consumed itself. Gandalf led them west away from the spreading devastation, watching the sky constantly for sign of the eagle's return. The ground bucked beneath them, and chasms opened that swallowed orcs still fleeing from the ruin. The land itself was dying now that the will sustaining it had failed. Returning to the chaos that had existed before, Sauron shaped it to his purpose. The eagles emerged from the smoke after an eternity of waiting, 3 dark shapes against the red sky carrying burdens that seemed impossibly small. Gwaihir led them west away from the destruction, flying hard toward clean lands where healing might still be possible. Gandalf saw the hobbit forms cradled in the eagles' talons and knew that Frodo and Sam had survived the quest that should have killed them a dozen times over. The army made camp that night in Ithilien, where spring flowers bloomed despite the winter just past. They tended their wounds and counted their dead, and tried to comprehend what had happened on this day of days. Sauron was defeated and his tower thrown down. The ring was destroyed and the shadow was lifting, and the victory had cost less than anyone had dared hope. The free peoples had gambled everything on desperate hope and found that hope could be stronger than despair's certainty. Gandalf stood apart from the celebrations and looked east toward the ruin of Mordor. Somewhere in Ithilien's woods, the eagles had brought Frodo and Sam, and the wizard would see them soon and give thanks for courage that had changed the world. But for now, he simply watched the smoke rising from Mount Doom and felt the weight of 2,000 years slip from his shoulders like a cloak cast aside. The quest was complete and the war was won, and Middle-earth could begin at last to heal. The houses of healing filled with those who had survived but carried wounds beyond what battlefield surgery could address. Frodo lay unconscious for 3 days while healers worked to save him from burns and exhaustion and the emptiness that came from the ring's destruction. Sam woke sooner, but would not leave his master's side, and Gandalf sat with them both through the long hours of waiting. The hobbits had succeeded where all the power of the West would have failed, and their survival seemed almost as miraculous as the ring's destruction. The Fellowship gathered slowly as news spread and scattered members made their way to Minas Tirith. Merry recovered from the Black Breath with Aragorn's healing touch and herbs brought from the wild, and Pippin was already whole though changed by what he had witnessed. Legolas and Gimli arrived from the Pelennors' cleanup with friendship. Between elf and dwarf, that would have seemed impossible before the quest began. They stood together in the healing rooms and felt the weight of what they had accomplished. 9 companions who had set out from Rivendell and somehow survived to see the quest completed. Aragorn moved through the city with authority that no longer needed hiding, and men began calling him by titles he had avoided for 80 years. The ranger's disguise had served its purpose and could finally be discarded, revealing the king who had waited in exile while Gondor declined without hope of renewal. Gandalf watched this transformation with satisfaction earned through decades of patience, for he had guided Aragorn from childhood toward this moment when the line of Elendil would be restored at last. The coronation came on the first day of May, when spring had fully claimed the land, and Minas Tirith bloomed with flowers brought from Ithilien's woods. The crown was placed on Aragorn's head by Gandalf, who had kept it safe through long years of waiting, and the wizard spoke words of blessing that carried weight beyond mere ceremony. The king who was crowned that day would rule with wisdom earned through hardship and justice, tempered by understanding what it meant to walk among his people unknown. Arwen came from Rivendell with her father and brothers. having chosen mortality for love of the king she would marry. Gandalf had known of this choice for years, but seeing it fulfilled brought him both joy and sorrow. For the Lady of Rivendell would age and die, as humans did, while her father sailed west to immortal lands. Yet her choice was made freely, and her love was real. And the wizard would not question what she had decided, with full knowledge of its cost. The summer passed in rebuilding and restoration. Stone mended and fields replanted, and order returned to lands that shadow had touched. Aragorn sent riders to every corner of his new kingdom and beyond, carrying news of victory and offering alliance to all peoples who had stood against the darkness. The Shire received tidings that its 4 hobbits lived and would return when strength allowed, and Rohan mourned Theoden while celebrating Éomer's rise to kingship. Gandalf travelled between the realms that summer, ensuring that peace took root in soil still fertile with war's aftermath. He walked roads he had walked for 2,000 years, but the weight on his shoulders was lighter now, for the task that had brought him to Middle-earth was complete. Sauron was destroyed beyond return, the ring was unmade, and the free peoples had proven they could unite against darkness when the need was dire enough. The wizard returned to Minas Tirith in autumn and found it transformed by months of labor and hope renewed. The white tree bloomed in the citadel's courtyard, a sapling found by Aragorn in the mountains and planted where the old tree's corpse had stood. Green leaves spread from branches that would grow through centuries to come, and white flowers opened in defiance of the season. The tree's blooming was sign and symbol both that Gondor's renewal was real and its future secured. Faramir had healed enough to take up duties as steward to the returned king, serving faithfully what his father had held in trust, but nearly destroyed through pride and despair. Éowyn wed him after her own recovery, choosing love and life over the death in battle she had sought on the Pelennor. They would rule Ithilien together and make it bloom again after years of shadow, and their union joined Gondor and Rohan in bonds of family as well as alliance. The hobbits stayed through summer and autumn, honored by the king and celebrated by all who learned what role the halflings had played. But Gandalf saw how Frodo grew quieter as months passed, how the wounds he carried went deeper than healing could reach. The ring-bearer had succeeded, but success had cost him something that could not be restored, and the wizard knew with sad certainty that Frodo would never be whole again in Middle-earth. Winter came, and the first year of the Fourth Age turned toward spring again. The kingdoms were at peace for the first time in living memory. Trade moved freely on roads cleared of danger, and children were born who would never know the shadow's weight. Gandalf walked among these signs of renewal and felt his purpose shifting, for the work that had occupied 2,000 years was finished, and what remained was maintenance rather than crisis. The wizard met often with Aragorn through that winter, teaching the new king what he would need to know for the years ahead. They spoke of governance and justice, of how to hold together diverse peoples who had united against common enemy but might fracture in peace. Gandalf shared wisdom earned through ages of watching kingdoms rise and fall, and Aragorn listened with the humility that would make him great rather than merely powerful. Spring returned to Minas Tirith, and brought with it the sense that endings approached as surely as beginnings had come. The hobbits spoke of returning to the Shire, and Gandalf did not discourage them, though he knew the Shire they remembered had changed in their absence. The wizard himself felt the pull of the West growing stronger, the call to return to Valinor, now that his mission was complete. He had died, and been sent back to finish what he started, and the finishing was done at last. The Fourth Age had begun, and Middle-earth would shape itself now without the Astari's guidance. Gandalf looked at the peace spreading across lands that had known too much war and felt satisfaction mixed with melancholy. His time here was ending, but what he left behind would endure. Kingdoms renewed, friendships forged, and hope proven stronger than despair's certainty. The journey home began in the autumn of the Fourth Age's first year, and the hobbits rode north with Gandalf beside them on roads that seemed strange after all they had witnessed. The lands they passed through showed peace returning, but the four travellers carried memories of darkness that would not fade with simple homecoming. They spoke less as the Shire's borders drew near, each wondering what they would find in a home they had left innocent and might return to changed. The Brandywine marked the Shire's eastern boundary, and the moment they crossed it, the wrongness became apparent. The trees along the road had been cut and left to rot, and the fields showed neglect that spoke of farmers prevented from their work. Guards stood at the bridge, wearing rough uniforms and carrying clubs, and their manner was of men enforcing orders rather than neighbours keeping watch. The hobbits' questions met with responses that revealed occupation by outside forces and rules that made no sense for free folk. They rode deeper into the Shire, and the evidence of corruption spread before them like a sickness. Bag End had been claimed by someone the locals called Sharky, and from their orders flowed that controlled every aspect of Shire life. Mills ran constantly, producing nothing useful while good grain rotted. Houses were torn down to build ugly sheds, and hobbits who protested found themselves locked in the lockholes. The Shire that had sent forth for innocent travellers now cowered under rule by thugs and thieves. Gandalf rode with them as far as Bywater, but would go no further, for this was the Shire's fight, and the hobbits must reclaim it themselves. The wizard's eyes held pride mixed with sorrow as he looked at the four who had left as children and returned as warriors. They had faced darkness greater than Sharky could imagine and survived, and the corruption of their homeland would fall before them if they had courage to act. He blessed them and rode away north, and the hobbits watched him go, knowing they would not see him again for some time. The scouring began that same night when Mary's horn called every able hobbit to gather in Bywater. The four travellers had returned with authority earned through deeds that were already becoming legend, and their words carried weight that Sharky's thugs could not match. Hobbits came from holes and farms across the region, bringing whatever weapons they could find and faces showing rage to long suppressed. The occupation had lasted months, but it would end in hours, now that leadership had come to organize resistance. The battle was brief and brutal by Shire standards, though it would have seemed small to those who had seen Pelennor or Helm's Deep. The thugs made their stand at the center of Bywater, and found themselves surrounded by hundreds of hobbits who had forgotten how to fear bullies. Arrows flew and clubs swung, and the invaders broke before determination they had not expected from the soft folk they had been sent to control. Most fled or surrendered, and those who fought to the end found that hobbits could be deadly when defending their own. Sharky revealed himself after the thugs' defeat, emerging from Bag End with Wormtongue shuffling behind him. The figure was Saruman, though diminished beyond recognition. The White Wizard reduced to petty tyrant, ruling over one small corner of a world that had rejected him. His voice still held remnants of the power that had swayed kings, but it broke against the hobbit's anger like waves against stone that would not be moved. Frodo faced him on the road before Bag End, and the confrontation held echoes of greater battles fought in lands far from the Shire's green fields. Saruman spoke of mercy and forgiveness, trying to manipulate the hobbit who had carried the ring to its destruction. But Frodo had looked into darkness deeper than anything Saruman represented, and the fallen wizard's tricks found no purchase on one who had been tested by fire and shadow both. The hobbits would have killed him then, for his crimes in the Shire demanded justice swift and final. But Frodo spoke words of mercy that cost him dearly, offering Saruman freedom to leave and never return. The wizard turned to go with Wormtongue, following, and his face showed hatred pure and undiluted at being spared by one he considered beneath notice. Wormtongue's knife flashed in the morning light, driven into Saruman's back by hands that had endured too many beatings and too much contempt. The fallen wizard fell forward onto the road, and what emerged from his corpse was grey shadow that rose like smoke and dissipated in wind from the west. Saruman was gone utterly and finally, reduced from Mayor of Olay to nothing at all by choices that had led him step by step toward ruin. Wormtongue died moments later, struck down by hobbit arrows before he could flee or explain. The servants of Shadow lay dead on the road before Bag End, and the Shire's occupation ended as suddenly as it had begun. The hobbits stood in shocked silence at what they had done and what they had witnessed, and then began the slow work of rebuilding what had been destroyed. The cleanup took months, and the restoration took longer still. Trees were replanted and mills were torn down, and the ugly sheds were dismantled to make room for proper hobbit construction. Frodo opened the box Galadriel had given him and found earth from her garden, and he spread it across the Shire to speed the healing. Where it touched the ground, growth came swift and sure, and by spring the scars of occupation had faded beneath new green. Sam planted the mallow seed that had been hidden in the box, setting it in the party field where the old tree had stood. The seed grew with unnatural speed, and by summer a young tree rose, silver-barked and golden-leafed, the only Malin west of the mountains and a living reminder of what the travellers had seen. The Shire returned to itself, slowly but surely, and the 4 hobbits who had saved it settled into lives that could never be quite normal again. Frodo found no peace in the restoration, for the wounds he carried went too deep for the Shire's simple healing to reach. He smiled and helped where he could, but Gandalf saw when he visited that the ring-bearer was fading like autumn, moving toward winter. The quest had succeeded, but the victory had cost Frodo something essential, and what remained was diminishing with each passing season. Gandalf came to the Shire one last time in September when the leaves were turning and the harvest was nearly complete. He arrived quietly, without fanfare, riding Shadowfax down familiar roads that he would not travel again after this final journey. Frodo was waiting for him at Bag End, the ring-bearer's bags already packed and his affairs settled. For they both knew this parting had been approaching since the moment the ring fell into Mount Doom's fires. They rode together toward the western borders, where the old forest grew thick and the roads turned toward the sea. Sam came with them, and Merry and Pippin too. The Fellowship's hobbits making this last journey together, though only one would not return. The autumn air held the bite of coming winter. But the day was fair, and the sun shone warm on fields ready for rest after summer's labours. The road took them through the Shire's western reaches, where hobbits they passed waved and called greetings to the travellers. None knew this was farewell forever, for Frodo had told few of his plans, and Gandalf kept his own counsel, as always. They rode through country the wizard had loved for 2,000 years. Green and gentle and innocent, still, despite the shadow that had briefly touched it. Bilbo waited at the Grey Havens, ancient beyond reckoning, but kept alive by elvish care and the purpose of one final journey. The old hobbit sat on a bench near the white ship that would carry them west, and his eyes lit with joy at seeing Frodo and Gandalf approach together. He had been waiting here for weeks, ready to depart but unwilling to leave without his heir and the wizard who had changed his life so long ago. With a simple question about adventures. Theoden the shipwright stood ready at the quay, ancient even by elvish measure and wise beyond the counting of years. He had built this vessel for those whose time in Middle-earth had ended, and he greeted Gandalf with respect that acknowledged the wizard's service complete. The ship was beautiful in its simplicity, white sails furled and ready, built to carry its passengers beyond the circles of the world to shores where no shadow fell. Galadriel and Elrond waited aboard already, the Lady of Light and the Lord of Rivendell, both departing now that their long vigil had ended. They had stayed in Middle-earth through ages of darkness to stand against the shadow, and now they could finally return to the blessed realm they had left so long ago. Their presence on the ship was sign that this departure was not death, but homecoming after exile that had lasted millennia. The hobbits who would remain stood on the dock, while those who would depart made ready to board. Sam's face showed grief that threatened to break him, for he was losing the master he had followed through fire and darkness and would never see again in Middle-earth. Merry and Pippin stood silent with tears running freely, understanding at last what this parting meant and what it would cost them all. Frodo embraced each of them and spoke quiet words of love and gratitude that the others could barely hear through their weeping. The ring-bearer had given everything to save the world they lived in, and his reward was to leave it forever because he could no longer heal within its bounds. He gave Sam the red book where the quest's full tale was written, trusting his friend to add the endings that Frodo would not be present to record. Gandalf stood apart and let the hobbits say their farewells, knowing his own goodbyes had been made over years of wandering and would not be improved by final speeches. He had walked Middle-earth in grey for 2,000 years and in white for 2 more, and his work was finished at last. The Astari's mission had been to guide and counsel against Sauron's return, and that return had been defeated beyond any possibility of renewal. The boarding began as the sun touched the western horizon, painting the water gold and red. Bilbo climbed aboard first with help from elves who treated him gently, and he settled in the bow where he could watch the shore recede. Frodo followed after one last long look at Sam, and the ring-bearer's face showed both sorrow at leaving and relief at pain ending. Gandalf was last aboard, pausing at the gangplank to look back at the 3 hobbits standing on the dock. He raised one hand in farewell that was also blessing, and his eyes held love for these small folk who had proven themselves greater than any warrior or king. Then he turned and walked aboard, and the ship's ropes were cast off as the vessel began to drift from the quay. The grey ship moved across the water without oar or sail, carried by currents that flowed toward the uttermost west. The gulls called overhead, and the sunset painted everything in shades of gold and rose, and the shore grew distant behind them. Sam and Mary and Pippin stood watching until the ship became a white speck and then disappeared entirely, carrying away those they loved to places they could never follow. Gandalf stood at the rail and watched Middle-earth fall away astern. 2,000 years of walking its roads and fighting its battles, of guiding and counseling and standing against shadow that had threatened to swallow everything worth preserving. He thought of the Shire's green fields and Rivendell's waterfalls, of Minas Tirith's white tower and Lothlorien's golden trees. All of it remained behind, safe now for ages to come because small folk had proven brave and great hearts had stayed true. The ship sailed on through twilight into night, and stars emerged overhead in patterns Gandalf had not seen since the world's youth. The west called to him across the water with song that promised rest after labor and peace after struggle. His staff stood beside him, white wood carved with runes of power that would not be needed where they sailed. The transformation from grey to white had been preparation for this final journey, burning away what was mortal so what remained could return to the blessed realm. Frodo stood at the bow with Bilbo beside him, both hobbits looking forward to shores they could not yet see, but knew awaited beyond the horizon. The ring-bearers had earned their passage through sacrifice that could not be repaid in Middle-earth, and healing waited for them in lands where the Valar dwelt. They would be whole there in ways they could never be in the world they left behind, and the wounds that would not close would finally find rest. The grey ship sailed on through starlight on water that held no reflection. Behind them, Middle-earth grew small and then vanished entirely. The third age ended and the fourth age begun. Ahead lay the straight road that crossed the bent world, leading to Valinor, where the trees still bloomed and darkness had never come. The journey was long, but time held no meaning on these waters, and they would arrive when they arrived to shores where no clocks measured hours and no shadow fell across the light. Gandalf stood at the rail through the voyage's length, watching stars wheel overhead and feeling the weight of ages slip away like a cloak no longer needed. He had been Oloreen in Valinor before taking mortal form, and to Oloreen he would return now that his mission was complete. The wizard's work was finished, and the Maya's rest had been earned through service that spanned the world's long decline and its eventual renewal. The ship sailed west through waters that grew clearer with each league, and the stars sang overhead like distant bells welcoming the weary home at last. Rest easy now, for the grey ships have carried all burdens beyond the circles of the world to shores where healing waits. The quest is complete, and the fellowship is ended, and the age of wizards has passed into memory and song. Let sleep come gentle as the tide, and may your dreams hold green fields and white towers and starlight on water that leads toward home. The long road is finished, and the havens are reached, and all the travellers have found their peace at last. Good night.